Ada the Betrayed, or The Murder at the Old Smithy, A Romance of Passion, by John Malcolm Rymer, Lloyd's Penny Weekly Miscellany, of romance and general interest. There's not a passion of the mind, a moving thraldom of the overwrought brain, but with the magic of an art which is immortal is enshrined here. Ben Jonson. I have a tale of war for night lay of love for beauty bright, fairy tale to lull the air, goblins grim the maids to scare. Scott. Preface. Prefaces, like prologues, have nearly gone out of fashion, but the editor of Lloyd's Penny Weekly Miscellany feels that upon the completion of the first volume of his labors, he is bound to say something to his patrons. If it is but to thank them most heartily and sincerely for a degree of patronage, such as he may venture to say few, if any, periodical publications have been able to boast of. When we first launched our miscellany upon the stream of time, we were gratified to find that the breath of popular applause filled its sails, and bore it gallantly forward past many a proud competitor. And we have found, by the experience of 12 months, that the fair wind that urged us onwards was not a mere passing gale. For each week has materially increased our circulation, until the miscellany now occupies a place in the periodical literature of Great Britain, and, in fact, wherever the English language is spoken, which may well fill the hearts of both publisher and editor with the most grateful feelings towards their best friends, the public. Having said thus much of the past, it behoves us to say something of that which is to come. First and foremost, then, those pens which have already received the meed of popular applause will still continue to weave their airy fictions in our pages. The author of Ada, the Betrayed, or The Murder at the Old Smithy, in particular, has several novelties in progress, which from time to time will appear. Secondly, we shall make it our study to maintain the high majesty of virtue over the turbulence of vice, and to make our pages, while they glow with the romantic and the chivalrous, so replete with true nobility of sentiment, that we shall, as hitherto, find our way and maintain our place among the young and pure of heart. In conclusion, we can only add that as we have done so will we do, and while Lloyd's Penny Weekly Miscellany shall lose none of its present attractions, we pledge ourselves that neither expense, time, or trouble shall be spared to add to it every attractive feature which may grow out of the intelligence and spirit of the age, our wish bring to render it a rational companion for all classes of persons. We must likewise, in some degree, claim for ourselves the merit, if we may be allowed the term, of laying before a large and intelligent class of readers, at a charge comparatively insignificant, those same pleasures of the imagination which have hitherto, to a great extent, only graced the polished leisure of the wealthy. And, at the same time that we have done so, we have found with unmingled satisfaction that correct tastes, glowing fancies, and an admirable perception of the poetical and the beautiful are as well to be found by the humblest firesides as in the lordly mansions of the great and the noble. To our numerous correspondents, we have to return our sincere thanks for many literary favors, as well as for much friendly commendation they have been pleased to bestow upon our labors, and with a sanguine hope that we and our readers shall proceed as pleasantly together to the year 1844. As we have to 1843, we gratefully thus introduce our first volume to their notice. Around the winter's hearth the tale is told, to lisping infancy and hoary age. It is a story of strange passion, of grief and tears, of joy and love, and all the elements of mind which make us what we are. Scott. Chapter 1. The Storm, the Old Smithy, a deed of blood, the death cry, the child of the dead, remorse and despair. It was towards the close of the year 1795 that a storm, unequaled in duration and fury, swept over one of the most fertile districts of England, spreading consternation and dismay among the inhabitants of several villages, and destroying in a few short hours the hopes of many an industrious family, who looked to the nearly ripened grain of the fertile fields for their means of subsistence through the coming winter. The day had been lowering and overcast. An unusual sultriness had pervaded the air, and although more than 60 miles of hill and dale laid between the spot to which we allude and the northern ocean, which washes the eastern shore of England, several sea birds, a most unwanted sight, had flown, screeching and wailing, over the rich cornfields and promising orchards. The day had worn gradually on, and it was not until the sun was lost amid a mass of fiery clouds in the glowing west that any precise indications of the approaching tempest presented themselves. Then, however, when the long shadows from the trees began to lose their identity in the general gloom of the rapidly approaching night, a singular moaning wind began to blow from the northwest. The cattle showed alarm and uneasiness. The birds flew low and uncertainly, horses trembled in their stables, and the hoarse scream of various large birds of prey as they flew over the farmhouse or settled on the roofs had a peculiarly discordant effect. It would seem as if there was something in the air which enabled the inferior animals to know and dread the awful strife of the elements, which was about to ensue. The glowing clouds in the west rapidly disappeared, and the night fell over the land as if a black pall had been suddenly cast over the face of nature. The wind momentarily increased in violence. Now it moaned like an evil spirit round the gable ends of the houses. Then again, with a wild whistle and a rushing sound, it would sweep past the latticed windows like a wild animal seeking its prey. Occasionally there would be a lull in the tempest, and in one of these, the heavens were lit up with a flash of lightning of such power and brilliancy that all who saw it closed instantly their eyes in dismay and trembled with apprehension. Then followed thunder, thunder that shook the houses to their foundations, and boomed and rattled in the sky with so awful a sound that many of the villagers sunk upon their knees to pray, for they thought the end of the world was at hand, and they should never see the blessed sun again. Mothers clasped their screaming children to their breasts and wept in bitterness of heart. Strong men shook with fear, and when again the wind arose and, like a giant's arm, leveled hedges, trees, haystacks, and some houses, a cry of dismay arose from the villagers, and the bells were rung in the rural churches. Some screamed, some prayed, some wept and wrung their hands. All was horror, uncertainty, and despair. The storm had lasted several hours, and still the forked lightning darted in livid streaks from cloud to cloud. The awful thunder filled the air with its 100 echoes, and the wind swept over a scene of desolation, for the smiling cornfields were no more. The laden fruit trees were leveled with the soil, and many a cottage had its humble thatch torn off, and presented but its bare walls to the moaning blast. The principal fury of the land storm seemed to have been leveled at a little village which occupied the gentle slope of a beautiful and fertile valley, some few miles from Ashbit-el-Azouch, and through the lowest portion of which a branch of the river Derwent wound its serpentine course. The village was called Learmont, from the name of a noble family who, since the Norman conquest, had been the owners of the land. There was scarcely a house, from the humblest cottage to the lordly mansion of the Learmonts, which had not suffered by the hurricane, and to add to the dismay of the inhabitants, who in fear and dread had rushed from their homes, there arose about the hour of midnight the dreadful cry of fire. That fearful cry struck terror to every heart, and those who had breath to shriek joined the shout, and "Fire! Fire!" passed from mouth to mouth in all the different tones and cadences of fear and hopelessness. All uncertainty as to the precise locality of the fire was soon removed, for the flames from a large, irregular building, standing somewhat apart from the other houses, quickly marked it as the spot of the conflagration. "It's at the old smithy," cried a dozen voices. The words had scarcely passed their lips when a woman darted into the center of the throng, shrieking wildly, "Aye, it is at the old smithy. The time has come, I knew. I have told you all, you and you and you I've told. Ha, ha, ha. Heaven has at last forged a bolt for the old smithy. Do you stand aghast? Can you put out yon light? No, 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 I know you cannot. The old smithy gone at last. Ha, ha, I am happy now, you do not stir, you are right, quite right. Let him, Andrew Britton, that's his name. Let him roast and writhe in the flames. Let his skin blacken in curling lights. Let his flesh drop from him in the hissing, roaring fire. Let his bones whiten and glow and crackle into long white splinters, as they will, as I know they will. But I want to see it, my masters, I want to see it. Live, live, and shriek, Andrew Britton, till I come. Hark! Now, I hear him. Hark! Music, music, 'tis music. She was about to bound off in the direction of the blazing house, leaving her listeners aghast at her terrible denunciations, when a man of forbidding aspect and Herculean build rushed into the midst of the throng of villagers round her, and with one blow of his clenched hand struck her insensible to the earth. A cry of shame, shame, arose, and a young man stepping forward exclaimed, "Unmanly ruffian! How dared you strike the woman? You know as well as all we that she is mad. Andrew Britton, you are a coward, and well you merit your name of the savage." "Down with the savage!" cried several. "He has killed poor Mad Maud," said one. "Is she not always crying out against me?" growled the ruffian. "Is there anything too bad for the old beldame to say of me, Andrew Britton? Not dead, not dead," suddenly cried she whom the villagers called Mad Maud, springing to her feet. "Mind ye all, Andrew Britton is to die before I do. Ha, ha, not dead. To the smithy, to the smithy." She darted off in the direction of the blazing house, and, as if by one impulse, the villagers followed her, shouting, "To the smithy, to the smithy." The building, which was in flames, had at one time evidently been of a much higher character than its present appearance warranted. It consisted of a large, uninhabited house, with two wings, one of which had been converted into a smithy and was in the occupation of Andrew Britton, the smith, who stood high in favor of the then Squire Learmont, whose property the old house was. The fire was in the other wing to that which had been converted into a smithy, and when the villagers arrived they found it so enveloped in flames that any attempt to save it seemed perfectly in vain. "Blood, blood is spilling," cried Mad Maud, rushing close to the flaming building. "I heard it. A deed of blood. Hark, hark." The villagers were horror-stricken by hearing piercing shrieks coming from the interior of the burning house. "There," cried the maniac exultingly, "that's a death cry. Ha, ha, ha! Brave work, brave work. Andrew Britton, where are you?" "Here," cried the smith. "Look at me, all of you, and swear hereafter you saw me here while the murder was doing," cried Maud. "Murder?" said the villagers, as if with one voice. "Driveling idiot," roared Britton. "By—" Before the oath could escape his lips, there dashed from among the burning ruins a figure which might well strike terror into every heart. It was that of a man, but so blackened and scorched was he by the fire that he scarcely looked human. "Help! Help!" he screamed. "Murder! Murder!" Every heart was paralyzed as he dashed into the center of the throng, screaming with pain. "The child! The child!" he screamed. "The child of the dead, save her! Save her!" Many hands were immediately stretched forward to take from his arms an infant that the villagers now perceived he carried. He resigned his charge, and then flinging his arms above his head, he cried, "Save me! Save me from myself, from the glance of the dead man's eye, from blood save me. Oh, save me from conscience! The hell has begun." His last words rung faintly on the ears of the horrified crowd. For having given up the child, he then bounded onwards, and was soon lost to sight and hearing in the darkness of a plantation which grew on the border of the stream that watered the valley. Britton, the smith, glared with eyes of fury after the shrieking fugitive, then clenching his hand, he shook it wildly in the air and, breathing a bitter curse, turned from the burning portion of the house and dashed into the wing in which was the smithy. Chapter 2. The Lull of the Tempest. Morning is coming. The child of mystery, the necklace, a surprise and a disappearance, the inscription, the Lord of Learmont. The startling and singular events at the old smithy had the effect of distracting in some measure the attention of the affrighted inhabitants of Learmont from the fury of the tempest, which was still raging, although with diminished rage, around their humble dwellings. The forked lightning was not so frequent in its flashes, and the thunder seemed to be passing away in the direction of the wind. Still, it was a night of terror, and it was not until the wind had sensibly abated, and a few heavy drops of rain fell splashing upon the ground, that the peasants ventured to re-enter their dwellings, with a hope that the storm had done its worst. The child which had been brought from the burning house, in so awful and mysterious a manner, appeared to be little more than 1 year old, and it was perfectly unknown to all in the village. Neither could anyone give a guess as to who the strange man could be, who, with such frantic cries of pain and remorse, had appeared for a moment amongst them. The wing of the ancient building in which the fire had originated alone had suffered from the conflagration. It lay a heap of smoldering ruins, but the rest of the large, rambling habitation, including the smithy, was quite uninjured. The child was surrendered by common consent to the care of a kind-hearted woman by the name of Dame Tatton, who was a widow. She looked with an eye of trembling pity upon the little innocent who nestled in her bosom in sobbing fear. The little girl, for such she was, showed evidently by her attire that she had been in the care of those of a far higher rank in life than the kind-hearted, but humble cottager, who now strove to allay her childish terror. Around the neck of the infant was a small necklace of pearls, and about its attire, generally, there were ample indications of wealth. The little innocent soon sobbed itself to sleep upon the breast of Dame Tatton, and the village gossips, after resolving in the morning to go in a body to the Squire Learmont and ask his advice, or rather commands, concerning the disposal of the babe that had been so mysteriously thrown upon their hands, dispersed to seek that repose they were so much in need of. Everyone naturally thought that Andrew Britton, the smith, knew something of the mysterious man and the child, but none would venture to the dwelling of the savage, as he was generally called, to make an inquiry, for his ferocity was too well known not to be universally dreaded. The storm had nearly gone. A heavy fall of rain was splashing on the meadows and beaten down vegetation, and all was still in Learmont till the morning sun rose on the wreck which the tempest had made in the green valley that the day before was redolent of peace and plenty. Young and old then sought the cottage of Dame Tatton. They knocked at first gently, then more loudly, but no one answered. "My mind misgives me," cried the young man who had the preceding evening spoken so boldly to the smith. "My mind misgives me, but there is something wrong. Let us force the door, my masters." "Nay, Frank," said an old man. "The widow sleeps soundly after the storm. Ye are too hasty, far too hasty, Frank Hartleton." "Nay to thee," cried the impetuous youth. "'Tis but a broken panel at the utmost, and we do force the dame's door, and that we can any of us mend again. What say you, masters?" "Aye, truly," replied a little man with a red nightcap, spoken truly, most sagely spoken. "But will the squire approve of it, think ye?" suggested one. "By my shears, I thought not of that," murmured the little man who was the garment fashioner of Learmont. "Knock again," cried several. Frank Hartleton knocked loudly and shouted, Dame Tatton, I say, haste taken a sleeping draught." No voice replied. All was as still as the grave within the cottage. Frank now placed his foot against the frail door, and with one vigorous push he sent it flat upon the earthen floor of the cottage, and immediately striding over it, he entered the humble dwelling. The villagers hesitated for a moment, in order to be quite sure there was no immediate danger in following Frank Hartleton, and then they quickly thronged the little cottage, which could boast of but 2 small apartments, so that the whole interior was in a very few minutes examined. The cottage was tenantless. Dame Tatton and her infant charge had both disappeared. The simple rustics gaped at each other in speechless amazement. The bed had evidently been occupied, but there was no sign of confusion or violence. All was orderly and neat. Nothing was removed or disarranged. A canary bird was singing gaily in a wicker cage, a cat slept on the hearth, but the widow Tatton and the mysterious child, now more mysterious than ever, had both disappeared. "I cannot account for this," said Frank Hartleton. "By heavens, it's the most singular thing I ever heard of." "The place has a strange look," cried one. "A strange look," said the rest in chorus. "So indeed it has." "Strange nonsense," cried Frank. "So you are frightened all of you at an empty room, are you?" "Master Frank," suddenly shouted one, "look ye here, you were always a main scholar." Frank turned his attention to a part of the plaster wall indicated by him who spoke, and on it was traced, as if rapidly with a thumb or finger nail, these words: "Help! The squire and the savage have. And that was all. Whoever had written that hurried scrawl had not had time to finish the sentence, which would probably have thrown some light upon the inexplicable affair. "There has been some foul play, I am convinced," cried Frank. "My friends, let us go at once and confront the squire." "You need not go far, insolent hind," cried a hoarse voice, and Frank turned suddenly to where the sound proceeded from, saw Squire Learmont himself standing upon the threshold of the cottage. Squire Learmont of Learmont, only as he preferred being called, was a man far above the ordinary standard of height. His figure, however, was thin and emaciated, which, coupled with his height, gave him an ungainly appearance. His complexion was a dead white. There was nothing of the sallow or brown in it. It was ghastly white, and contrasting with his lank black hair which hung far down from his head straight and snake-like without the shadow of a curl, it had a hideous corpse-like appearance. "I am glad," said Frank when he had recovered his first surprise at the sudden appearance of Learmont. "I am glad we have not far to go, for the business is urgent." Learmont waved his hand for him to proceed. "Last night there was a storm," continued Frank. "Indeed," sneered Learmont. "That is news this morning." Frank Hartleton felt his cheek flush with color, but he controlled his passion and continued. "A wing of the old house adjoining the smithy was on fire. The house, I mean, that has been shut up so long because it is thought. Who dared think?" cried Learmont in a voice of violent anger. "Who dared think of me?" "Of you, sir." "I, who dared?" "It was of the house I spoke." But is it not my house, quibbler?" cried Learmont. "Truly, sir." "Then on with your speech, sir, and draw no inferences from idle gossips." "The wing of my house was on fire." "Enough, what followed?" "A man rushed from it in mortal agony of mind and body, carrying a child." "Well, well. That child was given to the care of Dame Tatton, who dwelt in this cottage. Now child and dame have both disappeared." "I hear," cried Learmont. "What is to be done, sir? You are the lord here." "And so, I presume," sneered Learmont, "I must charge myself to bring back every old woman who disappears from her hovel." "Here is an inscription on the wall," said Frank, "which seems to refer—" "Ah!" cried Learmont, striding forward and reading the few words that had been scratched on the wall. "Well, what then?" "That I ask you, Squire Learmont. Then I reply nothing. Will you finish that sentence?" "Certainly not." "Then what further have you to say to me?" Frank was rather confounded by the manner of the squire and was silent. "Young man," said Learmont, "your father did a service to the Learmonts." "I know it," said Frank. "In return for that service, the Learmonts gave him a patrimony and estate on the substance of which you live." "'Tis well known," cried Frank. "The service was not overpaid. My father saved your father's life." "True," sneered Learmont, "but beware." "Beware of what?" "The house that was powerful enough to make a peasant an independent man can again convert the audacious son of a peasant into a hind he should have been. Beware, I say. You know my motto." "I do. Constant till death." "Constant till death. Constant in all things, including revenge." "I scorn your threats," cried Frank. "Be it so," said Learmont, as with an angry frown he strode to the door of the cottage. He turned upon the threshold and said, "This hovel shall be closed forever. Once more I say beware." With a haughty step, he left the humble dwelling and took the road to his princely mansion. Chapter 3. 10 years have flown. The old Rose Inn, a snowstorm. Tom the factotum, an arrival to the old smithy, the mysterious stranger. 10 years had rolled away since the storm, so memorable on account of the mysterious incidents connected with it, had swept over the village of Learmont. 10 weary years to some, to others, years of sunshine and joy, but of such checkered materials are human lives. But little change had taken place in the village. Some of the aged inhabitants had dropped into the silent tomb, and some of the young had grown gray with care. Nothing, however, had occurred to cast any light upon the dark and mysterious occurrences of the well-remembered evening of the storm. The smith, Andrew Britton, still plied his hammer, and the mass of ruins which had once been the wing of the old house he inhabited still lay as they had fallen, only they were overgrown with wild weeds and coarse vegetation. The cottage of Dame Tatton remained uninhabited. for no one would live in what they considered an ill-omened and mysterious residence. It had, therefore, remained locked up since the unaccountable disappearance of its last occupant. And in course of time, the villagers began to regard it with a superstitious feeling of fear. Some even asserted that lights had been seen at night gleaming through the narrow casements. Others reported that strange sounds of pain and distress had been heard proceeding from the humble dwelling. But whether or not these sights and sounds had really attacked the senses of the inhabitants of Learmont, certain it was that the cottage began by degrees to be regarded with as much dislike and dread as the large, rambling habitation of Britain, the smith. The child, too, the infant who had been rescued from the flames, was never heard of, and the storm, the fire, the burnt and shrieking man, the child and Dame Tatton became all leading topics in the gossips of the villagers around their firesides, as well as in the old oaken parlor of the Rose. An ancient ale-house, which stood in the very center of Learmont, and had so stood for time out of mind. It was in the depth of winter, 10 years and some months after the storm, that a goodly collection of the village gossips, scandal-mongers and topers, were seated around the cheerful, crackling, blazing fire in the before-mentioned oaken parlor of the Rose. The hour was waxing late, but the room was so warm and comfortable, the ale so good, and the conversation so deeply interesting, that no one seemed inclined to move, but upon the principle of let well alone, preferred the present good quarters to a turn out in the snow. "How long has it snowed now, Tom?" said a jolly farmer-looking man, without taking the pipe from his capacious mouth. "It beginned," replied Tom the waiter, ostler, and fag in general. "It beginned at half arter 11, and here's a quarter arter 10. It's snowed all that time." "Oh, that's nothing," said an old man. 40 years ago, when I was a youngster, it used to think nothing of snowing for a week or a fortnight offhand." "Ah," said another old man, shaking his head. "Snow now isn't like the snow as used to be. It's not so white, I know, for one thing." "Mayhap, Daddy, your eyes aren't so good," said a good-looking young man who was the very picture of health and strength. "I can tell you," said the old man, with an air of indignation, "that in my days, that's my young days, everything was different, snow and all." "You may say that," remarked another. "When now shall we ever hear of a storm, such as that happened only 10 years ago, and a matter of 3 months or thereby, eh? You mean the time when savage Britain had part of his old smithy burnt?" "The fire wasn't near his smithy," said the old man. "I saw it, and I saw the mad fellow rush out with the child, too." "We shall never know the rights of that business," remarked another, "and since Frank Hartleton has gone to London, there's no chance neither. And you know who has shut himself up more than ever since? The savage." "No, not he, someone else." "The squire," said the young farmer. "I mention no names," said the old man. "Mind, I didn't say the squire shuts himself up." "Did I, Tom?" "Not at all," replied Tom. "Any ale wanted? Keep the pot a billin'." "And if you did say the squire shuts himself up," cried the young farmer, "what then? We all know he shuts himself up, and room after room has been locked up in Learmont House till it's a misery to look at the dirty windows." "That may be," said the old man, "but mind, I didn't say so. Is it snowing still, Tom?" "I believe ye," cried Tom, pulling aside a little bit of red baize that hung by the window as fast as ever. "It is a-coming now." And so it was, for the large flakes of snow fell against the window with faint blows, and as far as the eye could reach was one uninterrupted field of pure white which lent an unnatural color to the night. "I think we may venture to remark," said a little man who had hitherto sat silent in a corner next the fireplace, "that there won't be many out tonight that have got a chimney corner to crawl to." "That's uncommonly true," replied several in a breath. "Hark!" cried the young farmer. "There's the clank of Britain's hammer." "Aye, aye," said the old man, who was so careful of speech. "In the worst weather he works hardest. I hear it. I hear it, and, friends, mind, I say nothing, but where does his work come from, and when is it done? Where does it go to, eh?" "That's the thing," cried several. "You've hit the right nail on the head." "Mind, I said nothing, nothing at all," cried the old man, resuming his pipe with a self-satisfied air. "I'll say something, though," cried the young farmer. "My opinion is that he forges chains for old Nick, and some day you'll hear." Several heavy blows upon the outer door of the ale-house, which was closed to keep out the snow, stopped the young farmer in his speech and attracted the attention of the whole company. "Who's that?" said one, looking round him. "We are all here." "House! House!" cried a deep, hoarse voice from without, and the blows on the door continued. "Tom! Tom!" screamed the landlady, Mrs. Fairclough, who was a buxom widow, fat, fair, and 50. "Tom, you idle vagabond, don't you hear? There's someone knocking. If it's a tramper, tell him this is no house for him." Tom, with a knowing wink, proceeded to the door, and, in a few moments, ushered into the warm parlor a tall man who was so covered with snow that it was difficult to make out what rank in life his appearance indicated. He cast a hurried and uneasy glance round him as he entered the parlor, and then, taking a chair in silence, he turned to Tom and said in a tremulous voice, "Brandy, if you please." "Shall I take your hat and dry it by the kitchen fire?" said Tom. "No," replied the stranger. I must not stay long." So saying, he turned his chair so as to leave his face very much in the shade and sat perfectly silent. "A rough night, sir," remarked the young farmer. Yes, remarkably fine," replied the stranger. "Fine? Oh, the snow, you mean?" "Yes, very rough indeed. I beg your pardon." The company looked very eagerly at each other, and then at the abstracted stranger in great wonderment and intense curiosity. Tom now entered with the brandy. The stranger eagerly clutched the little pewter measure in which it was brought and tossed off its contents at once. Then he drew a long breath, and turning to Tom, he said, "Stay, I want to know." "What?" said Tom, as the man paused a moment. "Is Andrew Britton still alive?" "Yes," said Tom. "And does he," continued the man, "does he still live at the old place?" "The old smithy?" "Yes. Oh, yes, he lives there still." And is the squire alive?" "Ah, to be sure, the smith," said the young farmer. "Still lives, sir, in his old place, part of which was burnt down 10 years ago or more." "10 years," murmured the stranger. "Yes, the night there was a storm." The stranger rose, saying, "Indeed, you talk of a storm as if there never had been but one." So saying, he threw down a shilling to Tom and hastily left the room. The occupants of the parlor looked at each other in silence, and those who had pipes smoked away at such speed that in a few moments the room was full of dense blue vapor. Chapter 4. The Old Smithy. A Lone Man. The Alarm. The Mysterious Conference. Guilt and Misery. It was the hammer of the smith which had sounded on the night air, and the clangor of which had reached the ears of the frequenters of the snug oaken parlor of the Rose Inn. The smithy was of great extent, for it occupied nearly the whole ground floor of the wing of the dilapidated mansion in which Britton resided. There were about the stained windows and carved oaken chimney-piece ample evidences of ancient grandeur in the place, and it was not a little singular to notice the strange effect produced by the mixture of the rude implements of the smith with the remains of the former magnificence of the ancient hall. A blazing fire was roaring on the hearth, and by it stood Andrew Britton, the smith, or the savage, as he was called, in consequence of the known brutality of his disposition. There was no other light in the large apartment but what proceeded from the fire, and as it flared and roared up the spacious chimney, it cast strange shadows on the dusky walls, and lit up the repulsive countenance of the smith with unearthly-looking brilliancy. A weighty forge hammer was in his hand, and he was busily turning in the glowing embers a piece of iron upon which he had been operating. "Curses on his caution," he muttered, as if following up some previous train of thought. "And yet without the work, I think I might go mad, drink and work. Thus pass my days, I and my nights too. He is right there, I should go mad without the work. I drink till my brain feels hot and scorching, then this relieves me, this hammer, and I fancy as I bring it clashing down upon the anvil that, ha, that someone's head is underneath it. And most of all is it rare and pleasant to imagine it is head, who turned a cowardly craven when he had work to do which required a cool head and a quick hand. Curses on him, curses." He lifted the immense hammer which no ordinary man could have wielded, and brought it down upon the anvil with so stunning a sound that it awakened startling echoes all over the old house. Suddenly, the smith stood in the attitude of attention, for as the sounds he had himself produced died away, he fancied there mingled with them a knocking at the door of the smithy. For a few moments he listened attentively, and then became confirmed in his opinion that someone was knocking at his door. "A visitor to me," he muttered. "And at this hour? Well, well, be it whom it may, he shall enter. Whether he goes forth again or not is another consideration. Men call me a savage. Let those beware who seek my den." He walked to the door of the smithy, and removing an iron bar which hung across it, he flung it wide open, saying, "Who knocks at Andrew Britton's door?" The mysterious stranger who had created so much sensation at the Rose stood on the threshold. His form was clearly defined upon the snow, and the smith started as he said, "Andrew Britton, do you know me?" "Know you?" said Britton. "Aye, look at me." The man took off his hat as he spoke, and stood in the full glare of the flickering firelight. A dark scowl came over the brow of the smith, and he still continued silent while the man repeated, "Andrew Britton, do you know me?" "Know you?" cried Britton, with a voice of rage almost goaded to fury. "Yes, I do know you, robber, thief, paltry wretch that had not courage." "Hush, Andrew Britton," said the stranger. "I have traveled many weary miles to visit thee. From the moment that a stranger told me that the clank of your hammer still sounded through the village of Learmont, I guessed how you had been requited. I resolved to seek you and tell you how to better your condition. I am here with such a purpose. Am I welcome? Or shall I turn from your door in anger, Andrew Britton? Speak at once." Owing to the position in which the man stood, the red glare of the smith's fire fell full upon his working features, and after regarding them attentively for some moments, Britton spoke in a calmer tone than he had used before. "I think I understand you now," he said. "Come in, come in." "One word before I accept your hospitality," said the stranger. "Such conversation as ours," remarked the smith, "is safest carried on within. But what I have to say is safest said now, and more to the purpose, as I stand here upon your threshold." "Say on," cried Britton impatiently. "'Tis 3 days' journey by the quickest conveyances, and the nearest road to where I have hidden my head for 10 years. 10 weary years. In my chamber lies a sealed packet, on which is written the date of my departure, and accompanying it are these words: If I return not, or send no message with assurance of my safety by the time 8 days have expired, take this packet to the nearest justice and bid him open and read its contents." The dark countenance of the smith turned to a pallid hue as the stranger spoke, and his gigantic frame perceptibly trembled as he said in a low, husky whisper, "And that packet contains a confession. You are cautious, but you were safe without so deeply laid a plan." "I may have been. Nay, I think I should have been safe when I explained to you, Britton, the motive of my journey hither, but the mind is never so free to act as when safety is doubly assured." Come in," said Britton. "The night air is chilling, and the snow flakes dash upon the floor." "Come in at once." "Freely," said the stranger, stepping into the smith's strange abode. Britton carefully barred the door, and without speaking for a few moments, he threw coals upon his forge fire and stirred up the glowing embers until a cheerful blaze of light illuminated the whole interior of the smithy. The stranger, from the moment of his entrance, had fixed his eyes upon a large oaken door at the further end of the ancient hall, and he continued to gaze at it, as if under the influence of some fascination which he could not resist. "Britton," he said at length, while a shudder for one instant convulsed his frame, "have you ever passed through that door since the night of the storm?" said Britton. "Yes, I have passed through it. You are bold." "I had a motive, and since your candor has been such as to tell me of that little contrivance of yours about the packet you have left with such urgent directions, I will tell you my motive, and we shall better understand our relative situations." "What was the motive?" "Can you form no guess?" "I cannot. How should I, Britton? Did you lose nothing 10 years since?" Yes, I did lose a knife, but not here, not here." "You did lose it here. And you found it, good Britton, and will give it to me. 'Twas an old keepsake from a friend." "You will give it to me, Andrew Britton?" Ha, laughed the smith in his discordant manner. "You know the mind is free when safety is doubly secured." The knife," cried the stranger earnestly. My name is, on the handle, added Britain, which makes it all the more valuable. You say it was a keepsake, it shall be a keepsake still. I will keep it for my own sake. I would not barter it for its worth in gold. Perhaps you have not got it. Do not please yourself with such a supposition, I will show it to you. Britain walked to an old press which stood in an obscure and dark corner of the room, and then returned with a large knife in his hand, the blade of which opened and remained fast by touching a spring. "Do you know that?" he said, holding it to the eyes of his visitor. The man groaned. "Give it to me. Oh, give it to me, Britain," he said. "No," said the smith. "You have taught me a lesson. I shall write a confession and wrap it round this knife with ample directions to the nearest justice in case anything should happen to me. Do you understand, my friend?" The man's lips became white with fear, and he faltered. If you will not give it me, take it away, out of my sight with it. It makes my blood curdle in my veins, and a cold perspiration hangs upon my brow. Curses, curses, that I should have come thus far to be so tortured." "Nay," said the smith in a tone of sneering exultation, "you shall be convinced. Look at that name upon the blood-stained haft." "Away, away with it," shrieked the stranger, covering his eyes with his hands. "Joseph Gray," said Britain, reading the name on the knife. "Ha, ha. Master Gray, is not this a damning evidence? Away, I say, O God, take it away." "Nay, your curiosity shall be amply satisfied," continued the smith, approaching his mouth closer to the ear of him who we shall henceforth call Gray. "It was a week before even I, savage Britain as they call me, ventured to unbar that door, and when I did it was at midnight." Gray shook with emotion and groaned deeply. "I knew the spot," continued Britain, and he lowered his voice to a whisper, while deep sighs of anguish burst from the laboring breast of his listener. The snow pattered against the windows of the smithy. A howling wind swept round the ruined pile of building, and not more wild and awful was the winter's storm without than the demoniac passions and fearful excitement of those two men of blood who conversed in anxious whispers in the old smithy, until the gray tints of morning began to streak with sober beauty the eastern sky. Chapter 5. The morning, a visit, blasted hopes, the arranged meeting, the packet, and the knife. The snowstorm had ceased, and a clear cold winter's sun rose upon Learmont, making even stern winter look most beautiful. The snow hung in sparkling masses upon every tree and shrub, and in the valley where the village nestled, it was in some places many feet in depth. The little streamlet which ran through the village in the summer time, with a happy murmuring sound, was now still and voiceless, and scarcely to be distinguished from the surrounding land. Curling masses of dense smoke arose from the chimneys of the thatched cottages. The robin sang his plaintive ditty on the window-sills, and occasionally might be seen a group of children with their scanty garments repairing to the frozen stream to gambol on its slippery surface. Far above every other habitation in the place towered the feudal residence of the Learmonts. It was an ancient residence built in Gothic style of architecture, and its blackened walls and time-worn towers looked more than usually stern and desolate now, that they were contrasted with the pure white patches of snow that had lodged on every projecting stone and window ledge. In a chamber situated nearly in the very center of the mansion, the windows of which were provided with painted blinds, representing the most beautiful and glowing Arcadian landscapes, and the temperature of which was raised fully to that of summer, sat the same tall, dark-browed man, who 10 years before had visited the deserted hovel of the widow Tatton. Time had not swept harmlessly over Squire Learmont. His raven locks were largely mixed with hoary gray. The deep olive of his complexion had given way to a sickly sallow tint, which was peculiarly disagreeable to look upon. But in all other respects, the man was the same. There was the same contemptuous curl of the lip, the same angry contraction of the brow, and the same ever-shifting glance and restlessness of manner, which betokened a heart ill at ease with itself. An open letter lay before him which he occasionally referred to, as if to guide the wandering current of his thoughts, and after perusing several times he rose from his seat, and for a time walked backwards and in the room in silence. Then he spoke in indistinct and muttered sentences. Surely, he muttered, I may at last venture to enjoy what I have plunged so deeply to obtain. What a vast accumulation of wealth have I not now in my grasp, and shall I longer hesitate? Have I not now the means to sit down by royalty and outvie its grandeur? I have ample. Again let me raid the dear assurance of unbounded wealth. Truly, this money scrivener has done his duty with the large sums I have entrusted to his care. Let me see. He stood by the table and again perused the letter in an audible voice. Noble and honored sir, agreeable to your most kind instructions, I send an account of the disposal of all the moneys from time to time entrusted by your most noble worship, to the care of your most humble servant. Your honor will perceive by the annexed schedule that like a river augmented by 1,000 little streams, your honor's real property has swollen to nearly 1,000,000 sterling. 1,000,000, cried Learmont, drawing himself up to his full height and casting a flashing glance around him. 1,000,000 pieces of those golden slaves that are ever ready to yield enjoyment. 1,000,000 of those glittering sprites which are more powerful than the genii of old romance. Can I not now triumph? What refinement of life, what exquisite enjoyments can now be denied to me? The door now softly opened, and an old servant appeared. What now? Cried Learmont abruptly. Britton the smith comes for your worship's orders, said the servant. A gloom spread itself over the countenance of Learmont. Show him this way, he said as he sank into a chair with his back to the light. He brings one with him too who craves to see your worship. No, no, cried Learmont, springing to his feet. 'Tis false, false as hell. Has he dared to the villain? His own destruction is as certain. The domestic looked amazed, but before he could make any remark, Britton the smith, accompanied by Jacob Gray, stood on the threshold of the door. The hand of Learmont was plunged deep beneath the breast of his coat as he said, Well, what, who is that? A friend, said Britton in a low voice. For a moment Learmont regarded the face of the smith with attentive earnestness, and then slowly withdrawing his hand, which had doubtless clasped some weapon of defense, he said to the servant, Leave the room. Well, Britton, I am glad you have come about the steel gauntlets. Leave the room, I say. The servant, who had lingered from curiosity, reluctantly left and closed the door. His curiosity, however, was far from satisfied, and after lingering a moment or two, he fairly knelt down outside the door and placed his ear as flat against the keyhole as it was possible so to do. A confused murmur of voices was all that, by his utmost exertions, he could hear. A plague on them, he muttered. If they would but get in a passion now and speak loud. His wish was gratified, for at the moment Learmont's voice rose above its ordinary pitch as he said, £1,000 upon the assurance of the fact, beyond a doubt. The reply was too indistinct to hear, much to the torture of the servants, and in another moment his curiosity received a disagreeable check by his master exclaiming, I'll get it, and return to you immediately. And before Oliver, which was the old domestic's name, could rise from his knees, the door opened, and his master nearly fell over him on the threshold. Ha, cried Learmont, drawing back. Fool, you have ensured your destruction. Mercy, sir, oh mercy, cried the old man. Learmont took a sword from a corner of the room and unsheathed it. Hold, sir, a moment, said Gray. I do not think it possible he could hear much. Doddard, cried Learmont to the trembling Oliver, what could induce you to throw away the remnant of your worthless life by such folly? Oh, sir, I heard nothing. I know nothing, cried the old man. I was only passing the door to go to the picture gallery and stooped to pick up a nail, that's all, upon my word, sir. Where is the nail? Said the smith. Here, said Oliver, pointing to the oaken floor. I thought it was loose, but found it fast. It matters not, said Learmont, suddenly casting the sword from him. I don't like even the most trifling affairs to be pried into, but since you know all, Oliver, will you assist us? Sir, I am at your service, said Oliver. But on my soul, I heard nothing but your honor say you would get something. Pooh, pooh, cried Learmont. I forgive thee listening. Would money tempt you, Oliver? To what, sir? Said Oliver, with such a look of real innocence that Learmont turned aside, saying, Enough, he knows nothing. Begone. With precipitation, the old servant left the apartment, and when he was fairly gone, Learmont turned to his visitors and said, "Rest quiet till tonight. I will then meet you at the smithy." "That may scarcely be," said the smith. "For this gentleman, this considerate Master Gray, must get hence again with all expedition." "There will be time, then," said Gray, "and a day to spare." "Be it so, then," said the smith. "Tonight at the smithy," again said Learmont. "At what hour?" "After midnight." "I will tap thrice at your door. Reflect upon my offer, Gray. 'Tis a large sum." Gray turned his small, cunning eyes upon Learmont as he replied, "There is an old fable of the goose and the golden eggs. You cannot expect me to kill my goose so soon." "Nor can you expect me to comply constantly with extortionate demands," replied Learmont, trembling with passion. "We will settle all tonight," said the smith. "Do not fail us, sir." "Be assured I will not. But recollect, I come to purchase the silence, not of a well-kept secret, but of the grave." They parted, and once again the squire of Learmont was alone with his own thoughts. He threw himself into a chair with a deep groan, saying, "There must be more blood, ere I can dream of safety." Chapter 6. Night again. The ruins, the conference, the old oaken door, the resolve. Great was the surprise in the village of Learmont at the non-appearance of the stranger who had arrived during the snow-storm at the village. He had been seen with the smith proceeding to Learmont House, but that one should willingly take up even a day residence with savage Britain at the old smithy was quite beyond the comprehension of the simple villagers. But such appeared, however, to be the fact, for everyone was confident the stranger had not left Learmont, so it was quite clear he was with the smith. Such was the terror which Britain and his house were held in that none ventured to go sufficiently near it to ascertain the fact, and the day passed away in endless conjectures as to what the stranger could by possibility want at Learmont, first with the smith, and then with the squire. Night came without in the least assuaging the general curiosity, or adding any new food to it, and as the sun sunk in the far west, and the cold evening wind swept moaning and sighing among the leafless trees, the heavy clank of the smith's hammer was heard as usual at intervals till near midnight. Then, when the clock in the high tower of Learmont struck 12, a tall figure enveloped in an ample cloak stalked through the village and took the direct route to the old smithy. The night had set in very dark. There was no moonlight, for masses of heavy clouds obscured its light, although it was nearly at the full, and the long, straggling building, one wing of which was inhabited by the smith, showed but faintly against the black sky. The squire of Learmont, for it was he who at the silent hour of midnight had stolen out to keep his appointment, paused when he reached the wing of the house which had been burnt down on the night of the storm, and the crumbling ruins of which remained by his orders just as they had fallen. A shudder came over his frame as he regarded them, and he muttered, Dare I leave this spot with the knowledge of what it conceals? And yet, I am surely safe now. If these men, these tools by which I have hewn my path to wealth, if these could be safely disposed of, then, then, I might know peace. At least this anxious fever of wild apprehension that gnaws at my heart would subside, and if I had a pang, it would be for the past and not from a dread of that which was to come. He folded his cloak closer around him, and with hasty steps passed onwards to the smithy. Thrice he struck the heavy door with the hilt of his sword, and in a moment the smith's voice from within called loudly, "Who knocks?" "Learmont," was the answer. The door was flung open, and the squire stood as the stranger had stood the preceding evening in the glare of the fire from the smithy. "You are punctual, sir," said Gray, advancing with an air of mock ceremony. Learmont waved his hand in reply and stalked into the old hall. "Now," he said when Britain had barred the door, "I am here. Make your proposition." "Are you not afraid, sir?" sneered Gray. "To trust your worshipful person alone with two such old acquaintances?" "No," answered Learmont fearlessly. "I know you both too well. You calculate. My life is valuable to you. My death, in the accomplishment of which you might get some chance injury yourselves, would be a perfectly gratuitous act." "Enough of this folly," growled Britain. "Let us to business." "I persevere then in my offer," said Learmont with a slight trembling of his voice. £1,000. The smith was silent, but Gray spoke. "We have decided, worshipful sir," he said, "and your decision is this. We think, with your worship, that London is the most delightful of cities, and we purpose to follow you thither, to live ever near you, and to trust to your liberality for our wants." For a moment it seemed, by the convulsive working of the countenance of Learmont, that he was about to burst into an uncontrollable fit of passion. But if such was his feeling, he succeeded in suppressing it, and replied with an affectation of calmness. "Preposterous. You must think me weak, indeed, to be thus dictated to, Master Gray." "Then I must to London," said Gray, "and my only regret is that I have wasted valuable time." "Look ye, Squire Learmont," said Britton, folding his huge arms across his breast and glaring with his ferocious eyes in the face of his patron. "I was to have been well paid for a black job. You know I have been ill paid, on the plea that it was not completed. I have constantly supplied your wants," said Learmont, shrinking under the savage gaze of the smith. "I have not starved, truly," continued Britton, "but now I will have wealth." "Wealth? How can I divide sufficient among us three to make you wealthy?" "Master Gray," continued Britton, "has a ready wit, and the news he brings shall enrich us. If I absolutely refuse, then we bargain for impunity for the past while we denounce me." "Exactly. And to what extent, most considerate gentlemen, do you contemplate making me your banker? More or less as the case may be," said Gray, "but we will be moderate in a gentlemanly way. Eh, Britton?" "Certainly," growled Britton with the laugh of a hyena. The sum, said Learmont impatiently. £500 each as a start," said Jacob Gray with the most unblushing effrontery. "Enormous," cried Learmont. "As you please, sir. Our conference then is over." "Britton, answer me one question," said the squire. "A dozen, if you please," replied the smith. "Have you been through that doorway since—" "I have, Squire Learmont." "And in what state?" "Can you venture to look for yourself?" said the smith with a sneer. Learmont hesitated and then said, "I can. Give me a light." The smith lit a lamp and handed it to the squire along with a key. "Can you give me any directions?" said Learmont. "Take the second passage to your right and look closely on the ground as you go on." Learmont took the lamp and advanced to the old oaken door. His hand trembled as he turned the rusty lock, and in another moment he had passed through and was lost to the sight of the Confederates in the smithy. In less than 2 minutes he returned and staggered to a seat. "You have seen it," said Britton. "No," answered Learmont. I thought I had the nerve, but for my life I could not proceed 3 steps in that awful place." "Do you consent now to our conditions?" asked Gray. "Who has the papers?" "I," replied Britton. "And I a more dreaded secret," still whispered Gray. I consent," said Learmont. "I consent." Chapter 7, The Conference Continued. Mutual security, the oaken door, and the strange appearance. Mysteries thicken. For several minutes, neither of the 3 men whose crimes had brought them into such strange fellowship spoke. They regarded each with the most strange and mixed emotions. Upon the face of the haughty lord of Learmont were pride, hate, and fear, each struggling for mastery. The smith looked, as he always looked, brutally ferocious. But upon this occasion there was an air of exultant villainy upon his swarthy visage, which made him like a fiend in human shape. Gray, the cautious and politic villain, with just sufficient relenting in his cold heart to make him stop short at the consummation of some dark deed, while he waded recklessly through all the preliminary proceedings to it. He, too, wore a triumphant look. But it was one strangely mingled with suspicion and doubt whether or not some sudden occurrence would damp his joy and turn his self-congratulations to laments. He was the first to break the silence. "Had we not now better separate?" he said. "We can see you on the morrow, squire." "There is yet one thing which remains to be considered," said Learmont in a low voice. "What is that?" cried the smith. "When we are all gone, may not someone's curiosity be prompted to visit this house?" "That is true," said Gray, turning pale. "If they do," cried Britton. "They shall find nothing. I will see to that." "Let it be so, then," said Learmont, rising. "Before we separate now," interposed Gray, "there is one thing which we should all feel thoroughly assured, and that is that our mutual safety depends upon our mutual preservation. That is, I mean, If one falls, the others are in danger. We understand that, most politic Master Gray, sneered Learmont as he clasped his cloak preparatory to leaving the smithy. Perhaps not fully, said Gray. I am sure not fully, cried Britain with a hoarse laugh. I have a hold upon our good friend the squire, which I will not even trust to the good keeping of Master Jacob Gray. Ha! Cried Learmont, turning ghastly pale. What mean you? This way, said the smith, beckoning the squire to the further end of the apartment. Learmont obeyed the invitation, and whatever was the communication he received, it was conveyed very briefly, for he suddenly exclaimed, Enough, enough, and strode to the door. Your worshipful squireship, said Gray, will always please to recollect that my little packet that is at home would be an exceedingly awkward revelation should anything happen to me. Hear me, both of you, cried Learmont, turning with flashing eyes upon the two men who so mocked him with their power. I admit that you both possess secrets that would prove my destruction, I my death. We do understand one another, and we may as well speak openly. What you would say is this, Jacob Gray, that I dare not for my own safety take your vile life. And you the same, Britain. You have me in your toils, I grant it. There needs no insinuations. We have waded through too much blood to feel any delicacy of speech towards each other. You have power, but beware how you use it, or you will rouse a devil that you cannot quell again. Be moderate and faithful, and it will not be worth my while to seek for safe means for your destruction. Drive me too far, and you perish, though I call on hell to aid me. So saying, without waiting for an answer, he strode from the smithy with his face distorted by passion, leaving the two confederates, who had not expected such a burst of fury, abashed, even in spite of their deep villainies and abounding craft. Gray, said the smith after a few moments' silence. Jacob Gray started and cried, What shall we do now? Squire Learmont is a man of wild passion. What is his wild passion to us? Said Britain. We have the means of stripping him of his wealth and leading him to a scaffold. But you forget, Master Britain, that upon that same scaffold you and I would be accommodated with prominent situations. Pshaw, cried the smith. That is a thought that does not haunt me. We are as adventurous miners, Gray, who have suddenly hit upon a vein of wealth, which it requires but ordinary skill to work to our mutual profit. True, said Gray, and we will work it, always my friend, Britain, remembering that we are so situated that we stand or fall together. Agreed, cried the smith. If I fall, I care not who stands, only thus much I will take pains to do, drag all I can within the sphere of my own ruin. You are very considerate, said Gray. And now you must recollect that my absence from London must be limited. There is danger in a longer stay. Away, then, with you at once. What? Leave Learmont with nothing but sounding promises and an empty purse? No, Britain, I must again see Squire Learmont before I take my leave of this place, which I hate. True, said the smith. And before you go, there is another small matter in which I claim your assistance. What is that? Beyond that ancient door is a sight which must be placed beyond human recognition. Gray turned ghastly pale as he said, Britain, your nerves are strong. You will feel little in disposing securely of whatever is there that would blast the gaze of another. Jacob Gray, said Britain in a determined tone, you share the advantages. You have by your cunning so hedged yourself in with precautions, that even I, feel how impolitic it would be to scatter your brains with yon forge-hammer. Gray started to his feet as he exclaimed, You surely did not mean to murder me. I did, roared the smith. And now, Jacob Gray, we understand each other, and you know you are safe with me. But I will have no flinching. There is a work to be performed which you shall aid in, although you shrink from it as you would from the mouth of hell. If it turn your blood to liquid flame, you shall do it. If your reason fail you at the ghastly sight, for ghastly it is, you shall do it. Nay, should you die in gasping terror and involve me and Learmont in one common destruction by the wily narrative you have left in London, you shall do it. Spare me, said Gray. Ha, ha, laughed the smith with a discordant yell that echoed through the lofty hall. Spare you, spare Jacob Gray. I implore you, cried Gray, spare me this task and I will pay you handsomely. You forget, said Britain, that I have a better filled purse than yours to apply to. I love money because it is enjoyment and power, but I have my fancies, and one of them is that you shall do your full share of this necessary work. Your safety, as well as mine, demands that it should be done. Any prying rustic who could so far call upon his curiosity as to master his fears and penetrate from this hall through yon door would find food for gossip and inquiry. That would raise a spirit even all the wealth of Learmont could not quell. It must be done, I say, and by the infernal powers you shall do it. Gray shuddered, and he said in a low voice, "When shall we again see Learmont?" "By the morning's light," answered the smith. "I will take you to the mansion by a secret means known only to myself. You can then procure the means you immediately require. He dare not refuse you, and post-horses will carry you to London in ample time to take possession of the little document you have so providentially left behind you." "Yes, yes," said Gray. "Oh, yes, there will be time, and Britain, I will hand to you one half of the sum that I procure from Learmont's fears if you will do this work that must be done alone." "No," cried Britain. "100 times no. The world's wealth, Jacob Gray, should not tempt me to let you off." He took a flambeau from a corner as he spoke, and lighting it by the forge fire, he held it high above his head, and while its flickering light cast many dancing shadows upon the time-blackened walls of the old smithy, he pointed to the oaken door and exclaimed to the trembling Gray, "Come now at once. 'Tis a work should be done at such an hour as this." "Mercy, mercy," cried Gray, clasping his hands. Rare sport, shouted the smith in an ecstasy of mirth. "Come on. Britain, you do not mean it, I beseech, I implore." "Come on," roared the smith. "On my knees, I beg, coward. Come on. I could revile thee, trembling wretch, but that it delights my very soul to see you suffer such mortal agony. Come on, you knew him once. Come on, I say, and see if you could recognize him now." Holding the torch in one hand, so as to throw a red glare of light over the vast apartment, the smith clutched with the other the trembling companion of his guilt, and dragged him with irresistible force towards the oaken door. In vain did Gray beseech for mercy. In vain did he beg and implore and pray to be released. And now they reached the door, and he clung to the damp wall and screamed, but the smith heeded him not. He answered him but with shouts and wild laughter, and lifting his foot he, with one heavy kick, dashed the door open. About 2 paces within the entrance stood a figure, tall and erect. The glare from the torch fell upon it for one moment. With a shriek of the most horrifying description, Gray fell insensible to the ground, and even the iron nerves of the smith were shaken. The flambeau dropped from his hand, and with a cry of surprise and horror he rushed from the spot, trampling in his way upon the prostrate form of Gray, nor stopping till he stood at the further end of the now gloomy hall with the outer door in his hand. Chapter 8. The Mansion. Offers of Magnitude. The Double Plot. Who, or what the form was that so unexpectedly met the terrified gaze of the savage smith, and his more nervous and timid companion in the old smithy, we must leave to be discovered in the progress of our eventful and strange narrative. By the first gray tint of morning light, there sat 3 persons in a small room of the mansion of Learmont. They were the smith, Gray, and the squire himself. A quantity of money lay upon the table before them, upon which Gray's eyes were fixed with eager expression. The smith was evidently not indifferent to the sparkling treasure before him, but he did not exhibit his feelings so openly as Jacob Gray, while the Lord of Learmont himself sat with his back to the dim light in moody silence. "I shall be off," cried Gray, "before another cock can proclaim the day is coming." Learmont merely inclined his head. "And I," said Britain, "leave here for London in the course of the day." "Once more," said Learmont in a deep hollow voice, "once more I offer you the large sum I have mentioned if you will accede to my 2 propositions." "No, sir," replied Gray, "I say no." "And you, Britain?" "I say no likewise," replied the smith. "I double my offer," cried Learmont. "Double," echoed Gray. "I double. Let me but be sure that he is no more, and upon your arrival in any part of America you may choose, you will find an order there for the amount." "No, no," cried Britain. "'Tis a large sum, a very large sum," murmured Gray. "Hark ye, cried Learmont, his face glowing with excitement. "Hark ye! Your presence will be my curse. Every time I see you will blast my eyes with the remembrance of what I intend to forget in the vortex of pleasure. My double offer amounts to no less a sum than 2,000 pounds to each of you. Once more I raise your price, I will make those sums 3,000 each." "It is useless," said Britain. "A night at the gaming table, and we are beggars again. No, Learmont, there is nothing like a constant resource." "Very true," said Gray. "That is exceedingly true. Besides, my feelings would not allow me to take the life of your feelings," cried Learmont. "Wretch! If among us three there be one more doubly damned by crime than another, that one is Jacob Gray. If there be one villain more coldly calculating than another, it is thou. Talk of thy feelings. Thou sneaking ruffian, thou shrinking cutthroat." The smith threw himself back in his chair and burst into a peal of uproarious laughter. "Capital! Oh, capital!" he cried. "That's you, good politic Master Gray. Ho! Ho! How well we all understand each other. There are no needless delicacies. Ho! Ho! Ho!" Gray rose from his chair without saying a word, but his very lips were pale with suppressed rage. He hastily collected the money that lay before him, and having bestowed it away in safety, he cast a malignant scowl upon Learmont and said, "We shall meet again soon, sir, when, should you happen to raise your voice due high, there may be listeners who will say we judge of Learmont by his company. Now to London." So saying, without waiting for a reply, he left the room. The dark eyes of the squire of Learmont flashed with rage as Gray gave utterance to this taunt, and when the last echo of his retreating footsteps had died away, Britain broke the silence that ensued by saying, "Yon knave knows his power." "Aye, does he?" cried Learmont, striking the table with his clenched hand. "But we, Britain, are not altogether powerless." "What can we do?" said the smith. "Jacob Gray and his secret must perish together." "With all my heart, squire, but the fellow's caution is so excessive that we are more interested in his preservation than his destruction." "True," replied Learmont. "His caution is great, as you say, but there are times when the most cautious are off their guard. Remember this, Britain, that every guinea that finds its way into the purse of Jacob Gray is a guinea torn from you." "I know it," cried the smith, "and I would have scattered his brains upon the hearthstone of the old smithy, but that he averred he had taken the precaution of leaving the written statement of all he knew at home, to be opened if he returned not within a given time, and although I doubted that he had done so, even to the verge of positive disbelief, yet was the risk too great, and I let him live." "For a time, only for a time," said Learmont. A grim smile crossed the face of Britain as he said, "Should Jacob Gray die suddenly and leave no trace behind him, shall I be entitled to the whole of what is now divided?" "You shall," cried Learmont eagerly. "Assure me of the death of this man, who from my soul I abhor, and I will add to rather than diminish the sum, which will now be divided between you, and further, mark me, Master Britain. Should you find it in your way to dispose quietly and surely of that one being who stands between me and the assurance of my safety." "You mean the boy?" "I do." "It would be worth a large price, Squire Learmont, to rid you of Jacob Gray, the boy, and place in your hands the document which the wily Jacob has composed." "It would be worth a price," cried Learmont. "So high a price that, Britain, you should yourself name it, and then, be it what it might, couple it with but the condition that you leave England forever, and it is yours." "'Tis a tempting offer," said the smith. "I mean it to be such," replied Learmont. "Insinuate yourself, Britain, into the confidence of this man, Gray. Steal his very heart's inmost secrets. Make common cause with him. Get inmates at his home, and then take some propitious moment to possess yourself of his written confession, if he have really produced one, and crush him at a blow. I should name thousands as the price of such a piece of work," said the smith. "Name thousands, if you will. You shall have them." "Agreed, then, Squire Learmont, I accept the work. We shall meet in London. Yes, in London. And in the meantime these shining pieces will make a gentleman of Britain the smith," said the ruffian as he took from the table a number of gold pieces. "Fare you well, squire. You are liberal at last." "Farewell," said Learmont. "Tomorrow evening I shall be in London. and I likewise. Whenever I seek your worship's presence, I will send a message to you in these words, a message from the old smithy. A dark scowl passed over the face of Learmont, but before he could object to the passwords which the brutal smith had adopted, he had left the room, and the wealthy but ill-at-ease owner of Learmont and its huge possessions was left to the communion of his own brooding thoughts. For a time he sat in silence with his head resting upon his hand. Then he rose and paced the apartment with unequal strides, muttering to himself in disjointed sentences. "Yes, yes," he said, "this is politic, most politic. If Britain can be so far wrought upon by his love of gold as to destroy this Jacob Grey and bring me his written confession, all will be well. Ha! Ha! Good Master Britain, I will be well prepared for thee on that auspicious and eventful day. You shall have your reward. You shall assure me, convince me, past a doubt, that I am rid of Grey, and then a dagger shall be found to reach your own heart. 'Tis well, exceedingly well. These knaves will destroy each other in this way. Britain destroys Grey, and I destroy Britain, so all will be well. That child will then be innoxious. No one can know who it is. It will be a child of mystery, and if I, in my abundant charity, support it, my praises will be in the mouths of all good men. By the fiends! It shall be my slave, shall tend me, wait upon my every nod and beck. What a glorious revenge! Let me consider. Those papers which Britain says he has, and which he likewise asserts prove me, what? Illegitimate? I know I am illegitimate, but is there proof, and has he such proof? Let me recollect what he said, that Grey had taught him more craft, and he took care of the papers he had. Yes, that was it. Shall I employ Grey to do by Britain even as I have urged Britain to do by Grey? I will, it is a masterstroke. I cannot well deal with the two, but whichever succeeds in being the destroyer of the other will, at least, rid me of one half my trouble. It shall be so, it shall be so. So saying, with a smile of anticipated triumph in his face, Learmont left the room. Chapter 9. London in 1742. Grey's home. The child, the voice of conscience, a visit. The course of our narrative compels us now to leave the little village of Learmont and all its mysteries to direct the reader's attention to the great metropolis. Not as it is now, crowded with costly buildings, and its shops vying with palaces in splendor, but as it was 100 years since, before Regent Street was thought of, and when we were still enjoying that piece of wisdom of our dear ancestors, which induced them to make every street as narrow as possible, every house as dark as possible, and everything as inconvenient as possible. In a long, narrow street, which began somewhere about where the county fire office now stands, and terminated heaven knows where, inasmuch as it branched off into 1,000 intricacies of lanes, courts, and alleys, there stood one house in particular to which we wish to call attention. It was a narrow, gloomy-looking habitation, and stood wedged in between two shops of very questionable character. The person who rented this house was a Mistress Bridget Strangeways, and she did not belie her name, for her ways were strange indeed. This lady, from courtesy, professed to be a widow, and she gained a very comfortable subsistence by letting to anybody and everybody the various furnished apartments in her house, with the curious collection of lodgers which Mrs. Strangeways had in her house on the occasion to which we refer, namely, the winter of 1742, we have little or nothing to do. The only one of her lodgers to whom we shall at present introduce the reader was sitting alone in a back room boasting but a few comforts, and the walls of which were of a deep brown color from age. Still, if the furniture and appointments of the room were few, mean, and scanty, everything was arranged with great neatness and order. The hearth was cleanly swept, the little fire that blazed in the small grate was carefully tended, the windows were scrupulously clean, and it was clear that the most had been made of the scanty means of comfort which the place afforded. Seated in a high-backed, ancient-looking chair was a boy reading. His face was inclined towards his book, and a mass of raven curls, which he held from covering his face with his hand, fell, however, sufficiently over his countenance to hide it from observation. His figure was slight in the extreme, and the long tapered fingers which held back the tresses of his hair were exquisitely white and delicate. The dress of the period was ill-suited to set off the figure to advantage, but still cumbrous and ungraceful, as was the long-flapped waistcoat, broad-skirted coat, and heavy shoe buckles. No one could look for a moment upon that young boy without confessing him to be eminently handsome. He was most intently engaged upon his book, and he moved neither hand nor foot for many minutes. So absorbed was he in the narrative he was reading. Suddenly, however, he lifted his head, and shaking back from his brow the clustering hair, he cried in a voice of enthusiasm, "Oh, what a dear romance! How these treasures of books cheat the hours of their weariness!" As he spoke, he turned his head to the window. What a world of intelligence and gentle beauty was in that face! It was a face to gaze at for hours and speculate upon. "5 days my uncle has been gone now," he said. 5 whole days, and what should I have done without these dear books? How kind of Albert Satan to lend them to me! I do love Albert Satan, and no, I must not breathe that even to myself. Oh, heavens! That I should be so unfortunate. When will my uncle, who is so stern and yet tender, so cruel and yet sometimes so kind, when will he explain to me the awful mystery he hints at when with tears I urge him to let me? A low knock at the room door now attracted his attention, and the boy cried cheerfully, "Ha! I know that tap, 'tis Albert. Come in, Albert, I am here, and all alone." The door was immediately opened, and a boy of about 14 or 15 years of age, whose long flaxen hair and ruddy complexion proclaimed him to be of true Saxon origin, bounded into the room. "Your uncle's still absent, Harry?" he cried. "Yes," replied the lad who had been reading. 5 days now, Albert, he has been gone. What should I have done without you?" "You know I love you, Harry Grey," said Satan. "You are very young, but you are a great deal more sensible than many lads of twice your age." "I'm past 11, said he who was called Harry Grey. "That's a great age," said the other, laughing. "If you don't think your uncle would pop in unawares, I would sit with you an hour. My poor father is out again. Ah, Harry, he still hopes to procure a recompense from the Count. He lost his all in the cause of the present royal family, and now you see they have left him and myself to starve. It's too bad." "It's wicked," said Harry Grey. "So it is," replied Albert. "But we won't talk about it any more now." The lad who was the occupant of the apartment was silent for a few moments. Then he said sadly, 5 days gone, 5 days? Albert, I think I will tell you a secret." "A secret, Harry?" "Yes, it is a very strange one and has made me very unhappy. Come here." He took the hand of his companion and led him to a corner of the room where there was a large, old-fashioned oaken chest, and taking from his breast a key, he opened it, and lifting the lid, disclosed lying at the bottom of it a roll of paper, and under that a large sealed packet. Harry Grey lifted out the roll of paper and handed it to Albert, saying, "Read what is written there," pointing to a few lines on the wrapper. Albert read with surprise the following words: "Wednesday. Harry, if I am not with you by 12 of the clock on next Wednesday, take this roll of papers to Sir Francis Hartleton, who lives in the birdcage. Walk by the park. Do not let any hand but his own take it from you. J.G." "That's very odd," said Albert. "Sir Francis Hartleton is a great man. The king knighted him lately, I heard, and he is a magistrate. This is quite a mystery, my dear Harry. I dare say you are some prince, really." Harry looked up with a beaming smile in the face of his young friend as he said, "Be I who or what I may, I shall never forget Albert Satan." "You have a good heart, Harry," cried Albert, throwing his arm affectionately round his young friend's neck. "And when my father gets his own again, I will get him to ask your uncle to let you stay with us." "That would be joy," said Harry, clasping his hands. "Oh, such joy." "You are a little delicate thing, you know," continued Albert, "and you want somebody to take care you are not affronted nor imposed upon, and woe to anybody who dared so much as to—" The door was at this moment suddenly flung open, and, livid with rage, Jacob Grey stood on the threshold. Harry gave a faint cry of alarm, and Albert started to his feet from kneeling by the box and boldly confronted Grey. "So," cried Grey, striding into the room and shutting the door violently behind him, "so it is thus I find you engaged." "Sir," said Albert Satan, "if you have any fault to find it with me and not with Harry. If he has done wrong, it was my fault, and what, young sir?" I suppose I must fight you, added Albert. Brat, beggar's brat, shrieked Gray, rushing towards the box. What have you seen? What have you done? Seen very little and done nothing, said Albert. Gray aimed a blow at Harry, which was warded by Albert, who cried, For shame, sir, for shame to strike him. By heavens! Mister Gray, if you hurt Harry, I'll just go to Sir Francis Hartleton and tell him there is something that concerns him in your big box here. Jacob Gray stood with his aim uplifted, as if paralyzed at this threat. He trembled violently and sank into a chair. Several times he tried to speak, and at length he said, with a forced smile which sat hideously upon his distorted features, Well, it's not much matter. Never mind, Harry, I have come back, you see, so there need be no appeal made to the kindness of Sir Francis in your behalf. That is, the papers merely say you were an orphan and ask him to do something for you, but no matter, no matter. Then you forgive Harry, said Satan. Yes, oh yes. Thank you, sir, thanks, he meant no wrong. Goodbye, dear Harry, your uncle will say no more about it now. Harry Gray raised his head from the edge of the box, and his eyes were filled with tears. He took Albert's hand and pressed it to his lips. Chapter 10. The Disappearance. Mrs. Bridget Strangeways and the Old Oaken Chest. Albert's grief and despair. There were cries of pain and deep sobs heard proceeding from the room occupied by Jacob Gray long after Albert Satan had left them. None of the inhabitants of the house thought it necessary to interfere, although it was shrewdly suspected that Master Gray was not very kind to his poor, delicate little nephew. It's a true adage that what is everybody's business turns out to be nobody's. Surely it was everybody's business to interfere and prevent ill usage in any shape, and yet no one did interfere. And Albert Satan had left home in search of his father, so that poor Harry Gray had no friend. The night set in cold and dreary, and before the evening had far advanced, Jacob Gray left the house, locking Harry in while he was gone, and presently returned with several bottles of wine under his arm. The neighbors then heard him alternately cursing, laughing, shouting, and singing till past midnight. Then all became suddenly still, and those who had been kept awake by his voice went comfortably to sleep, while Mrs. Bridget Strangeways made a mental determination and a strong vow that the next morning she would give Mr. Jacob Gray notice to quit forthwith, and at the same time take the opportunity of telling him a piece of her mind, that she would. Now Mrs. Strangeways enjoyed nothing better than telling people pieces of her mind, and, by some strange fatality, such mental extracts were never of a complimentary character, and whatever charms the mind of Mrs. Strangeways might possess as a whole, it was quite well known that, given forth in pieces, each piece was enough to set a city by the ears, and would have most surely come under the cognizance of that clause in the new Police Act. So Mrs. Strangeways made up her mind very composedly and comfortably to give Mr. Jacob Gray such a hearing as he never had in his life and never would have again, except he provoked Mrs. Strangeways on some future occasion to an equal pitch of wrath. The morning came, and Mrs. Bridget Strangeways, having communicated her intentions with respect to Mr. Jacob Gray to a select few of her lodgers and neighbors, fortified herself with a tolerable dose of cordial, and setting her arms akimbo, she walked majestically up to the room of her troublesome lodger. She knocked and knocked and knocked again, but Jacob Gray was obstinate and would not say, "Come in." So at length Mrs. Strangeways opened the door with a rush and entered the room, exclaiming, "Muster Gray, I'd have you to know, Muster Gray, as this house is." The lady had got so far when she saw that there was no Muster Gray to hear the piece of her mind, and her eyes dilated as she glanced round the room and saw nothing but vacancy. On the table lay a little piece of paper, and on the little piece of paper lay some money. Mrs. Strangeways clutched at both and, as she afterwards declared, you might have knocked her down with a small feather when she read, Mrs. Strangeways' rent. Her lodger, Jacob Gray, is going to the other end of the world, and he has taken his nephew with him. The lady gave a great shriek after pocketing the money, which roused the house, and in a few minutes the room was full of company, among whom was Albert Satan, with apprehension in his looks. "Good heavens," he cried, "is anything the matter with Harry? What is it? What is it?" cried a dozen voices at once. "Oh, that villain, Jacob Gray," gasped Mrs. Strangeways. "Where is he?" cried everybody. "At the other end of the world," replied Mrs. Strangeways. "Harry, Harry, where are you?" shouted Albert, at once rushing into the little closet which had been the sleeping chamber of the delicate and sensitive boy. All was still and empty. Harry's little bed had evidently never been slept in. Jacob Gray's was in the same state. Every little article that had belonged to them was removed. There was nothing in the rooms but what was the lawful property of Mrs. Strangeways except the old oaken chest. "That chest," said Albert, "he has left that." "It's mine," cried Mrs. Strangeways. "The villain has run away, as you all see, and cheated a lone and defenseless, delicate female out of her lawful rent. Oh, the wretch!" Albert Satan sprang to the box. It was locked. "I think we ought to see what's in here," he cried. "Do you, jackanapes?" screamed Mrs. Strangeways, who by no means wished, should there be anything worth having in the chest, to let everyone know it. "I'd have you to know, Master Albert Satan, as it's no business of yours." "It's locked," cried Albert, "but the poker, I dare say, will open it." "Do you dare say the poker will open it?" screamed Mrs. Strangeways. "Let anybody touch it if they dare." So saying, the lady, to make sure of her real or fancied prize, rushed forward and sat herself down on the old chest with such a thump that the crazy lid gave way, and with a shriek Mrs. Strangeways fell in a singular position into it. When she was hauled out by the united exertions of everybody, it was satisfactorily discovered that the chest was empty. Albert Satan saw at a glance that it was so, and he immediately left the deserted rooms in grief for the loss of his young friend Harry, to whom he felt warmly attached. He went to his father's apartments, and throwing himself into a chair, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "My poor Harry, I shall never see you again." Albert Satan's father had been a gentleman of considerable property, but he had lost all by his adherence to the royal family, who, now at the end, as they thought, of a civil war, were seated on the throne of England. In vain he had sought compensation. A scanty pension, just sufficient to keep him and his only boy Albert from actual want, was all he could wring from the government, and now, day after day, he haunted the court with the hope of calling attention at some fortunate moment to his just claims. He was out when all this conversation took place in the house, where circumstances had compelled him to take up his humble home. While Albert was still suffering from the first real gush of heartfelt sorrow which had dimmed the brightness of his early youth, his father returned home, and seeing his son in tears, was at once alarmed and afflicted. Nor could he be convinced that something had not happened until Albert had related to him the history of the oaken chest and what it had contained. This, coupled with the sudden and mysterious disappearance of Jacob Gray, led Mr. Satan to think that there was a great deal more in the matter than met the eye. Moreover, he had another reason which he did not disclose to Albert, but which the reader will know in its right place, for suspecting that a great mystery was connected in some way with Jacob Gray and his young nephew. Full of these thoughts, Mr. Satan debated with himself whether it was his duty to inform Sir Francis Hartleton of all the circumstances. But then, when he came to consider how bald and disjointed a narrative he had to tell, and how he must terminate it by saying that he had no clue whatever to the whereabouts of the parties who he suspected of he knew not what, he gave up the idea as premature, and turning to his son, he said, "Albert, did young Harry Gray ever confide to you any particulars of his early life?" "Never, father," said Albert. "He always told me he was the child of mystery and that his life was a romance. Then he would sigh and weep and hope that the day would come when he could confide all to me. So, sir, I could not press him." "Press him? Certainly not. To have wormed his secret from him unwillingly would have been unjustifiable in the extreme. In truth, he was a gentle boy. Oh, father, I loved him, dearly loved him. Mr. Satan was silent for some moments, then beckoning his son to him, he whispered a few words in his ear, which brought the eloquent blood in a full rush to the cheeks of Albert, and he gasped rather than said, "Indeed, no, father. I never thought." "Then never mention what I have suggested just now," said Mr. Satan. Till I give you leave, and Albert, depend upon my using my utmost exertions to endeavor to discover the mystery which envelopes the fate of your young friend." Albert listened to his father with rapt attention when he threw himself into his arms, crying, "Oh, find them, and I shall be happy." "This very day shall be devoted to inquiries," said Satan. "I am greatly interested by all that has occurred, and perchance it will withdraw my mind from sorrows and disappointments of my own, to turn my mind and energies to unravel the mystery connected with your pretty playmate." Albert looked his gratitude, and after the morning's scanty meal was dispatched, he saw his father depart upon his promised expedition with a heart elate with hope and expectant joy. For a time the youthful Albert remained at home in deep thought. Then he suddenly rose, saying, "Why should I be idle? I may do something in this matter, just heaven. If that bad man should have murdered him, alas, my poor, poor Harry, my mind misgives me that he loves you not. Oh, had I but some clue, some means of commencing in the right path of inquiry, I should then have some hope." So saying, with a desponding air, the youth left the house and wandered onwards without any definite idea of whither he was going, or how he was to set about his self-imposed task of endeavoring to discover the retreat of Jacob Gray and the young Harry. Chapter 11. Learmont in London. The endeavor to drown thought. Life in 1742. All is not gold that glitters. Many spacious mansions which adorned the old city of Westminster at the date of our story have long since been swept from the ground to give place to more modern structures, and where the stately home of the noble or wealthy commoner reared its lofty walls are now to be seen but lines of streets. And the busy hum of commerce has superseded the stately aristocratic silence which used to reign undisturbed in many parts of the ancient district. In a mansion of princely splendor, which has long since been pulled down to build some approaches to Westminster Bridge, dwelt the head of the house of Learmont, whenever business or inclination called him to the metropolis. In that house, however, as yet, the present squire of Learmont had never resided. He had resided in deep seclusion ever since he had been acknowledged as the head of his house. A small part of his history was well known, but there were darker portions which the public eye might in vain attempt to fathom. He was a younger brother of the house he now represented, but his senior, from deep distress at the loss of a young and lovely wife in the first year of his marriage, had resolved by traveling in foreign countries to endeavor to forget his irreparable loss, leaving the present squire in undisputed authority over his domains and extensive property. Then shortly came news of the decease, at Rome, of the elder brother. The present squire entered on his own account into undisputed possession of the vast accumulated property, for the relatives of the family were very few and very distant. This was all that was really known of the history of Squire Learmont, and his sudden determination, after nearly 14 years of seclusion, to visit London and launch out into a style of expensive living which, although it was well known he could afford, yet astonished everybody, were the themes of very general gossip. The old mansion had been hastily put in order for his reception. The complement of servants was greatly increased. An immense sum was spent in costly liveries and interior adornments. Expectation was on the utmost stretch, and when Learmont did arrive and stalked into his ancient house, he created a scarcely less sensation than as if he had been some petty monarch. No one liked the dark, penetrating eye that scowled around, as if suspicious of everything and everybody, but there was no absolute stain upon his character. Moreover, he was immensely rich, and reported, of course, to be a great deal richer than he really was. So that when it became known that he intended to give a series of entertainments, unequaled in effect and magnificence by any commoner, numbers of old friends of the family sprung up from all quarters. And had his spacious halls been 10 times as spacious, he would have found no difficulty in filling them with glittering throngs whenever he chose. Certainly, Learmont seemed to be at the height of his ambition. The possessor of a princely revenue which had been allowed to accumulate, first by his elder brother, who was a man of frugal habits, for several years, and then by himself, for a number of years more, until he found himself possessed of a sum of money in actual cash, which had the worthy associates, Britton and Gray, but fancied to be a third of its real amount, would materially have assisted them in putting a high price upon their services, whatever they were. On the evening of his arrival, Learmont sat alone and silent for a considerable time in the magnificent library of his mansion. Then, when he could no longer look upon the gorgeous hangings and superb decorations of the apartment, in consequence of the rapidly darkening sky, he rung a small silver handbell which was immediately answered by a page, attired in crimson and gold livery, who waited respectfully for orders. "Bid my steward," said Learmont, "with my chamberlain and the officers of the several departments of my household, attend me with lights. I will walk through the house." The page bowed and retired. "Yes," muttered Learmont, when he was again alone, "I will sate my eyes with gazing upon the glorious magnificence I have wanted for so long. I will see the glitter and the beauty of what I have so dearly purchased. Attended by those who are taught to watch the slightest indication of my pleasure, I will traverse the stately and gorgeous mansion, which years since I used to wildly dream might once be mine, and smile when I awoke to think of the extreme improbability of the vision." The door was now thrown open, and the same page who had before attended upon Learmont respectfully announced that his commands had been obeyed, and that his servants were in waiting to escort him over his mansion. He rose from his seat and strode with a haughty air to the door. "Lead the way." He cried, "I'll follow." The servants bowed, and while some preceded him, conveying large wax lights, others again followed, so that a full glare of light was thrown upon the path of the proud man who had purged his very soul for the purpose of procuring such purchased and empty homage. Saloon after saloon was traversed, and in each Learmont paused and ordered the chandeliers and clustering lamps to be lighted, in order that he might judge of the effect by night of the gorgeous decorations of those noble apartments. Everything rich or rare that money could produce was there congregated. The walls were hung with the most superb tapestry. The ceilings were freshly and vigorously painted by artists of celebrity, and the highly polished oaken floors shone like mirrors, reflecting all the brilliancy and luster of both roof and walls. The heart of Learmont swelled with pride and triumph as he glanced round upon all this luxury and refinement, and whispered to himself, "It is mine, all mine." "Lead on," was his only cry as room after room was lighted and examined. Now the mansion had been nearly traversed, and the chandeliers and lamps being kept lighted, the whole house shone and glittered with unparalleled brilliancy. There was but one other state apartment which Learmont had not visited, and that was a spacious ballroom, upon which an enormous sum had been lavished. He hoped to be greatly struck by the splendor of that noble room, and he sent the domestics on before to light its numerous lustres, in order that he might judge of its first effect upon the eye as anyone entered it. The steward of the household returned to say that all was ready, and preceding his master with a long white wand in his hand, tipped with gold, he led the way to the ballroom. "Perfect!" was the exclamation of Learmont when he stood in the center of that hall. To attempt a description of it would be in vain. It was one gorgeous glitter. All that mirrors, gilding, hangings, painting, lights, and flowers could do to render it a scene of enchantment was done. Learmont's color deepened with pride as he looked around him and could see nothing that he would have altered. All was as he wished, and he felt conscious that such another apartment was not to be found in London. "This is the broad path to honor and distinction," he muttered to himself. "If you would be regarded among men as little short of a divinity, you have but to throw gold dust in their eyes, and through that glittering medium they will see you are a very god." Now there suddenly burst upon the air from a balcony at the further end of the hall a strain of exquisite music. The lofty room echoed with the melodious strains, and when the gay and spirit-stirring strains were over, the steward advanced with a self-satisfied air, and said, "Sir, those are the musicians you are pleased to order should be engaged to wait upon your pleasure. As part of your household, I thought your worship might be pleased to judge of their skill and the effect of their music in this apartment." "'Tis well," said Learmont, inclining his head. "Bid them play again." Obedient to a signal, the musicians again filled the air with joyous sounds, and Learmont stood and listened with delight, forgetting in those moments everything but his own present greatness and wealth. "Yes," he said when the strain ceased, as if pursuing a previous train of thought. "This is the way to forget. Steep the senses in enjoyment, and the conscience will have no room for action. Wine, music, the dance, the smile of beauty, all shall contribute to my enjoyment, and life shall be." "May it please you, honorable sir, someone desires speech of you," said a domestic. "Say I am occupied," replied Learmont, and he again resumed his glowing meditations. "Nobility," he muttered, "will crowd to my fêtes. Even royalty might borrow new grace and dignity from the halls of Squire Learmont. But that shall not long be my designation. Wealth in England can purchase anything, and titles are easily procured where the price is of little moment. I will be ennobled and—" "Your pardon, sir," said the servant, returning, "but the stranger will not take a refusal." "Ha! He will not. And it please you, sir, he will not go. Have I not idle knaves enough about me to drive an insolent intruder from my doors? 'Tis a rude knave, your worship. Cast him into the street. How dare he say he will see the master of Learmont? It shall be done, sir, to come here talking about an old smithy." Learmont caught the muttered words of the man as he was hurrying from the hall, and a cry of pain and horror escaped him as he rushed forward, and seizing the terrified servant by the arm, he cried, What manner of man is he who seeks me with such pertinacity?" "A rough knave, and please you, sir, coarse of speech and appearance." And he said, "What?" "He said he brought a message from the old smithy." A deadly paleness came across Learmont's face as he said in a husky whisper, "Show him into a private room and tell him I will be with him soon. Begone, knave, nor stand gaping there." The terrified servant darted from the hall, and Learmont, turning to the throng of domestics who were standing at a respectful distance from him, cried, "Lead on." "To my chamber, and bid yon knave bring me word in what apartment he has placed this visitor." The servants hastened to throw the doors wide open for their imperious master to pass out, but his mood was changed. The glow of triumph and gratified pride no longer lent a glow to his sallow cheek, nor lit up his deep-sunken eyes with brilliancy. There was a load of care and anxiety, almost amounting to agony, upon his face. His contracted brow bespoke deep and anxious thought, and his limbs trembled as he left his hall of light and beauty to seek an interview with the man who, he had always dreaded, would exercise the power he had of stepping between him and his moments of forgetfulness and consequent enjoyment. Chapter 12. The Consequences of Crime. A familiar friend, a cloud upon Learmont's felicity. Being informed by his servants that his visitor had been shown into a small room adjoining the library, Learmont took a lamp from his table, and with a frowning brow and compressed lips, walked towards the room to demand of Britain, for he guessed too well it was he, the cause of so early a visit. When he entered the room, he found the smith lolling at his ease upon a costly couch, and although he did rise at the presence of Learmont, it was with an air and manner of extreme insolence. "To what am I indebted for so early a visit, or rather I should say intrusion?" asked Learmont in a low, hollow voice. "Principally," said Britain with an air of perfect indifference, "to assure you that I had arrived in London perfectly safe." "Well," said Learmont. "Aye, and well too," answered the smith, purposely mistaking the other's meaning. "I wish to know, likewise, if you have seen Jacob Grey." "I have not," replied Learmont. "Know you, squire, where in London he is to be found?" "I do not." "Has he not confided that to you?" "In faith, he has not." "In vain I urged him to tell me his place of abode, and if I know not where to find him, how can I carry out the project we have decided upon?" "True," said Learmont. "There must be found some means. Listen to me. When next Jacob Grey seeks me for money, I will put him off to a particular hour the next day. Be you then, at that hour, lurk about here and follow him to his home, whither he will most likely go directly, having a sum of money with him." "That may do," said Britain, after a moment's consideration. "You can send to me at any time by my real name, addressed to a little hostelry called the Old Checkers, by Story's Gate hard by. You see, squire, I thought it handy to live near at hand. Promise me, Swear to me you will take this man's life," cried Learmont with sudden vehemence. "I have no particular objection to take his life," replied Britain. "And the boy?" "That's as circumstances turn out, squire. If the boy knows nothing, suspects nothing, there's the doubt. Britain, dispose of Gray, and your reward, as you know, is most ample. Bring, then, that boy to me." "Agreed. You shall have him." "Thanks, good Britain, and when you bring him you shall not be 5 minutes without your just reward." There was a peculiarity of tone and manner about Learmont as he uttered these words, which startled the smith, and he looked for a moment or two suspiciously at his employer. Then he said, "Squire Learmont, I have been taught a useful lesson by Jacob Gray. I, too, have written a confession and lodged it in a place of safety." "What mean you?" said Learmont. "This, that if I should die suddenly, a packet of papers will be found which will do no good to the squire of Learmont. You understand me?" "I do understand you," said Learmont. "But your suspicions are groundless." "Be it so," said the smith. "It's best to be cautious." "Take what precautions you please," replied Learmont, "but keep your promise." "I will keep it," cried the smith, "for I hate this Jacob Gray, although he has made me know my own value." "Know your value? What mean you?" "It was Jacob Gray who told me there were documents of some importance about the body of—" "Hush, hush," cried Learmont. "Name him not, it is enough. But tell me, why did Gray inform you of the existence of those papers instead of securing them himself?" "He lacked the courage to seek them where they were to be found. And yet I must take your word that they do prove what you say. Squire Learmont, these papers distinctly prove your illegitimacy. Among them is a letter from your mother, urging your father to marry her on account of her infant. That infant was yourself, for you know she died before you were 1 year old." "Enough, enough," said Learmont. "I will believe it is so. So you perceive, squire, admitting your brother to—" "Cease, cease," cried Learmont. "I want not these details." "I was only about to remark that you were not the heir-at-law," said Britain. "Heir to hell," cried Learmont. "Now begone, you have delivered your message. I will send to you at the pot-house you mention when a fitting time comes. Now away." "Not so fast," said Britain. "I have made a resolution." "What resolution?" "Never to leave this house empty-handed. Pshaw! You forget the large sum you have received of me within these 3 days." "No, squire, I do not. But I have told you my resolve. I shall charge for my visits here." "And pray how much do you expect to receive whenever I am honored by your presence?" sneered Learmont. "I shall leave that to your generosity," said Britain. "And how often do you purpose coming?" "As often as the humor takes me or my wants require," replied the smith insolently. Learmont evidently made a great effort to subdue his rage, and he said in half-choked accents, "Name your price." "10 pieces," said the smith. Learmont took his purse from his pocket, and without a word, counted out required sum, and then stood with his lamp in his hand waiting for the other to leave the place. "You won't show me your house, I suppose?" said Britain in an aggravating voice. The dark eye of Learmont flashed with rage, but he said nothing. "Oh, very well," cried Britain. "Another time will do just as well. Recollect the sign of the old checkers. I shall be very glad to see you whenever you may choose to call, and we can always find something interesting to talk about." "Away with you, away!" cried Learmont. "Let me see," said Britain with great deliberation, counting on his fingers. "This is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Well, say Friday." "Friday for what?" "My next visit. So soon." "I don't call that soon. Friday it shall be, squire." The lamp trembled in the hand of Learmont as he thought. "Oh, that for my own safety's sake, I dared plunge a dagger to the hilt in his heart." Britain, however, seemed fully to feel his entire safety, and he evidently felt an exquisite enjoyment in the agony he was inflicting upon Learmont. He lounged slowly to the door, and nodding then in an insolent and familiar manner, he crossed the hall to the outer door, while Learmont, nearly bursting with rage, sprung up the marble staircase to the upper apartment of the house. "This is brave work," muttered Britain when he had passed out into the street. "Humph! For 10 long years did Master Learmont get the better of me in cunning, and I could not drag him down without placing a halter round my own neck. But now, thanks to the cunning of Master Jacob Gray, I have the means of toppling the squire from his height of power and grandeur without myself the least harm in the world. Ho! Ho! 'Tis brave indeed. And now for this Grey. I don't see why I should not have charge of that young scion of an ancient stock, who is so great an eyesore to Learmont. We shall see, Master Grey, whether you or I will succeed best in a contest of cunning in the long run, and now for wine and jollity. The smith had now arrived at the door of the old Chequers, where, as the place most congenial to his disposition, he had taken up his abode, and where, showing that he had plenty of money, he was welcomed accordingly. "Hilloa!" he roared. "Landlord, some of your best." "Quick, quick, I say, I am thirsty, man." The landlord needed no second bidding, but placed a tankard of foaming ale before the smith, who immediately took a deep draught of its contents. "Hurrah!" he cried. "I am Andrew Britton, the smith, and I don't care who knows it." "Certainly not, most worshipful sir," said the landlord. "Ah," cried Britton, "worshipful sir. That's a very good name, and I'll be called that for the future. Here's a quart of the best to whoever calls me worshipful sir, and whoever don't I'll wring his neck." "Hurrah! For the jolly smith!" cried a chorus of topers who were around. "We'll drink your health, worshipful sir." "So you shall," cried Britton. "Here's gold, and there's more, too, where that comes from. Landlord, do you hear? Quarts all round. The best, the humming ale, recollect, that makes a man sing." Chapter 13. A walk in the park, a recognition, the question, a defiance, Jacob Grey's first visit, the dream. The Squire Learmont's first night in his splendid mansion was by no means an agreeable one. He retired to rest vexed and enraged at Andrew Britton, and his mind in a chaos of conflicting thoughts, how to rid himself of the insufferable torment of the threatened visits from that man, whose very name would have been sufficient, at any time, to bring a chill to Learmont's heart, and dash the brimming cup of joy from his lips. His restless slumbers, too, were haunted by the visionary creations of his excited fancy. One moment he would be plunging a poniard into Britton's heart, while he dragged from his breast the papers so important to his peace. Then again, at the moment of his fancied triumph, the scene would change to a court of justice, and a voice arraigned him for murder. In such fearful and disordered fancies was his night passed, and he rose in the morning pale, haggard, and unrefreshed. Hastily attiring himself, he drew aside the curtains of his chamber window, which commanded an extensive and pleasing view into St. James's Park. It was yet very early, but Learmont thought that he should be able to withdraw his mind from disagreeable and horrible reflections by healthful walk in the shady Mall. He accordingly took his hat and sword and walked from his house by a garden gate, opening into a narrow lane of trees, which terminated in the park itself. The air was very cold, for frost was on the ground, and the trees were stripped of their beautiful verdure. But it was exercise that Learmont wanted, and he rather rejoiced than otherwise at the necessity of active walking, inasmuch as he hoped exertion of body would control the excitement of his mind. The canal was then, and for many years afterwards, a mere straight cutting, strongly resembling a wet dock for the repair of ships and as little ornamental as it could possibly be. The walks, however, in St. James's Park were then preferable to what they are now, for many old trees were then existence that have now perished, and their places are, of necessity, occupied by saplings, which the present generation have been kind enough to plant for their successors. Learmont walked very quickly over the frozen ground, which crackled like glass under the feet. There were but few persons at that early hour abroad, although the day gave promise of being one of those clear, cold, frosty ones which are admired by a great many persons. Approaching, however, from the direction towards which he was proceeding, Learmont observed a gentlemanly-looking man enveloped in a large cloak. By some sort of instinct, Learmont seemed to feel a dread of this stranger's approach, although he could not at all recognize in him, at the distance they were apart, the gait or aspect of anyone that he knew. Nearer and nearer they approached each other, and so strong was the feeling of dread in the breast of Learmont, that, had it not been for his stronger curiosity to ascertain who it was, he would have turned from the open pathway among the trees, whose huge trunks would have effectually hidden him from observation. As it was, however, he pursued his walk until he and the stranger with the cloak came nearly face to face. Then, as the stranger lifted up his eyes, which had been fixed on the ground in a meditative manner, Learmont knew him. It was the young man, by name Frank Hartleton, who had been so curious and suspicious at the period of the great storm at Learmont, when the wing of the building, in which was the smithy, had been burnt down. The recognition was evidently mutual. Indeed, no one who had once seen Learmont could easily again forget him. And, although a great personal change had taken place in the appearance of Hartleton, yet the features of all who had taken any part in the proceedings of that eventful night at the little village of Learmont were too indelibly impressed upon the memory of the squire for him to find any difficulty in recognizing in the staid and somewhat grave, gentleman person before him the Frank Hartleton who had always held him at open defiance and laughed at his power. Hartleton stopped short when he saw Learmont, and his first exclamation was, "This is strange indeed." "Sir," said Learmont, "did you address me?" "Scarcely," replied Hartleton. "But your name is Learmont?" "Well, sir," replied the other with considerable hauteur, "do you know me, Squire Learmont?" "I recognize the features and know the names of many, sir," said Learmont, "that still are not upon my roll of friends or acquaintances." "You do know me," said Hartleton. "I have no desire to be rude to you, Squire Learmont, but our sudden meeting took me somewhat by surprise, and the exclamation that I uttered arose from the curious coincidence that I have been all night dreaming of you and the village of Learmont, and was in deep thought about the mysterious occurrences that took place 3 years ago when I suddenly came upon you." If his hatred and dread of Hartleton would have induced Learmont to treat him in such a manner that he could not address him, his guilty fears urged him to prolong the conversation, in order to discover, if possible, the complexion of Hartleton's thoughts with regard to him, that he might know if he had anything really to dread from that quarter. It was, therefore, with more courtesy that he said, "The coincidences are curious. I believe I speak to Sir Francis Hartleton now." "Yes," replied Hartleton. "I was, you recollect, destined for the law which my small patrimony just enabled me to enter with credit. I am now a justice and a knight, as you say." "I give you joy, sir, of your advancement," said Learmont. "You are very kind," replied Hartleton, fixing his eyes upon the countenance of Learmont in a manner that it required all the firmness of the latter not to quail under. "Might I presume so far," said Learmont, "as to ask, what were the thoughts concerning me that engaged Sir Francis Hartleton even now?" "I was thinking of the mysterious man," said Hartleton, "who rushed with such wild gestures and shrieks from the burning house." Learmont strove to command his features to indifference, but the effort was almost beyond his power, and he spoke to endeavor to cover his agitation. "It was very strange," he said, "most singular." "And the little child, too, that he had in his arms," continued Hartleton. "What can have become of that?" "Aye, what?" said Learmont. "Did you never get any clue, Squire Learmont, to these mysterious circumstances which must have greatly interested you?" "Interested me? How?" "Inasmuch as they occurred upon your estate and among your own tenants." "True, most true, sir." I was, and am much interested, but I know nothing, have heard nothing, and have no clue to unravel the mystery." "We must only hope," said Hartleton, "that some of these days, accident as it generally does, will throw a light upon the subject and give it to us in all its details." An awful expression came across the face of Learmont as he replied, "Yes, yes. As you say, it will be an accident. May I ask what your impression is?" "I have scarcely an impression upon the subject," replied Hartleton. "We lawyers, you know, are particularly cautious how we take up impressions upon subjects unfounded upon evidence." "Exceedingly proper is such caution," said Learmont. "Otherwise the innocent might be the victims of endless mistakes." "Exactly," replied Hartleton. "But I have no particular objection to tell you my dream without founding any impression upon it." "I am all attention," said Learmont. "I dreamt first that that smith of the name of Britton was a desperate villain, and for gold would—" "Would what?" gasped Learmont. "Do anything," said Hartleton. "Well, sir, is that all?" Oh no, my vision changed, and I thought I saw a gloomy passage, moldy with the damps of time and dripping with unwholesome moisture. Creeping slimy things were all around, and in the midst I saw— Yes, yes, gasped Learmont. What saw you? A moldering skeleton. Indeed. Yes, and the most curious circumstance of all was that in the midst of it I constantly heard the clank of the smith's hammer. I knew the sound in a moment. "'Tis very strange," muttered Learmont. "Most strange," said Hartleton. But again my vision changed. "What saw you then?" "A hall of judgment." "Yes, yes." It was densely crowded, and some important and interesting proceeding was evidently pending. Then suddenly I heard a voice cry your name. "My name?" "Yes, and you were asked to plead to a charge of murder." A cold sweat broke out upon the forehead of Learmont, and he could not answer when Hartleton added, "It was but a dream, though. I wish you a good morning and a pleasant walk, Squire Learmont." Chapter 14. The Dark Threat, the Biter Bit. Another murder projected, Learmont's reasoning. Learmont stood for a few moments gazing after the retreating figure of Sir Francis Hartleton. Then, shaking his clenched hand in the direction he was proceeding, he muttered between his teeth, "Beware, beware, Sir Magistrate! Beware! You may rouse a spirit you cannot quell again. I am not the man to allow such as thou to be a stumbling block in my path." So saying, with a dark scowl upon his brow, the squire retraced his steps towards his own house. The morning sun was now gilding with beauty the housetops, and the icicles, which, pendant from every tree, shone like gems of the purest water and brilliancy. Unheedful, however, of the beauties of nature around, the wealthy Learmont passed onwards, his thoughts, dark and gainful as they were, fully absorbing all his attention. He passed up the little lane which was the nearest route to his own house, and, as he was about to emerge from it, he was startled, for the guilty are ever timid, by someone touching his shoulder. Turning quickly round, he saw Jacob Gray, with a sickly, disagreeable smile upon his face, standing close to him. "Your worship rises early," said Gray. "Yes, you have been seeking me." "I have, squire." "Your servant sought you, it appears, and found you were not within, and, as I knew it was much the custom of the great gentry, such as your worship, to gather an appetite for breakfast by a stroll in the park, I made bold to seek you." "I am now proceeding homeward," said Learmont. "In half an hour from now I shall be at leisure." "As your worship pleases," said Gray, "but methought there was an inclination on the part of your lackeys to deny me speech of you. Now, squire, if you would have the goodness to leave a message in your hall to the effect that your old and trusty friend Jacob Gray was always to be admitted, it would save us both trouble." Learmont was exceedingly impatient during this speech, and, at its conclusion, he said in a vexed tone, Well, I will leave proper orders. In half an hour I shall expect you." "Your worship shall not be disappointed," said Gray, with a bow which had more of burlesque mockery in it than respect. Learmont turned haughtily from him, and in a few moments he entered the gardens of his mansion by the same private door through which he had proceeded to the park. He ordered a sumptuous breakfast to be immediately prepared for him, and took an opportunity to say, in a careless manner, to the servant, whose special province it was to answer the silver bell which always was at Learmont's elbow, "Tell them in the hall that I expect one Jacob Gray. Let him be admitted." The servant respectfully retired to communicate the message, and Learmont, after a pause of thought, said in a low voice, "Yes, Jacob Gray, you shall be admitted as often as you call, but it will go hard with me if I do not take thy life soon. Assuming wretch? Oh, can there be a state of more abject slavery than his, who, after carving the way to his ambitious height, then finds himself at the mercy of the mean and despicable tools he has used, and would fain throw aside and forget forever? We shall see. We shall see. Surely I, who have already done so much when so little seemed possible, am not to be scared through life by such two ruffians as Britton and Gray. They must destroy each other. Yes, that is the true policy, and now to work on the fears and cupidity of this Jacob Gray. He had scarcely whispered to himself these reflections when the object of them was announced. "Bring him hither," said Learmont, and in a few moments Jacob Gray was introduced. The moment the servant had left the room and closed the door behind him, Gray seated himself with an air of insolent familiarity, which, under any other circumstances, would have produced a storm of passion in Learmont. But he felt the necessity of temporizing, and, severe as was the struggle to him, he nevertheless succeeded in keeping down his passion sufficiently to address Gray calmly. "You reached London in safety, of course." "Even so," replied Gray. "Permit me to congratulate you upon your house. It really is—" "Yes, yes," cried Learmont impatiently. "Let us to business, Master Gray. You found the papers your extreme prudence had left in London when you favored me with a visit, quite safe, I trust." "Perfectly safe and untouched," said Gray. And, permit me to add, that I have placed them again under such circumstances as must ensure their delivery to one who has power and will to use them, should anything sudden, you understand, happen to your humble servant, Jacob Gray. May I ask whose hands you consider so peculiarly adapted for those papers?" "Oh, certainly, a neighbor of yours, Sir Francis Hartleton." "Sir Francis Hartleton!" exclaimed Learmont. "Yes," replied Gray, "one of the most acute lawyers and active justices in London." "As you please," said Learmont. "Now, with regard to the child, he is quite well, squire, and likely to continue so." "Humph! Is he tall?" "Not over tall, but slim and active. Enough of him at present. I wish to speak to you of another matter. The sums demanded of me by Britain are large." "Doubtless, squire, 'tis an extravagant knave." "Now those sums, Gray, added to what you yourself receive, would make a goodly income." "In faith you speak truly, squire." "Now, Gray, I will deal frankly with you," continued Learmont. "This Briton is fond of wine, and in his cup some day he may hint or say enough to hang you, Master Gray." "Eh?" cried Gray. "Hang me." "Even so." "Oh, I understand, along with your worship, of course." "I don't know that, Jacob Gray," remarked Learmont calmly and firmly. "I have a long purse, you see, which you have not." "There is something in that," muttered Gray. "A man of your acuteness must perceive that there is a great deal in that," continued Learmont. "Yes, truly, but still there would be danger, most imminent danger, squire." "That I grant you, but yours, Jacob Gray, would far exceed mine. Be that, however, as it may, you must see how very desirable a consummation it would be if this swilling, drunken knave, Briton, were some day to choke himself. Or be choked by Jacob Gray," added Gray with a smile of dark meaning. "Exactly," said Learmont. "It may be done easily. Invite him to your house, feast with him, plan and plot with him. Give him wine. And then, some day, when time and circumstances are fitting, I will give you a drug of such potency that, if ever so slightly used in his wine cup, will seize upon the springs of life, and at once, you will see. Master Gray, you are rid of this dangerous man." "And rid you likewise of him," interposed Gray. "Of course, but I gain little, you everything, by his death, safety and wealth." "It might be done," murmured Gray, "if it could be done safely." "With your caution," suggested Learmont. "With but a little of the admirable cunning you have as yet displayed in this business, methinks it might be possible, Master Gray, for you to overreach in some way so dull-witted a villain as this Briton, who, you see, stands so much in the way of your fortunes." "If," muttered Gray. "It can be done at all by me. That poison draught you mentioned is, to my mind, the most ready and safe," added Learmont. "Well, safe be it," said Gray. "There is no occasion for a greater risk than necessary." "None in the least," sneered Learmont. "You will then do your best, Master Gray, to rid yourself of this sot, this incubus upon you, this villain whom I hate as you hate me," said Gray, twinkling his small eyes and peering in the face of Learmont. "No," said Learmont. "You are not so dangerous because you are more cautious. But, Jacob Gray, is it not possible that, should you succeed in ridding yourself of this Briton, you may think it worth your while to name some price for the only thing I dread? The child?" "Yes, think of my words." "I will think," said Gray. "But now I must be gone." Learmont placed in his hands a purse of gold, and with a shifting, low-cunning glance of his little gray eyes, the wily villain left the place muttering, "Humph! He wants to kill my goose to get all the golden eggs at once. Indeed, we shall see." Chapter 15. Chase, a long race and its results. When Gray left the splendid mansion of Learmont, he stood for a few moments in the street, turning round him cautiously to see if he was watched. For his suspicions had been awakened by Learmont, once during this interview, ringing for an attendant, and giving some order outside the door in a very low whisper. Now Jacob was extremely cunning. He refined upon ordinary duplicity, and now, as he stood in the street casting cautious glances up and down its silent extent, he muttered to himself, "Humph, my way is westward." Now your ordinary clever fellow would go westward, for fear of being watched. But I, Jacob Gray, have got beyond such cunning. Learmont knows well I am a careful man. Should he have set a spy upon me, it will be with the certainty that I will not go directly to my home, and to defeat that I will go not directly home, but in the direction of home. Ho! Ho! Squire Learmont, you are not yet a match for Jacob Gray. Continuing muttering to himself, and peeping into every doorway that he passed, Gray then betook himself to the river side, and, ordering a boat, he desired the waterman to take him across the stream. Well did Jacob Gray's cunning teach him that the difficulty of following a person crossing the river was immeasurably greater than on shore, for, if followed by a boat, concealment of the person pursuing would be nearly out of the question, and to make a palpable detour for the sake of crossing a bridge would most probably ensure the complete escape of the watched party. Jacob Gray did not know that he was watched, but he knew that, had he been Learmont and Learmont Gray, he would then have been watched with the keenest of eyes that could be procured for that duty. When the boatman neared the center of the stream, Jacob Gray desired him to pause upon his oars for a few moments, ostensibly that he, Gray, might admire the bright sunshine on the frosted spires of the various churches, but really to see if any other boat was about leaving the point from which he had started. Nor was he disappointed, for scarcely had the wherry floated idly in the stream for a few brief seconds, when Jacob observed a boat push off, in which were 2 rowers, and a third muffled in a cloak, and seated very low in the stern of it. The waterman was now upon the point of urging his boat forward again, when Gray said quietly, "Hold still a moment, my friend. Your time shall be paid for. Surely yon boat is making speed through the water." The waterman looked in the direction of the wherry with the 2 rowers, and exclaimed, "Someone is in haste. Yet no, they are pulling but lazily suddenly." Gray's small eyes twinkled as he replied, "I have altered my mind. Row easily up the stream." The boat's head was turned in the required direction, and the waterman, with regular and long sweeps of his oars, propelled the wherry towards Westminster Bridge, and presently glided beneath one of its gloomy arches. For a few moments the rowers in the boat in which Jacob Gray suspected was someone upon his track appeared quite undecided what to do. Then, in obedience to some order apparently from the cloaked figure, they gently followed in the wake of Gray's wherry. "So," muttered Gray to himself between his clenched teeth, "I am followed, and with what intent? My safe destruction, of course. Waterman," he said in a louder tone, "we are going with the tide." "Scarcely," replied the man, "it is just on the turn." "When it is fairly running down," said Gray, "I will go back. Keep on, however, as you are for a short time." The waterman, now shading his eyes with one hand from the sun while the oar idly played in the rowlocks, said, "It seems to me, master, that yon skiff is following us for some reason." "Indeed," says Gray. "What have you been doing that you should be followed on the Thames?" "I doing," cried the man. "Aye, you suspect you are followed." "Mayhap it's yourself, master, they follow," remarked the man rather surlily. Gray smiled as he replied, "Oh no, they suspect you of being one of the notorious pirates of the Thames we have heard so much of lately." "The tide has turned," said the waterman, looking into the stream as it appeared, in preference to making any reply to this vague charge. "Hark ye," said Gray, as if a sudden thought had struck up in his brain. "If you are inclined sometimes to earn more money at once than a year's plying as waterman on the river could produce you, it is possible I may throw a job in your way." The man glanced uneasily at Gray, as he replied in a low tone, "Your lordship might trust me if what, my friend? If I might trust your worship. You may, or rather the trusting is all on my side. All I want of you is this: when I shall some day give you notice that I shall want a wherry at a particular hour and at the stairs I shall name, will you be there?" "Certainly," replied the man. "But that is not quite all. "You are right," said Gray. "I shall bring one with me. We will take with us wherewithal to make us merry. I am abstemious, but my friend is not, and I have often told him that some of these days, when drinking in a wherry, he will become so confused that he will accidentally fall into the Thames. Do you understand?" "I think I do." "I am sure you do," added Gray. The man nodded. "Your reward shall be ample," continued his tempter. "I don't see why I should turn away a job," said the man. "If I wasn't to take it, someone else would, of course." "A very true remark," cried Jacob Gray. "You consent, then, to do this little service?" "I do, master." "Give me your name and address, then." "Sheldon is my name, and I am always at the stairs at which you hired me, unless away as might be now, when I return again as soon as possible." "That will do," said Gray. "Now turn your boat's head and go back with the stream." The wherry, with the 2 rowers, had kept at a considerable distance in the rear. And now that Gray's boat was suddenly turned and rapidly going down the stream, there seemed some little confusion on board the other wherry. But before the 2 boats could meet or pass each other, the pursuers had shot off on one side, as if with the intention of landing near Westminster. "Follow them," cried Gray. "And wherever they land, do you land me." The waterman was a powerful man, and he bent to the oars with such effect that the wherry shot through the water with amazing speed. It was curious to see the pursued become the pursuers, for such seemed to be the state of things, as no sooner did it become evident that Jacob Gray's waterman was making fast for the boat with the 2 rowers, than in obedience to a violent gesture from the person in the cloak, they pulled rigorously towards the shore. "I must see that man in the cloak," said Gray, "if it be possible." The waterman said nothing, but with his long, sinewy arms, he took tremendous sweeps with the oars, and sent the boat forward at each pull with a force that astonished Gray. The 2 wherries were not now above a quarter of the width of the river apart from each other, when the foremost one ran upon the muddy beach, and the man, in the cloak springing up, made an effort to jump on shore, in which he fell over the seats of the boat. In the next moment, the other wherry was within 2 boats' lengths of the shore. With an oath, the cloaked man scrambled to his feet, and without turning, rushed on shore, and was soon lost to sight among the mean habitations that crowded the banks of the river. "It is the smith," muttered Gray. "I see it all now. He has a commission for my destruction, as I have for his, and in either case, Squire Learmont betters his condition. Waterman, row me across now, as I originally asked you." Again the wherry shot into the stream, and with his eyes fixed upon the water, Jacob Gray appeared absorbed in deep thought. The boat's head grated against some stone steps that were on the opposite landing, and Gray sprung to his feet and stepped on shore. Handing the waterman then a liberal gratuity and whispering in his ear the word "remember," he walked at a rapid pace in the direction of the ancient suburb of Lambeth. Chapter 16. The Lone House in Ancient Lambeth. The Boy, a solitary heart. In a district of Lambeth, which is now the mart of trade, but which at the period of our narrative was scarcely inhabited, and consisted but of a mass of old melancholy-looking buildings, which had been long since condemned as dangerous, there stood one house in particular, the exterior of which presented to the eye an appearance of such utter decay that it would have required an adventurous person to venture within its crumbling walls and mossy prisons, who, for the sake of a short cut to some of the high roads past the old building, would walk out into the roadway rather than run even the momentary risk of walking close to its dilapidated walls. The world, however, is ever being taken in by appearances. Not only was this house much stronger and more substantial than its neighbors, but within it there was a degree of comfort and even luxury which no one could for a moment have surmised. It is true the windows were either broken, or so much begrimed with dirt that it was impossible to say if they were glass or not, and here and there a brick was displaced so naturally that it seemed to have fallen out by the natural decay incidental to the age of the structure. Such, however, was not the case, for these signs and tokens of insecurity had been manufactured in the silence of the night for the express purpose of deterring any person from entering the gloomy house, or supposing for a moment that it was inhabited by other than rats and mice. There were no persons living very close to this wretched-looking residence, and the poor, squalid creatures, who did occasionally seek a shelter for a few nights in some of the condemned houses, never approached that one, for it had the reputation of being haunted, inasmuch as twice had strangers, in passing through the locality after nightfall, called attention to lights dimly observable in the house, and once a man had entered a little hostelry in the immediate neighborhood. And while his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth with fear, and he trembled in every limb, he said he had seen a sight at one of the lower windows of that particular house, which he would not see again for his soul's sake, and after fortifying himself with a bumper of spiced canary, he had taken his leave, being firmly believed, and leaving behind the character of the house, which lost nothing by being repeated from mouth to mouth, and which produced so powerful an effect upon the superstitious inhabitants of the vicinity that it is doubtful if any bribe of sufficient magnitude could possibly be offered to induce any one of them ever to pass it even after at sunset. Into this mysterious house we will conduct the reader. The room to which we would direct attention was small, but by no means destitute of comforts. A wood fire burnt within the grate, and its low, flickering light disclosed several articles of domestic convenience about the apartment. The only coarse appearance the place had was owing to some rough, ragged-edged planks being nailed across the window on the inside, so as effectually to close it against the egress of any wandering stream of light from the fire. The room was consequently dark, for the process of preventing the firelight from showing through the window likewise excluded the daylight, and, although it was midday without, that apartment presented the appearance of midnight within. Stretched on the hearth before the fire was a large, gaunt-looking dog, apparently in a deep slumber, and sitting on an old-fashioned chair, with his head buried in his hands, and resting on the table, was the young boy who has been already introduced to the reader as Harry Gray, and who passed as a nephew of wily Jacob Gray. His remarkable long and beautiful hair fell in masses upon the table, and the fine light glistened on the glossy ringlets as they strayed in wild luxuriance over his hands. So still was that young creature that he might have been thought sleeping, and perhaps he had been, and had awakened from some dreams of happiness to weep, for a deep sob burst from his heart, and looking up, he cried in accents of deep misery and despair, "I am very unhappy. I wish I could die." The dog, upon the sound of the voice, immediately rose, and with a low whine placed his four paws upon the knee of the boy, and looked in his face with an expression of sagacious affection, which of all the inferior animals dogs alone are capable of. For a moment the boy did not heed him, but wept bitterly and kept repeating, "If I could but die, if I could but die." Then passing his delicate hands across his brow to part back the clustering hair, he looked in the face of the dumb animal, that again with a low whine claimed his attention. "You love me," he cried. "Yes, yes, I know you love me, my poor dog. I found you starving in this lone house and made a friend of you. I called you Joy, because it was joy to me to find you, and I can talk to you, and fancy that you understand me as you gaze thus at me with your honest face of dumb intelligence. There are two have loved me. You are one, my poor dumb Joy, and the other I shall never see again. It was Albert Satan, and he has left me, even he. Oh, Albert, if I were free as thou art, and thou wert hidden." Sinking his head upon his hands, again the beautiful boy burst into tears and sobbed so bitterly that the dog howled piteously in unison with its master's grief. "Hush, hush, Joy, hush," said the boy. "My faithful, kind friend, if he had heard you, you would have an unkind word and a blow for this. It is weak of me to give way thus to tears, but my spirits are subdued and my heart is nearly broken. Broken, broken," he repeated. Then suddenly starting to his feet, he stood for a few moments in a listening attitude. "'Tis he," he suddenly exclaimed. "Too well I know that step." In another moment the door opened, and Jacob Gray stood on the threshold of the apartment. His look was ferocious, and he pointed to the dog as he said, or rather growled in an angry tone, "I heard that cur." Harry laid his arm over the dog's neck, but made no answer. "I told you," continued Gray, striding into the room. "I told you that I would knock out the brains of that creature if ever I heard it bark, or even whine too loudly." The boy held the dog tighter as Gray advanced and said, "Uncle, spare him this once. 'Twas my fault. "Pshaw!" cried Gray. "I tell you the cur shall die." A flush of color came across the face of the boy as Gray spoke, and pushing the dog behind him, he drew his slim figure up to its full height and confronted Gray with his dark, lustrous eyes, flashing with unusual brilliancy. "Then I tell you he shall not die," he cried firmly. Gray for a moment quailed beneath the glance of that singularly beautiful child, and twice he tried to summon courage to meet that look of proud defiance ere he could accomplish it. Then he said slowly, "So you are bold. How long is it since you have plucked up so much spirit?" "From the moment that it was necessary to protect the only friend I have against your violence," replied the boy. "Indeed," answered Gray. "I indeed," said the boy, trembling with excitement. "Your only friend," continued Gray. "Humph! You think more, then, of that dog than of me." "The hound," said Harry in a lower tone, "is kind, affectionate, and faithful. 'Tis in its way, poor thing, tender and devoted. Uncle Gray, are you all that?" Gray laughed hysterically as he replied, "Ha, ha, is that all? Have you quite summed up the virtues of your hound?" "Its virtues," said Harry, "are much to me, for they are the only ones I have now an opportunity of noting. Its kindly instincts and dumb affection appear to me so great and estimable because I have no human ones with which to contrast them. I do love the dog, for I have nothing else to love." "Now," cried Gray, "by hell!" "Hold, uncle, for shame," said Harry. "Love the dog, and the dog will love you. They never betray their masters." A livid paleness came across Gray's face as he held by the table and gasped. What do you mean by that?" "I say," repeated Harry, "that dogs never betray their masters." "Never betray their masters?" said Gray. "Oh, that is what you mean, that is all." "Nay, uncle, what do you mean?" said the boy, surprised at the awful and convulsive agitation of Gray. "Mean?" echoed Gray. "What can I mean? I have said nothing. Recollect, I know I said nothing, I am quite sure." "I know not the cause of your agitation," remarked Harry, "but I cannot have my poor hound injured." "He shall die," shrieked Gray. "Heaven nor hell shall not save him." "You don't know how or why, but you have sealed his fate." "I sealed his fate?" "Yes, you, by your prating of his virtues." "Impossible, uncle, you do but jest. This noble creature is a safeguard to you as well as to me. Dogs have been known to famish by the murdered body of their master." Cease, cried Gray. "Do you want to drive me mad?" "Mad, uncle, because dogs are faithful? No more, I say, stand aside." "I will not forsake my dog. Joy, defend yourself." The dog uttered a low growl and showed rather a formidable row of glistening teeth. "Harry," said Gray, "do you know who and what you are?" A mantling flush color crimsoned the pale brow of the boy as he said, "You have told me. You know your utter dependence is upon me? I know it, and I feel it. You are base-born. You have not omitted to let me know that before," said the boy proudly. "So that, although I am your father's brother," added Gray, "you call me uncle but by courtesy." The boy was silent, and Gray continued, "Stand aside, then, and balk me not in such a matter as the life of a hound." "No," cried Harry. "Were you 10 times my uncle from courtesy, you should not harm him." Gray clutched his hands convulsively, as if he felt an inclination to rush upon the weak, defenseless boy and crush him in his fury. He, however, restrained himself and said, "You are mad, quite mad. How can you hope for a moment to resist my will?" "Uncle," said the boy, "I have done much to please you. I immure myself here alone with you, and you are not always kind, as you know. Once, then, rouse my suffering heart to resentment, and I will leave you but one of 2 resources." "What are they?" cried Gray eagerly. "Touch with an unkind hand my poor dumb companion here, and I will fly from window to window of this ill-omened house, shrieking for aid." "You would?" "Aye, would I, uncle, and you should not stop me by the other alternative." "And what is that?" "My murder." "Pshaw," cried Gray. "You are ill, your mind is deranged. Go to rest." "God knows I have need of rest," said the boy. "Come, Joy, come with me." The dog followed closely upon the heels of the boy as he slowly left the room. When he had quite gone, Gray lit a lamp and, without speaking, stole into the passage and listened attentively. Then, returning, he threw himself into the chair in which the boy had been sitting and commenced a murmuring colloquy with himself. "The sight of this young thing," he said, always freezes my blood, and yet I dare not murder. Oh, if by some grand stroke of fortune now I could be revenged on the whole of them for the disquiet they have caused me, I think I should be happy. What am I now? Am I even calm? There was a time when I fancied gold had but to be possessed to bring joy in its train. 'Twas a great mistake. I have gold. A large sum is in my hands, and yet, by some damnable train of circumstances, I dare not use it. I must think and contrive some means of freeing myself from the shackles that bind me. Well may Learmont hand me the glittering price of my silence with a smile. 'Tis so much dross to me. I dare not, for fear of my life, which I know he thirsts for, even let him know where I lay my head at night. I am still a fugitive, although rich. And that Smith, too, is on my track like a bloodhound. If I could get a large sum from Learmont, and then dispose of this young creature I have here, I might fly to some other country and use my wealth. It must be so. More blood, blood. Blue, BL. His head dropped upon his breast, and yielding to the fatigue he had undergone and the somnolent influence of the fire, he dropped into a deep slumber by the dull red embers that still smoldered in the grate. Chapter 17. The Chequers, at Westminster. Britain's notions of greatness. When the wine is in, the wit is out. Jacob Gray was quite right when he averred that the Smith was on his track like a bloodhound. Britain had entered heartily into the scheme of destroying Gray. It was not that he particularly wished to appropriate to himself Gray's portion of what was wrung from the fears of Learmont, nor did he particularly see or care for the destruction of Gray as a matter of policy, but he hated him personally. His assumption of superior address was especially annoying to Britain. He felt that Gray was more than a match for him in cunning, and moreover, he despised him for the cowardice of his character, and over his cups thought it would be a rare thing to outwit Jacob Gray, which, translated, meant kill him with safety, not personal safety in the act of killing, but safety from the consequences of Gray's extreme precautionary measures for his own preservation. The Smith familiarized himself thus with the thought of overcoming the wily Jacob, and his ferocious fancy indulged itself in glutting over some violent and bloody death for the man who had presumed to assume greater address than he. By some curious train of thought, too, the Smith always considered himself as personally injured by Gray, because the latter, when he visited him at the smithy, had so fenced himself round with precautions, that Britain could not but see the extreme impolicy of knocking him on the head with his forge hammer, which he had fully resolved to do whenever he had an opportunity. Curse him, Britain would growl over his cups. I will have his life yet. Despite his cunning, I will have his life. Britain's scheme of operations was more in accordance with his violent nature than any which Learmont could suggest to him. It was to dog Gray to his house, and then finding some means of admittance, either wring from his fears the secret of where he kept the written confession he talked so much of, and then kill him, or should that plan not succeed, take his life first, and trust to his powers of search to find the dangerous document somewhere in his abode. With this project in view, Britain had kept an eye on the house of Learmont, and followed Gray upon the river, as we have seen. Great was the rage of the Smith at the utter failure of this, his first attempt to ferret out the hiding-place of Master Gray, which he began to think was by no means so easy a job as he had supposed. In fact, should Gray pursue the plan he had commenced so successfully, of turning upon his pursuer, the scheme would be fraught with the greatest difficulties. Moreover, the Smith could not conceal from himself that by his unsuccessful attempt he had put Gray upon his guard, which was the very last thing he should have risked. All these reflections put the Smith in no very pleasant mood when he repaired from the waterside to the Chequers. And it was not until he had quaffed at 2 draughts a huge tankard of humming ale that he felt his equanimity at all restored. He then began to swear awfully, which unburdened his mind very much, and calling for another tankard, he shouted, "Landlord, come hither, man. Dip your red nose in the tankard." The landlord, nothing loth, took a hearty draught of the ale, after which he smacked his lips with a knowing air, and looking intently at a fly-cage that hung from the ceiling, he said in an abstracted tone, "This ale is splendid, glorious." I must keep it for the worshipful Master Britain's own drinking. I ought to do it, and I will do it." "What are you muttering about?" roared the smith, taking up the empty flagon and bestowing a hard rap with it on the landlord's head. "Bless us," cried the host, rubbing the afflicted part. I do believe I was in deep thought." "Deep lies, you mean," cried Britain. "You'll keep the ale for me, will you?" Again the flagon touched not over gently the landlord's head, and the smith was mightily amused at the wry faces he made. Come, sit down, man," he cried, "and don't try to deceive me. You'll keep the ale for me, will you?" "In a moment I will attend your worship," said the landlord, bustling off as someone knocked furiously at the little wooden bar. "Now, by the holy well of Penseros, which they say was pure Rhenish wine," muttered the landlord when he was out of hearing of the smith, "I could see that rascal hung with as much pleasure as Timothy," screamed a female voice at this moment, which could be likened to nothing but a tin trumpet with a bad cold. "Timothy, I say." "My wife," said the landlord, finishing the sentence and rushing into the bar with a, "Here, my love, here I am." The abundance of money possessed by Britain made him perfectly welcome at the Chequers, notwithstanding the rough nature of many of his practical jokes. The landlord lived in the full expectation of finding some day that the smith's funds were exhausted, and his object was to keep him in good humor, and put up with him so long and no longer, for the Wysackers at the Chequers had made up their minds that the gold which Britain spent so freely was the produce of some great robbery, and their only surprise from day to day was that they did not hear a hue and cry after Britain, with an accurate description of him appended to it. The smith now took up the massive poker appertaining and belonging to the fireside of the Chequers, and commenced beating upon one of the oaken tables so lustily that the landlord rushed into the room in wild fright and amazement, crying, "The saints preserve us, Master Britain!" "What does your worship want?" "Sit down," roared the smith. "Hurrah! I'm going to treat everybody." The landlord lifted up his hands and exclaimed, "Worshipful Master Britain, my humble opinion is of very little moment." "That's true," said Britain, "but I assert," continued the landlord, "that you ought to have been a king." "And how do you know I aren't a king, numbskull?" cried the smith. This was certainly a poser to the politic landlord, and he only muttered that he ventured to suppose he was not. "Then you're a fool," cried Britain, to the great amusement of the company, who had pricked up their ears wonderfully since Button had talked of a general treat. "The landlord's a fool," repeated the smith, looking round the room with a half-intoxicated stare. "So he is," cried several voices. "No, he ain't," roared Britain. Not quite a fool," said a little punchy man with a pipe in his mouth. "But you are," added Britain, which at once silenced the little punchy man, who very wisely made no reply whatever. After the applause of this sally had subsided, the landlord ventured to suggest that mugs of spiced canary all round would not be amiss to begin the evening with. This suggestion met with universal approval, and Britain, waving his hand, consented, whereupon the landlord heaved a deep sigh and remarked that if all the world was like him, the worshipful Master Britain, what a different world it would be to what it really was. "Off with you," shouted Britain. The canary, and we'll have a song. I've got a toast, too, to propose." The canary was not long in appearing, and Britain, rising, proposed as a toast, "Damnation for Jacob Gray." The landlord looked aghast, and the guests looked aghast, till the punchy man volunteered his opinion in the following terms. "Gentlemen, we don't know Jacob Gray, but there can be no doubt he's a very bad man. Hear, hear. Master Britain stands spiced canary, all round, and, consequently, it's my humble opinion it must be right." The topers looked at each other in amazement at this splendid piece of reasoning, and one remarked that he, the punchy man, was the person to get over a knotty pointy, which was universally responded to in the affirmative, and the toast was drunk with acclamation. "A song," cried Britain, "a song." The landlord looked imploringly round him for someone to sing, but no one seemed inclined, therefore he said, "The worshipful Master Britain calls for a song, and there must be a song." "Of course," cried Britain, "and you must sing it." The landlord hemmed thrice, and after taking a deep draught of the canary, he fixed his eyes on the fly-cage hanging from the ceiling, and chaunted the following bacchanalian strains. Care mantles not in brimming cups, it cannot enter there. Within the bowl there's naught but joy, without but grim despair. Hurrah, boys! Care shuns the wine cup, boys, for why? Because its blushing hue forbids the fiend to enter there, lest he be lost to view. Hurrah, boys! Drink, drink, and let the gushing stream of life boil through our veins, while sober fools seek chill content and find care for their pains. Hurrah, boys! They lie who say that rosy wine can ever breed a pain, for when the joy of one day's o'er, we drink and live again. Hurrah, boys! They tell us that when once the fire of wine has gone away, our hearts will beat in dull despair, nor be so calm as they. Hurrah, boys! But we a cure for such an ill can find in every glass, and, boys, we know that life is short, catch pleasure ere it pass. Hurrah, boys! Bravo! Cried Britain. That's good, mind, that's good. Very good indeed, cried everybody. Hurrah! Shouted the inebriated Smith. Hurrah, boys! 3 ch cheers. I say, I'm a KK king. After an ineffectual attempt to stand, he dropped on the floor in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 18. The Lone Max, the Voice of Conscience. Alone and still as a sculptured image sat the Squire Learmont in one of his stately halls. He was surrounded by magnificence, but he was alone. The closely fitting easements admitted, but in subdued murmurs, the various voices of the city, but there was no one, save himself, to enjoy the luxury of the calm that reigned in that gilt and gaudy saloon. The choicest hangings depended from the walls, half concealing, yet rendering more effective the glowing paintings that were hung in the most favorable lights, but Learmont was alone. A chandelier, shaded by colored glasses, shed a sweet and chastened light upon every article in that costly room. But who was there to admire, to gaze in rapture upon the splendor of that magical scene? Learmont was alone, and the deep sense of his utter loneliness crept across him with a chilling influence that seemed to penetrate even to the very marrow in his bones. How many, in the selfish pride of their hearts, suppose it possible to extract joy from merely selfish pleasures? How many have cast from them all the endearing associations of kindred and fellowship to wrap themselves up, as it were, in their own hearts that they might share no delight with another, imagining that they might, by such a process, concentrate in themselves all the diffused happiness of many. This has been the dreary delusions of many, but a time has come when all have awakened to the truth that man must borrow his greatest joy from the reflected happiness of others. To such a mind as Learmont's, this immutable and holy truth was long in coming, but now as he sat alone in his princely hall, surrounded with light and splendor, he would have felt relieved could he have turned to anyone upon whose countenance he could have read with pleasure and delight. I, the veriest beggar that ever asked for alms of rich and proud, would at that moment have been welcome, for Learmont's very heart felt lonely and desolate. Did he enjoy the exquisite covering of that lofty ceiling? Did he exult over the rich gilding which lay like plates of massive gold on the elaborate cornices? Did the soft, beautiful light, which seemed in its rare excellence to belong to the sunrise of a better world, fall upon his heart with joyful brilliancy? Alas, no, he was alone. The first proud flush of gratified pride, in having created and being the master of all this, had died away and left behind it but a sensation of loneliness and desolation of spirit, such as he had never before experienced. In vain, the Lord of Learmont battled with his own feelings. They would not be resisted, and, at length, half mad with the mental struggle he was enduring, he rose from the chair on which he had been sitting and stood up to his full height, in the center of the saloon, while one deep groan burst from his heart. Sounding strangely awful in the midst of all that glitter and display, then his dark eye flashed fire, and he made a great effort to rouse himself from the deep dejection that had stolen over him. "What have I striven for?" he cried. "What dipped my hands in blood for, but for all this? This pride of wealth, this glory of magnificence, and does it now pall upon my senses? Can I not enjoy what I have striven so hard to obtain? Away, vain shadows of remorse, born in superstition and, fostered by prejudice, away. I I must enjoy what I have wasted the better part of life to obtain. My gilded saloons, I love you, my house, my retinue, my jewels, all are what men struggle for, even to the grave's brink, because the universal opinion of mankind has proclaimed that to have these things is to have the means of happiness. I have them, and yet what serpent is it that now gnaws at my heart and forbids the enjoyment of what is mine own? There is, perhaps, too much silence in my glorious house. I must fill my saloons with the young and the beautiful. I must have joy reflected on my own face from the sparkling eyes of beauty. I will not be alone. No, no, I will be seldom alone. 'Tis the silence of this spacious hall has bred and nursed gloomy fancies in my brains. I was foolish to sit here because I was alone. His voice sounded hollow and distinct in the large space around him, and the word alone seemed to catch some strange echo in the saloon, and to be whispered back to him from the high ceiling with a mournful tone. Squire Learmont paused, and a sneer curled his lips as he said, "Now, were I weak and superstitious, how well could busy fancy people this large space with grinning gliding shapes, such as haunt ordinary men and drive their weak brains to distraction. I hear yon echo, but I will not be alone. Ha! Ha! 'Tis your concave roof that throws back my words. Now if, as I say, I were superstitious, but I am not." Even as he spoke, he repeatedly turned to look behind, and it was evident that the guilty man was battling with his fears. "This hall," he continued, "is very large and cold withal. I will make some smaller room suffice me." He rang for a domestic, and, in spite of himself, he could not help averring to his own heart that it was a relief to see the face of a human being in his magnificent solitude. "Light up the small room with the yellow hanging," said Learmont. "I will sit there." The servant bowed and retired. "Yes," continued Learmont, in a low tone, as he seated himself in a chair, the back of which touched the wall. "A smaller room to sit in is more agreeable and much warmer than this saloon." He would not own to himself that the large space around him had frightened him, and that he was really trembling with a terror of, he knew not what, such an awful terror as commonly creeps over the hearts of the guilty in solitudes. In a very few moments, the servant returned and announced the smaller room as ready for his master's reception. Then, preceding him, with 2 wax lights, he showed the trembling squire into a room of about 1/3 of the size of the saloon, and which was furnished more plainly, but quite as richly as regarded the costly nature of its hangings and various appointments. Oh, let the innocent of heart and single of purpose lift their eyes to heaven, and thank it for their great happiness. Let those who can challenge their deepest memories, to picture to the mental vision one deed of wrong, lie down in blessed repose, for they are rich beyond the wealth of kings, powerful beyond the power of the mightiest conquerors, happy beyond any happiness that this world can afford. As the price of that peace of mind which so many barter for a bauble, it was not the extent of his saloon that had come across the soul of the crime-steeped Learmont with a shuddering horror. It was not that his voice echoed in his lofty house. It was the undying worm conscience, that takes no rest, knows no peace, but will be heard amid the din of battle. The hilarity of the banquet, that will float upon the wine cup, mingle with every strain of noise, and make a hell of the human heart more maddening than the wildest fanatic can promise to the wicked. Learmont could not sit, he could not rest. The air around him seemed thick and heavy. His first impulse was to ring for more lights, and more were brought, more and more, until the apartment was one blaze of illuminations. But all was in vain. And just before the midnight hour sounded from the various churches, the lord of all the beauty and magnificence of that costly mansion seized a hat and cloak, and rushed into the streets to seek relief by violent exercise from the agony that tortured him. Without aim or object, save the one of endeavoring, by sheer bodily fatigue, to seek repose for the overwrought mind, Learmont walked onwards through the various streets that happened to present themselves at convenient junctures to his notice, and as he walked with a quick step, he muttered to himself the anxious reasoning that was crossing his fevered brain. "I will never be alone," he muttered. "Never, never! Why should I be alone? I who am reveling in wealth. From this moment I resolve to cram my saloons." The brilliant decorations of my home shall be admired by all. I will move amidst a throng of youth, beauty, and nobility, as the presiding genius of a place which shall be little short of a fairy palace of romance and beauty. I will intrigue with the intriguing, quaff goblets of rich wine with the voluptuous. Ha! Ha! I will lead a life of enjoyment that shall leave no time for thought. I will have pleasure after pleasure, excitement after excitement, succeeding each other with such rapidity that they shall only occasionally cease when the wearied frame calls loudly for repose, that it may awaken with renovated strength to undergo a routine of new pleasure. I will never be alone. He walked on now for many minutes, only now and then muttering the words, "never alone." Then a new train of thought seemed to come across his mind, and he whispered, "These two men, this Briton and the crafty Grey, they indeed are thorns among the flowers with which I would surround myself. If either could but safely destroy the other, I could then find an opportunity of getting rid of the survivor. My deepest hatred light on Grey. May the curses, pshaw! What hurts it that I curse him? I must have his blood. 'Tis he, and he only, who by his craft preserves his own life and teaches Britain how to preserve his. What devil whispered to the villain to write a confession of his crimes for his own preservation? Time was when a master spirit such as mine could, with small pains, rid himself of the base lowly tools with which he built his fortune and his fame. The grave closed over the hateful secrets that embittered the road to power and greatness, leaving that power and greatness, when once achieved, undermined by the black shadows of the past. Unbounded wealth is at my command, a crouching herd at my feet, because I am the master of the yellow dross for which mankind will barter heaven. And yet even I am to be haunted by two ruffians who with a subtlety undreamt of have hedged themselves in with precautions. By hell, I will not, cannot bear it. I'll pluck these papers from their very hearts if they should hide them there. I will no longer be scared by this awful phantom of fear that shadows my heart. They shall die. How many, in the selfish pride of their hearts, suppose it possible to extract joy from merely selfish pleasures? How many have cast from them all the endearing associations of kindred and fellowship to wrap themselves up, as it were, in their own hearts that they might share no delight with another, imagining that they might, by such a process, concentrate in themselves all the diffused happiness of many. This has been the dreary delusions of many, but a time has come when all have awakened to the truth that man must borrow his greatest joy from the reflected happiness of others. To such a mind as Learmont's, this immutable and holy truth was long in coming, but now as he sat alone in his princely hall, surrounded with light and splendor, he would have felt relieved could he have turned to any one upon whose countenance he could have read with pleasure and delight. I, the veriest beggar that ever asked for alms of rich and proud, would at that moment have been welcome, for Learmont's very heart felt lonely and desolate. Did he enjoy the exquisite covering of that lofty ceiling? Did he exult over the rich gilding which lay like plates of massive gold on the elaborate cornices? Did the soft, beautiful light, which seemed in its rare excellence to belong to the sunrise of a better world, fall upon his heart with joyful brilliancy? Alas, no. He was alone. The first proud flush of gratified pride, in having created and being the master of all this, had died away and left behind it but a sensation of loneliness and desolation of spirit, such as he had never before experienced. In vain, the Lord of Learmont battled with his own feelings. They would not be resisted, and, at length, half mad with the mental struggle he was enduring, he rose from the chair on which he had been sitting and stood up to his full height, in the center of the saloon, while one deep groan burst from his heart. Sounding strangely awful in the midst of all that glitter and display, then his dark eye flashed fire, and he made a great effort to rouse himself from the deep dejection that had stolen over him. "What have I striven for?" he cried. "What dipped my hands in blood for but for all this? This pride of wealth, this glory of magnificence, and does it now pall upon my senses? Can I not enjoy what I have striven so hard to obtain? Away, vain shadows of remorse, born in superstition and, fostered by prejudice, away. I I must enjoy what I have wasted the better part of life to obtain. My gilded saloons, I love you, my house, my retinue. My jewels, all are what men struggle for, even to the grave's brink, because the universal opinion of mankind has proclaimed that to have these things is to have the means of happiness. I have them, and yet what serpent is it that now gnaws at my heart and forbids the enjoyment of what is mine own? There is, perhaps, too much silence in my glorious house. I must fill my saloons with the young and the beautiful. I must have joy reflected on my own face from the sparkling eyes of beauty. I will not be alone. No, no, I will be seldom alone. 'Tis the silence of this spacious hall has bred and nursed gloomy fancies in my brains. I was foolish to sit here because I was alone. His voice sounded hollow and distinct in the large space around him, and the word alone seemed to catch some strange echo in the saloon, and to be whispered back to him from the high ceiling with a mournful tone. Squire Learmont paused, and a sneer curled his lips as he said, "Now, were I weak and superstitious, how well could busy fancy people this large space with grinning gliding shapes, such as haunt ordinary men and drive their weak brains to distraction. I hear yon echo, but I will not be alone. Ha! Ha! 'Tis your concave roof that throws back my words. Now if, as I say, I were superstitious, but I am not." Even as he spoke, he repeatedly turned to look behind, and it was evident that the guilty man was battling with his fears. "This hall," he continued, "is very large and cold withal. I will make some smaller room suffice me." He rang for a domestic, and, in spite of himself, he could not help averring to his own heart that it was a relief to see the face of a human being in his magnificent solitude. "Light up the small room with the yellow hanging," said Learmont. "I will sit there." The servant bowed and retired. "Yes," continued Learmont, in a low tone, as he seated himself in a chair, the back of which touched the wall. "A smaller room to sit in is more agreeable and much warmer than this saloon." He would not own to himself that the large space around him had frightened him, and that he was really trembling with a terror of, he knew not what, such an awful terror as commonly creeps over the hearts of the guilty in solitudes. In a very few moments, the servant returned and announced the smaller room as ready for his master's reception. Then, preceding him, with 2 wax lights, he showed the trembling squire into a room of about 1/3 of the size of the saloon, and which was furnished more plainly, but quite as richly as regarded the costly nature of its hangings and various appointments. Oh, let the innocent of heart and single of purpose lift their eyes to heaven, and thank it for their great happiness. Let those who can challenge their deepest memories, to picture to the mental vision one deed of wrong, lie down in blessed repose, for they are rich beyond the wealth of kings, powerful beyond the power of the mightiest conquerors, happy beyond any happiness that this world can afford. As the price of that peace of mind which so many barter for a bauble, it was not the extent of his saloon that had come across the soul of the crime-steeped Learmont with a shuddering horror. It was not that his voice echoed in his lofty house. It was the undying worm conscience that takes no rest, knows no peace, but will be heard amid the din of battle. The hilarity of the banquet that will float upon the wine cup, mingle with every strain of noise, and make a hell of the human heart more maddening than the wildest fanatic can promise to the wicked. Learmont could not sit, he could not rest. The air around him seemed thick and heavy. His first impulse was to ring for more lights, and more were brought, more and more, until the apartment was one blaze of illuminations. But all was in vain. And just before the midnight hour sounded from the various churches, the lord of all the beauty and magnificence of that costly mansion seized a hat and cloak, and rushed into the streets to seek relief by violent exercise from the agony that tortured him. Without aim or object, save the one of endeavoring, by sheer bodily fatigue, to seek repose for the overwrought mind, Learmont walked onwards through the various streets that happened to present themselves at convenient junctures to his notice, and as he walked with a quick step, he muttered to himself the anxious reasoning that was crossing his fevered brain. "I will never be alone," he muttered. "Never, never! Why should I be alone? I who am reveling in wealth. From this moment I resolve to cram my saloons." The brilliant decorations of my home shall be admired by all. I will move amidst a throng of youth, beauty, and nobility, as the presiding genius of a place which shall be little short of a fairy palace of romance and beauty. I will intrigue with the intriguing, quaff goblets of rich wine with the voluptuous. Ha! Ha! I will lead a life of enjoyment that shall leave no time for thought. I will have pleasure after pleasure, excitement after excitement, succeeding each other with such rapidity that they shall only occasionally cease when the wearied frame calls loudly for repose, that it may awaken with renovated strength to undergo a routine of new pleasure. I will never be alone. He walked on now for many minutes, only now and then muttering the words, "never alone." Then a new train of thought seemed to come across his mind, and he whispered, "These two men, this Briton and the crafty Grey, they indeed are thorns among the flowers with which I would surround myself. If either could but safely destroy the other, I could then find an opportunity of getting rid of the survivor. My deepest hatred light on Grey. May the curses, pshaw! What hoots it that I curse him? I must have his blood. 'Tis he, and he only, who by his craft preserves his own life and teaches Britain how to preserve his. What devil whispered to the villain to write a confession of his crimes for his own preservation? Time was when a master spirit such as mine could, with small pains, rid himself of the base, lowly tools with which he built his fortune and his fame. The grave closed over the hateful secrets that embittered the road to power and greatness, leaving that power and greatness, when once achieved, undermined by the black shadows of the past. Unbounded wealth is at my command, a crouching herd at my feet, because I am the master of the yellow dross for which mankind will barter heaven. And yet even I am to be haunted by two ruffians who, with a subtlety undreamt of, have hedged themselves in with precautions. By hell, I will not, cannot bear it. I'll pluck these papers from their very hearts if they should hide them there. I will no longer be scared by this awful phantom of fear that shadows my heart. They shall die. Chapter 19. Learmont's Adventure, a Discovery, the Haunted House. Exultation and a resolution. In the wild excitement of his passions, Learmont had walked onwards, heedless of whither he was going, and now that he had in some measure found the relief he sought for in fatigue, he glared anxiously round to find if possible what part of the town he had strayed to in his deep abstraction. The night was very dark. Not a star peeped forth from heaven to light with its small twinkling luster the massive black arch of the firmament. No moon shed its silvery radiance on the gigantic city, a darkness so intense that sky, houses, trees, all seemed merged into one chaotic mass. "Where should I be?" muttered Learmont. "I must have walked far, for I am weary. Ha! Is that the hour?" The clock of St. Paul's struck 3 as he spoke, and from the direction of the sound, Learmont guessed that he was somewhere southward of that edifice, some chance passenger. He muttered, "Will direct me to Westminster, yet I hear no footfall in these silent streets. How still and solemn now is the great city. One might imagine it a vast cemetery in which the dead alone dwelt." He paced slowly down a long, straggling street, and his own footsteps were the only sounds that disturbed the solemn stillness that reigned around. Learmont walked on slowly, for he knew not but he might be in some dangerous quarter of the city, and his suspicions that the locality in which he was did not possess any great claims to fashion or respectability were much increased by a door suddenly opening in a house some dozen yards in advance of him, and a man being flung from it with considerable force into the center of the street, while a loud voice exclaimed, "Go to the devil, and you will. Are we to sit up all night to attend to one sot? No, that will never suit the old mitre, and there were a round dozen of you, we might think of it. It's damned ill usage," remonstrated the man who had been turned out so unceremoniously from what appeared to Learmont a little tavern, and the door of which was immediately flung close and barred from within. "That's the way of the world," remarked the drunken man as he slowly gathered himself up on his feet and shook his head with tipsy gravity. "There's no such thing as a consideration in the world, and the street even is turning round, and round in a most extraordinary manner. That's how I never can get home properly. The streets keep moving in that extraordinary manner. That end comes round to this end, and that's how I'm led astray. It's too bad, it is indeed. It's enough to make one weep, it is. But no matter a double extraordinary man, and a greatly injured character. The drunkard had evidently reached the sentimental stage of intoxication, and he staggered along weeping and lamenting alternately. I may gather from this sot some information of where I am, thought Learmont, and in an instant he strided after the reeling man. When he reached him, he touched him on the shoulder and said, "My friend, can you tell me where I am?" "Pon my word, that's a funny question. Why, you've just been turned out of the mitre." Foe, cried Learmont impatiently. "Can you tell me what part of the town we are in?" "The open air, of course," replied the man. "Hurrah! That's my opinion. My opinion's hurrah. And all I mean to say is, if somebody else— no, that isn't it. If I didn't take somebody else's job, no, that ain't it." "What do you mean?" said Learmont. I'll do it, I tell you." "Do what?" "Do what? Come, that's good of you, you know what." "All I mean to say is, that if somebody else is to do it, why, I am sure nobody. No, that isn't it either." "How very extraordinary." "Idiot!" exclaimed Learmont, striding away, but the man called after him, and his voice echoed through the deserted street as he said, "Don't be offended. I'll do it, I tell you. No, nonsense now, I know you, mind, I know you. It's only a murder." Ah. Learmont paused in astonishment, not altogether unmingled with dismay at these words, and he was by the man's side again in a moment. "You know me," he said. Yes, I believe you," replied the man. "I'll do it. What can this mean?" thought Learmont. Then he said aloud, "Who am I? You say you know me." You didn't think it," said the man with much drunken cunning, "but I watched you home. You watched me home." "Yes, to be sure. Don't be frightened. I saw you go in." Oh, indeed," said Learmont, who was determined to humor his singular companion. "Yes, I believe you. I thought you'd be surprised, and so you are. It's extraordinary, ain't it?" "Oh, very." "Well, I'll do it. You recollect my name?" "Perfectly." "Of course you do. Sheldon, you know. Sheldon is your name." "Yes, you know. There isn't a waterman on the river as can drink like me." "You are a waterman, then?" "You know I am?" "Of course." "Oh, yes, of course I do," said Learmont. "Well then, you know, I can keep my own counsel. It's extraordinary how clever I am. Quite remarkable. Well, I watched you home, and I heard you a-talking to the boy. Yes, you keep him shut up in the haunted house, I've watched you, you see." "The boy," repeated Learmont. Yes, the boy. I climbed up at the back of the old house, you see." Yes, said Learmont eagerly, "and you saw—" "Nothing. Damned a thing, but I heard you, and the boy— You heard the boy, a boy's voice." "No, I didn't." "You said so." "No, I didn't. Don't insult me." "My good friend, I would not insult you on any consideration. I am mistaken. I thought you said you heard a boy's voice." Then you thought wrong." "Exactly." "You are a fool, extraordinary fool." "Well," said Learmont in an oily voice, "you saw the boy." "Ah, now," cried his drunken companion, "now you have hit it. I'll just tell you how I circumnavi— no, that ain't it, circumventated you." "Do," said Learmont. "You are exceedingly clever." "I know it." "Well, I heard you talking to someone, and I went from window to window to try to see in, you know, and at one of 'em I saw him." "The boy?" "Yes, two, to be sure." "Did you hear him speak?" I believe you." Well, says he, in a mournful kind o' way, says he, "what do you think now?" "Really, I cannot tell." "Oh, but it's extraordinary, because you see that's how I found out your name, you see." "My name, Master Sheldon." "Yes, your name. No, you don't know it. You cannot know it. Not know it." "Well, what is it then, if you do know it?" "Gray, to be sure." "Gray?" cried Learmont with so sharp a cry that the man jumped again, and would have fallen had not Learmont clutched him tightly by the arm. Yes," stammered the drunken man, in whom the reader has already recognized Sheldon, the waterman, to whom Gray had proposed the murder of Britain. "You are sure? On your life, on your soul, you are sure the name was Gray?" The man looked in the countenance of Learmont, as well as the darkness would permit him, and answered, not without evident trepidation, "Gray, yes, Gray it was." I shouldn't have known it, but, you see, the boy stopped at the window to cry. To cry? Well, and then? Then he said, can this man, Gray, really be of my kindred? Do we think alike? Says he, do we? Now hang me if I recollect what he said. Ha, 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 suddenly laughed Learmont. You are brave and acute. Ha, ha, you have found me out, I see. I am Gray. Ha, ha. I beg your pardon, Mr. Gray, hiccuped the man, but was that why you that laughed in that odd way? Eh? I laughed, said Learmont. Then don't do it again. It's the most calm, comfortable sort o' laugh I ever heard, an extraordinary laugh. Good master, Sheldon, said the man. I, Sheldon, resumed Learmont, I will have no secrets from you. You shall come home with me. You know the way. Of course I do. Then come on, cried Learmont, with difficulty concealing his exultations at the chance that had thus thrown in his way a guide to Gray's house. You're right, said the waterman. Come on, we'll have a cup together. Ha, ha, cried Learmont, we will. Now didn't I tell you? Said Sheldon with drunken gravity, marking off each word on his fingers and making the most ludicrous efforts to speak very clear and distinct. Didn't I tell you to keep those laughs to yourself? You did, said Learmont, but I forget. Come on, we will have brimming cups. Hurrah for everybody, cried Sheldon. We are jolly fellows. Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah for the vine, when its sparkling bubbles rise, call it divine, divine, for God's a dainty prize. Hurrah! By heavens, a brave ditty, said Learmont, and well sung. You are an Apollo, Sheldon, with a little mixture of Bacchus. Don't insult me, cried Sheldon. I won't bear it, Master G. Gray. Not for worlds, muttered Learmont. Cried Sheldon, was that you? What do you mean? Mean? Why, I heard an uncommon odd voice say, and not for worlds. 'Twas some echo, my good friend. Is this the turning? Oh, laughed the waterman. Now that is good. Is this the turning, and you going have ho? You know it's the turning. Perhaps you want to insinuate that I'm drunk. Certainly not, replied Learmont. I was only surprised at your amazing knowledge of the road. I only meant to try you, good Master Sheldon. Try me. I know every inch of the road. Follow me, and I'll take you to your own door. Is it possible? Come on and see. Follow, I say follow. I will, cried Learmont, his dark eyes flashing with unholy fire, as he thought how gigantic a step towards the accomplishment of Gray's destruction would be the knowledge, unknown to him, of his secret abode. Cautiously he followed the devious track of the drunken man, who, with mock gravity, marched onwards to show the way. Now, Jacob Gray, he thought, you are in my grasp. You shall die some death of horror which in its bitter pangs will give you some taste of the heart-sickness you have given me. Chapter 20. The Guide, the Old House, the Murder. Sheldon continued singing snatches of rude songs and staggering onwards, while Learmont followed closely upon his heels, and judiciously kept up a conversation with him that prevented him from giving any further thought on the object of his present undertaking. It was strictly true what Sheldon had stated. After landing Jacob Gray, he had left his boat in charge of one of the idlers who are always plying on the banks of the river and cautiously dogged his customer home. This was a circumstance which it had never for one moment entered into even Gray's over-suspicious imagination to conceive. He had, as he felt well assured, scared Britain from pursuing him for that time at least, and he fancied himself, therefore, quite free. Hence was it that the waterman, who wished to know something more of the man who had made to him a proposal amounting to murder, succeeded in so successfully following Jacob Gray. At that period the Thames was infested with the worst of characters, and scarcely any proposition, let it involve what measure of guilt it might, could be made in vain to many of the desperadoes who were ostensibly watermen, but really robbers and cutthroats of the vilest description. That Sheldon was a man not tortured with many virtuous scruples, the reader will readily conceive, but he did shrink from the cold-blooded murder so calmly proposed to him by Gray, and he felt well inclined to sell that gentleman to justice. Only he was very anxious to have a good price for his virtue, for Master Sheldon was fond of sack, doted on canary, and idolized all manner of strong drinks, so that a good reward in gold pieces for not doing a decidedly disagreeable job presented itself to his mind in lovely and agreeable colors. So elated had he been with the bare supposition of such an event, that instead of going back to the stairs at which he had left his wherry, he had repaired to the Mitre, and tasted so many different enticing and delicious compounds, that, as the reader is aware, the calculating and considerate landlord was compelled to turn him out at 3 o'clock in the morning, because, being only one drunkard, he was not worth attending to any longer. With eager steps, Learmont followed his guide till they came to the range of miserable habitations, in one of which Jacob Gray had concealed himself and his precious charge. "Ah," said Learmont, "I begin to think you do indeed know the way." "Know the way," cried Sheldon. "I could find it blindfold. Come on, I'll take you to your own door." "What astonishing acuteness," remarked Learmont. "Yes," said Sheldon, wonderfully flattered. I believe you there, Master Gray. You are no fool yourself, because you see you found out how extraordinary clever I am, you see." "Exactly," cried Learmont. "This is a lonely district." "Here you are, laughed Sheldon. I know it, this is the house. Bless you, I know it by the painted windows." Learmont walked to the middle of the roadway, and by the dim morning light, which was just beginning to shed a faint color across the dusky sky, he gazed earnestly at the ancient building in which he had no doubt were the objects of his hatred and dread. "Well," said Sheldon, ain't you going to ask a fellow in just to take a drop o' something?" Learmont heard him not, or if he did, he heeded him not, but stood intently gazing at the house and treasuring up in his memory every little peculiarity he could by the faint light detect, in order that he might again recognize it without doubt or difficulty. "Hilloa," cried Sheldon. "What are you staring at? Did you never see your own house before?" Learmont started, and advancing to Sheldon, he laid his hand upon his shoulder, saying, "My good friend, in that house I have not one drop of liquor, good or bad, to offer you." "The devil you haven't," said the waterman. "Not a drain. But if you will walk with me till we come to some really good hostel, I will make you the partaker of the value of a couple of gold pieces melted down into humming ale, spiced canary, sack, or choice Rhenish. Aye. What you will you shall have, if you will how take my arm and let me be your guide." You are the prince of good fellows," cried Sheldon. Damn you are humming ale, did you say?" "Certainly such as will be music in your ears." And spiced canary." "Even so, deep draughts that will shut the world from your eyes and your thoughts." "Sack and Rhenish too." All. You shall steep your senses in delight, drown your soul in a delirium of pleasure. Come on, good Master Sheldon. Do you not see the morning is breaking?" N it, let it break. I mean to say that you are my best friend. Bless you, I ain't going to cry, no. Come, say no more, say no more." Learmont took the arm of the waterman, who was rapidly becoming sentimental again, and, passing it through his own, he led him away from Gray's house at a quick pace. The morning light was now each moment increasing, and Learmont did not fail to note every particular building he passed, in order that, when he came again, he should need no guide. Suddenly, as they turned the corner of a street, they came in sight of the square tower of the bishop's palace at Lambeth, and as Learmont knew that well, he felt quite assured that he could from that, as a landmark, walk with certainty to the house of Jacob Gray. He now threw his whole thoughts into a consideration of what was to be done with his intoxicated companion. That he had been in some sort of communication with Jacob Gray he could not doubt, and moreover, he shrewdly suspected that the destruction of Britain was the object hinted at by Sheldon. That, however, was a far inferior object in Learmont's mind to the destruction of Gray himself, and the possession of the boy he held in his power. Therefore was it that Learmont fell into a train of anxious and horrid thoughts as to whether Sheldon, after he had left him, might not, by his relation of having brought someone to his secret abode, alarm the cautious Jacob Gray into an immediate removal, and so baffle him, Learmont, again. If there be any crime more awful than another, it is a cool and deliberate murder founded upon calculation, but Learmont was just the man to commit such an act. And while the thoughtless Sheldon was hanging upon his arm and murmuring disjointed snatches of songs in praise of good fellowship and glorious wine, Learmont half resolved upon his death. "This drunken idiot can be of no use to me," he reasoned with himself, "because I could never depend upon him. But he may, if I let him escape, worn gray, and I lose the rare chance that kind fortune has thrown so strangely in my way. He must die." They now passed the ancient entrance to the bishop's palace, and entered upon the well-known walk along the banks of the Thames, which was then much more shadowed by lofty trees than it is at present. And although those trees, in consequence of the season of the year, were now leafless, yet their gigantic trunks cast broad and obscuring shadows between them and the wall of the bishop's garden. A cold, piercing air blew from the Thames, and Sheldon shuddered as he remarked, "I say, my good fellow, the sooner we get to some place where we can have this same ale and sack and Rhenish, the better, on my faith it's sea cold." "Come this way, close to the palace wall," said Learmont, "and the old trees will save us from the cool air that blows across the river." So saying, he led his doomed companion close to the ancient wall, then he paused and listened attentively, in case anyone should be within hearing. All was as still as the grave. Not the most distant sound indicative of human life met his ears. "He must die," muttered Learmont. "You may say it's cold," remarked Sheldon. "WW, what are you waiting for? Ha, ha, ha. Who would not drink when the cup is brimming over, be it Rhenish, be it sack, or burning old October? That's a brave song, extraordinary brave song, a WW wonderful song." Learmont laid his hand on his sword as he said, "There is more light now, Master Sheldon. Look at me." As he spoke, he raised his cap, which previously had been drawn close over his eyes, and raised himself to his full gaunt height. The waterman fixed his wondering eyes upon him and muttered, I think you ain't Master Gray." "Do you know me?" cried Learmont fiercely. The man trembled and seemed all at once half sobered by terror as he stammered, I have seen what? Who? Your worship at Westminster." "Ah, my name, know you that?" "They called you Squire Learmont." Learmont suddenly turned his back upon Sheldon, and casting an anxious glance around him to satisfy himself that they were still alone, he suddenly drew his sword and faced the trembling man. "Mercy! Mercy!" cried Sheldon, dropping on his knees. "Idiot!" cried Learmont. "You are in my way. Curses on your worthless life." "Oh, God, mercy!" cried the man. Learmont shortened his arm and plunged his sword through the body of the defenseless man. With a wild shriek that rung through the bishop's walk, Sheldon sprang from his knees. He grasped wildly at the air and spun round and round in his frantic efforts to stand. "Help! Help! Murder!" he shrieked. "Damnation!" cried Learmont, and again he passed his reeking sword through the heaving chest of Sheldon. Again the wounded man tried to speak, but a low, gurgling sound in his throat was all he could produce, and he fell with a deep groan at the feet of the murderer. Chapter 21. A sunny morning. The chamber in the old house. The morning gathered each moment strength and beauty, for it was beautiful, although the trees were stripped of their summer verdure, and the earth no longer sent forth sweet flowers to load with perfumes the soft, dreaming, idle air that steeped in sunshines. Music and all dear delight hung tranquilly twixt heaven and earth. The sun, however, was bright, and the air, although the soft, voluptuous warmth of summer, was full of health and life. The little waves on the river sparkled like silver broken into fragments and strewed upon the surface of the stream. For miles, the clear, cloudless sky reflected nothing but pure sunshine, beautiful although cold. It shone upon the palaces, the churches, and the bridges, and upon the meanest hovels pregnant with squalid poverty. It shone upon all alike. It found its way in floods of beauty, softened by rich coloring of glass and drapery, into the chambers of the rich and great, and it struggled through the dingy panes of the cottage windows, making, perchance, more happiness there than in the lordly mansion, which more frequently is the habitation of an aching heart. There was one small room into which that clear morning sun shone in all its dearly welcomed beauty, and there was one heart that was cheered by its presence, and smiled gladly in its radiant light. That room into which it shone was the sleeping chamber of the young boy, Harry. And that heart that welcomed its rays was his, a heart that ever beat in unison with all that was good, all that was beautiful. The apartment was a small one adjoining a spacious room that was on the second floor of the house and communicating with it by folding doors. It contained little else than a small couch and a few necessary articles of the toilette. A large mat lay at the door, on which reposed the dog, which was poor Harry's only companion, his only friend. The boy was up and leaning upon the window-sill, gazing earnestly through a small chink that was left in the beading, for the window was blocked up from without, which enabled him to see, and without danger of being observed by anyone in the street, and likewise was quite of sufficient width to allow the morning sun to stream into the little room. With a deep sigh he turned from the window, and the dog at the same moment rose, and with grateful gestures approached its kind master. "The sun is shining, my poor Joy," said Harry mournfully. "But you and I may not gambol in its beams. The world without this gloomy house seems bright and beautiful, but we are prisoners. 'Tis very, very strange. Gray tells me he is my uncle, and that there is a fearful secret connected with the family that forces him to shut himself and me up in this mysterious manner. Uncle Gray, I doubt you. Such a tale might suit the ears of a child, but I am one no longer. Can this man be my uncle? His behavior is so strange to me, alternately harsh and kind, affectionate and cruel. Alas, I know not what to think. Oh, how my heart yearns for the bright sunshine, the open sky, and the green fields. How long am I to be thus immured? Heaven only knows. I must seek some other explanation. I know he fears me. I have seen him shrink before my eyes. I have marked him tremble and turn pale at a chance word I uttered, and yet I had no clue to such feelings, because I knew not which word it was that moved him so. And this disguise, too, which he persuades, begs, implores of me to wear, as he says, for my life's sake. 'Tis very strange. These are not the garments of a young maiden as I am. What have I done that I should, thus forswear sex, liberty, sunshine, joy, all that makes life rich and beautiful to the young? Alas, alas, what have I done to be a dreary prisoner? In all my weary years, short, but oh, how long to me! But one face beamed with kindness on me. That face was Albert Satan's. But one voice spoke to me in accents of love and pity. That voice was Albert Satan's. But one heart seemed ever to really feel for me a pang of sorrow, and that heart was Albert Satan's. The young girl, for such she was, sunk into a chair and wept bitterly. Then suddenly dashing aside the tears that obscured her beautiful eyes, she said, "No, no, I will not weep. No, Uncle Gray, if such you be, you shall not wring another tear from me. You have made me a lonely being. You have been harsh, unkindly. Nay, you have struck me. But you shall not see me weep, no. No, I will not let you see a tear. You have torn me from the young heart that in my solitude found me and loved me as an orphan boy, supposing me such. Oh, uncle, uncle, you are cruel. Another day shall not pass without an explanation with you, Uncle Gray. I will have reasons, ample reasons, full explanations from thee." And he wanted to kill my poor dog, too, because it loved me, because I had found some living thing that looked fondly in my face. Oh, uncle, uncle, you have raised a spirit in my breast, a spirit of resistance and opposition that in happier circumstances would have slumbered forever. For a few minutes the young girl stood in deep thought. Then, with a remarkable alteration of tone and manner, she said suddenly, "Come, Joy, come. We will go to Uncle Gray. Our breakfast should be waiting." She opened the door which led into the larger room, and crossing that, closely followed by the dog, passed out of it by another door that opened upon the staircase. Slowly, then, she descended the creaking, time-worn steps, and pushing open a small door at their feet, entered the room which has already been described to the reader, and in which we last left Jacob Gray. Gray was in the room, and he cast a suspicious glance at the young creature who entered the room, as if he would read from her countenance in what mood she was in that morning. "Oh," he said, "you have risen early, Harry, and Joy, too, is with you, poor dog." Joy's only answer to this hypocritical pity was a low growl, and getting under a chair, He exhibited a formidable mouthful of teeth as a warning to Jacob Gray not to attempt any familiarity. "Do not call me Harry," cried the girl. "You know it is not a fitting name for me, uncle." Gray's face assumed a paler shade as he replied in a low tone, "Wherefore this sudden passion, eh?" "Uncle Gray, I have been thinking of what, child?" "Call me child no more," replied the girl, pushing the dark ringlets from her brow and gazing steadily at Gray. "Call me child no more, Uncle Gray, and to prove to you that I am something more, I tell you now that the poor tale that frightened the child will not now do for me." "W, what do you mean?" gasped Gray, his lips trembling with ghastly fear. "I mean," continued the other, "that the time has come when I must know all. Who am I, my name, my lineage, my friends, kindred, where and who are they? Why am I here an innocent victim to the crimes, perchance, of others? The reasons of this solitary confinement, its duration, the circumstances that would rescue me from it. All this I want to know fully, amply, and I must know it, Uncle Gray." To describe the wild stare of astonishment and dismay that sat upon the face of Jacob, as the fragile and beautiful creature before him poured forth with earnest firmness this torrent of questions, would be impossible. Rage, fear, dismay, all seemed struggling for mastery in Gray's countenance. And the girl had done, and stood in an attitude that a sculptor might have envied, bending half forward with a flush of excitement upon her cheeks, awaiting the answer of the panic-stricken man before her. It was several minutes before that answer came. Once, twice, thrice did Jacob Gray try to speak in vain, and when he did produce an articulate sound, his voice was hollow and awful to hear. "What devil," he said, "has prompted you to this? What busy fiend has whispered in your ears? Speak, speak." "I have spoken," said the girl. "I ask but that I have the right to know." "The right? How know you that?" "How know I that? My heart tells me. 'Tis a right of nature, born with the lowest and no greater with the highest." "Then you would destroy me." "No, I would destroy no one, give no one even a passing pang. But oh, uncle, I am young, and life is new and precious. I have read of sunny skies and smiling, happy flowers. I have read of music's witchery, until my heart has sighed to create its own dear melody. I have read of love, pure, holy love, such as could knit together young hearts forever in a sweet companionship. And oh, how my heart has yearned for the sunlight, the flowers, the music, the sweet murmuring sound of moving waters, the dear love that gilds them all with more than earthly beauty, because it, and it alone, is the one gift that clings yet to man from heaven. How my heart has leaped upwards like a living thing to read of kind words softly spoken, of purest vows breathed from heart to heart, making as it were sweet music, and its still sweeter echo. Oh, how I have clasped my hands and cried aloud for music filling the sunny air with the mild embroidery of tones. I have asked of heaven to send me warm hearts to love me, to place me on the mountains, that I may look around me and adore the God that made the valleys look so beautiful. I have prayed to wander through the verdant valleys, that I might look up to the mountains, so lifting my thoughts to the great Creator. I have wept, sobbed aloud for all the dear companionships of youth, the thousand sparkling, glowing charms that lend life its romance and make the world an Eden, heaven a dear inheritance. The dreary echo of my own voice alone has answered me. My own deep sobs have come back to my ears in endless mockery, and I was alone. A chill would then gather round my heart, for I was alone. The smile of a father never gladdened my heart. A mother's gentle kiss never rested on my brow. I am a lonely thing. A blight and a desolation is around me. No one loves me. To describe the exquisite intonation of voice with which these words were uttered would be impossible. The gushing tenderness, the deep pathos, the glowing tones. Oh, what must be the construction of that heart that could listen unmoved to such an appeal? Gray trembled like an aspen leaf, his eyes glared from their sockets, and he stretched out his hands before him as he would keep off some specter that blasted his sight and seared his very brain. "Peace, peace," he shrieked, "peace! You want to kill me to drive me mad, but that voice, that manner, those speaking eyes. Peace, Ada, peace, I say." "Ada," cried the girl, "that then is my name?" No, cried Gray, "God of heaven." No, 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 no. I did not say Ada. You did, and something tells me that it is my name, the name you have concealed from me so long. I am Ada. Uncle, some strong passion, some awful fear at your heart overcame your caution. I am Ada, but Ada what? Tell me for the love of heaven all, and if you have done me wrong, uncle, I will forgive you as I live. Jacob Gray's voice trembled and the perspiration stood in cold drops upon his brow as he said faintly, Water, water, water. I am faint. Ada, for henceforward we will call her by that name, filled a glass with sparkling cold water and handed it in silence to the trembling man. With a shaking hand he raised it to his lips and drank deeply of it. The glass dropped from his nervous grasp and lay in fragments on the floor. I am better now, said Gray. Ada stood before him, her dark eyes bent on his with a scrutinizing glance beneath which he shrunk abashed. Now then, Uncle Gray, she said, now that you are better, will you answer me? Gray looked at her for a moment or two in silence before he replied. Then he said slowly, What if I refuse to answer the question you ask? Then is our compact broken, cried Ada, and, what will you do? What can you do? What can I do? I can toil, work, attend upon those who may perchance repay my service with a smile, ample and dear wages to the poor, desolate child of harshness and misfortune. I will leave you and this gloomy abode forever, and trust to the mercy of that Providence that finds food for the merest insect that buzzes in the evening time. Humph, muttered Gray. I never knew Providence to feed anything yet. Providence will let you die on a doorstep and rot in a kennel. Peace, cried Ada, and profane nor that you cannot comprehend. I repeat I will leave you without sufficient reason for my stay be given me. Blind obedience to you is past. There was a plan which would have ensured its continuance. Indeed, what plan? A simple one, said Ada mournfully. Uncle Gray, you might have bound me to you by the ties of such dear affection that I should have smiled upon my bondage, and obedience without inquiry would have seemed to me a pleasant virtue. I have used you well, stammered Gray. Well, cried Ada. Uncle, you have scoffed at my childish tears. I have felt even your blows. You would kill even my poor dog. Used me well. Gray looked down for a few moments. Then he said, Tonight or say tomorrow morning. Yes, let it be tomorrow morning, and I will tell you all. Tomorrow morning. Well, be it so. Yes, continued Gray, give me but till tomorrow morning, and you shall ask me no more questions. Tell me, though, now, said the girl kindly, is Ada my name? It is. And what more? Wait till tomorrow. I have breakfasted, take yours. I have business abroad. Jacob Gray rose, and keeping his small, keen, gray eyes fixed on Ada, he left the room. Outside the door he paused and, raising his clenched hand while his face was distorted with passion, he muttered, Tomorrow, tomorrow, you shall be a stiffened corpse. Chapter 22. Learmont at home. His exultation. The smith. The plot. Learmont, after committing the cold-blooded and brutal murder in the Bishop's Walk, hastily wiped his blood-stained sword and walked quickly onwards till he came to the further extremity of the avenue. He then darted down a narrow opening which led him first away from and then by a circuitous route to the back of the river. Boat! Boat! He cried impatiently, and from a mean habitation a boy immediately emerged. Can you row me across? Cried Learmont. Yes, your worship. Replied the boy. This way, and it please your honor. He led the way to a wherry which was moored close to some little wooden steps, and Learmont, seating himself in the boat, said, Quick, quick, I am in haste. The boy handled his sculls with dexterity, and the boat soon reached the Middlesex shore. Throwing him a piece of silver, Learmont strided over the boy and was soon at his own house in Westminster. Without deigning the slightest notice to his servants at the hall of the mansion, who made obsequious way for him as he entered, he strode onwards till he came to the room in which he had sat the preceding evening, when his thoughts had been so great a torment to him, and, flinging himself into a chair, he began to think over the singular events of the night, and to arrange the plan that he had already conceived for the destruction of Gray and the possession of his young charge. This is indeed a stroke of good fortune, he said. By Gray's destruction I gain much. The dull-witted sot Britain is not half the annoyance that this Jacob Gray has proved to me. I abhor him. Let me consider how the case stands. He lives in a solitary, miserable abode, out of the way of note or observation. Oh, Master Gray, you have outwitted yourself here? With him, of course, is the great object of all my fears. My worst enemy is that boy, whose existence I am so far sure of from the statement of the babbling fool who is paid with life for meddling with affairs beyond his comprehension. So far, so good. Those papers containing Gray's written confession that he speaks of, let me consider well of them. The object of writing them was that they should be found in case of his death. Found where? In his home, of course, and easily found, too, most easily, because they were to fall into the hands of persons not searching for them. So they must be in some place easy of discovery, and most simple of access. How easy, then, will it be for me to find them, knowing that they are there, and determined to leave no nook or corner unsearched till I do find them. Good, and the result. Gray dead, the boy is in my power, and the confession, which was to preserve him so well to be my torment, in the flames. Yes, all is clear, quite clear, and now for the immediate means. For several minutes he paced the apartment in silent thought, then suddenly pausing, he exclaimed, "Certainly, who so proper as Britain? It is a great and important principle in all these matters to confine them to as few hands as possible. Britain already knows enough for mischief, and his knowledge being a little extended, cannot make him much more noxious. He shall aid me. He and I will storm your garrison, Master Jacob Gray. Cunning, clever Jacob Gray. And then, why then, I have but one more object to accomplish, and that is the death of Britain. The boy, too. By heavens, I always had my doubts if it were a boy. This drunken fool, who I have been compelled to put out of the way of mischief, saw him though, and doubt vanishes. He shall either die or be rendered innoxious. Oh, clever, artful Jacob Gray, I have you on the hip." A servant now opened the door slowly, and Learmont, turning quickly on him with a frowning brow, cried, "How now, sirrah? Why this intrusion?" "An it please your worship," said the man, "there is one below who would have speech of your worship." "Speech of me?" "Aye, truly, an it please your—" "Pshaw," cried Learmont. "Use fewer words. Who is it that waits to see me? He says he brings a message from the old smithy, but I thought, your worship." "You thought?" cried Learmont, making 2 gigantic strides and seizing the trembling domestic by the throat. "You thought? Wretch! If you dare to think about any of my visitors, I'd give your brains to a dog, and if your tongue but wags of aught you see or hear in this house, I'll tear it out by the roots." The Lord have mercy upon us," groaned the servant. Aye, I'll never think again, your worship, as long as I live. Begone, and show him who asks for me to this room." The terrified man made haste from the apartment, and in 3 or 4 minutes Britain, the smith, staggered into the room with an air of the most insolent and independent familiarity. His face was bloated and swollen from his deep debauch of the previous night, and his eyes looked sleepy and bloodshot. His attire hung loosely on his huge form, and he was altogether the picture of ferocity and sensuality. "Good morning to you, squire," he said as he threw himself into a chair. "By gee, you are well lodged here. You haven't a spare room, have you?" Learmont stood with his back to the light, so that he was not in a favorable position for the smith to notice the working of his countenance, where indignation, hatred, and policy were battling for preeminence. "Away with this nonsense," cried Learmont. "What brings you here?" "What brings me here? Why, my legs, to be sure. It's too short a distance to think of riding." "Your errand?" cried Learmont. "Money," bellowed Britain in a still louder voice. "Money, again so soon." "Aye, so soon." "I have found a mine, and I don't see why I should not work it, as that infernal Jacob Gray says." "Oh, Jacob Gray says that, does he?" sneered Learmont. "On my faith he does. 'Tis a shrewd knave, but I hate him. I hate him, I say." "Indeed," says Learmont. "He says you are a beastly sot, good Britain." "Does he?" "Aye, does he? A thick-skulled, drunken idiot." "Ha, he says that of me." "Even so, a mere lump of brutality, savage beast." "Now curses on him," muttered Britain. "How much money do you want?" said Learmont very suddenly. 20 pieces," 20. Pshaw, make them 40 or 50, provided you have likewise your revenge on Jacob Gray. Revenge on Jacob Gray? I tell you, squire, I'd go to hell to have revenge on Jacob Gray. Have you traced his abode? No, no, curses on him. I watched him, but he doubled on me, and I lost him. Indeed. Then you know not where he lives, or rather hides? No, but I will, though. I will show you. You show me, squire? Yes, I will take you to his house, where he hides alone, with at least none but the boy. You can, squire? I can and will, to give you revenge, Britain, and when you have killed him, when you see his heart's blood flowing, then, Britain, come to me and ask for unbounded wealth. Britain sprang to his feet. I will tear his heart out, he cried. Kill him. I will torture him. To call you a muddle-headed beast, said Learmont, a thick-skulled sot, a brute, a savage, a driveling drunkard. Enough, enough, cried Britain. He dies. Had he 100 lives, I'd take them all. Now that's brave, cried Learmont. That's gallant, and like you, Britain, he shall die. Die. Of course he shall, roared Britain. When shall I seek him? Tell me when. Tonight, tonight, shall it be tonight? Aye, shall it. Meet me on the bridge at midnight, and I will take you to the bedside of Jacob Gray. You shall have your revenge. On the bridge hard by. Yes, Britain, at the hour of midnight. Do you not fail, I shall be there. Fail, I would be there, squire, if 10,000 devils held me back. Away then, now. Drink nothing till that is accomplished. Speak to no one, brood only over your revenge, and when it is done, come to me for any sum you wish. It shall be yours. Jacob Gray now robs you of what you ought to have, Britain. I know it, curses on him. But he shall do so no longer. He kept you poor for years at the smithy. He did. And now calls you a driveling idiot. Oh, he dies, he dies. Away then now with you, be careful, sober, and trust no one. At midnight, squire, on Westminster Bridge. Yes, midnight. The smith shook his clenched hand as he left the room, muttering, I shall have my revenge. I shall have my revenge. Fortune now, indeed, appeared to have favored the squire of Learmont beyond his most sanguine expectations. What was there to stay his progress up the slippery steep of his ambition? Who was there to say to him, Thus far shalt thou go and no further? Did not every circumstance conspire to favor his greatest, his most arrogant wishes? Nay, even the very fear and disquiet of the last 10 years of his life had unconsciously, as it were, conspired to place him on the proud height he so much panted for, and fancied he should enjoy so truly. For by such circumstances the revenues of the broad estates of Learmont had accumulated to the vast sum which he now had in his hands, a sum so large that, in a country like England, where even crime has its price, there was no refinement of luxury or vice that he could not command. Chapter 23. The projected murder. The unconscious sleeper. A night of horror. It wanted but 1 hour of midnight, and silence reigned about the ruined and deserted street in which Jacob Gray resided. Heavy clouds hung in the sky, and not a star peeped forth to look with shining beauty on the darkened world. A misty vapor, betokening the breaking of the frost, arose from the surface of the Thames, and occasionally a gust of wind from the southwest brought with it a dashing shower of mingled rain and sleet. A clammy dampness was upon everything both within doors and without. The fires and lights in the barges on the river burnt through the damp vapor with a sickly glare. It was a night of discomfort, such as frequently occur in the winter seasons of our variable and inconstant climate. It was a night to enjoy the comforts of warm firesides and smiling faces, a night on which domestic joys and social happiness became still more dear and precious from contrast with the chilling prospect of nature in the open air. In the room which has already been described to the reader as the one in which Jacob Gray usually sat in his lone and ruinous habitation, he now stood by the window listening to the various clocks of the city as they struck the hour of 11. A bright fire was blazing on the hearth, but still Jacob Gray trembled and his teeth chattered as he counted the solemn strokes of some distant church bell, the sound of which came slowly and with a muffled tone through the thick, murky air. In a few minutes, all was still again. The sounds had ceased. Nothing met the ear of Jacob Gray but the low moaning of the gathering wind as it swept around his dilapidated dwelling. Then he turned from the window and faced the firelight, but even with its ruddy glow upon his face, he looked ill and ghastly. His step was unsteady. He drew his breath short and thick, and it was evident from the whole aspect and demeanor of the man that his mind was under the influence of some excitement of an extraordinary nature. In vain he strove to warm the blood that crept rather than flowed in healthy currents through his veins. He held his trembling hands close to the fire. He strove to assume attitudes of careless ease. He even tried to smile, but produced nothing but a cold and ghastly distortion of the features of his face. "Surely," he muttered, the night must be very cold. Yes, that is it. It is a chilling night. 11 o'clock. I meant to do it at 11, at least before 12. Yes, before 12. There is time, ample time. 'Tis very, very cold." With a shaking hand, he poured from a flask that was upon the table a quantity of raw spirit and quaffed it off at a single draught. How strange it is that the mind can, under peculiar circumstances, so entirely conquer the body and subvert, as it were, the ordinary laws of nature. Such was the frightful state of excitement which Jacob Gray had worked himself up to, that he might as well have swallowed an equal quantity of water, for all the effect that the strong spirit had upon him. Still he trembled, still his teeth chattered in his head, and his very heart appeared to him to be cold and lifeless in his breast. He heaped fuel upon the fire, he paced the room, he strove to think of something else than the one subject that filled his brain, but all was in vain. He had determined that night to murder the hapless girl whom he had wronged so much, and he had passed a day and evening of unspeakable agony in working up his mind to do the deed calmly and surely. 10 o'clock he had pitched upon as the hour, then 10:30, then 11, and still he trembled with dismay and could not for his life command his nerves to do the dreadful deed. He now flung himself into a chair by the fireside, and covering his face with his hands he rocked to and fro in agonizing thoughts. In a low tone then he held unholy communion with himself. I must do it," he said. "I must do it. I always thought it would come to this. When she became of age to inquire, I was sure to be tortured by question upon question. What resource have I? I dare not do her justice and tell her who she is. No, no. She has been my safeguard hitherto, she may now be my destruction. Should she leave me, she may either fall into the hands of Learmont, in which case I lose my chief hold upon him, or, what is worse, she tells her strange tale to someone, who may hunt me to force an explanation of her birth. There is but one resource. She must die. Yes, she must die. Learmont, still fancying 'tis a boy, must still be tortured by the idea that such an enemy lives and requires but a word from me to topple him from his height of grandeur to a felon's cell. Yes, yes, that must be the course. There is no other, none. Then I will accumulate what sum of money I can and leave England forever, for well I know the savage Smith thirsts for my blood, and, should he discover my place of concealment, my death were easy, and the packet containing my confession, which, while I live, is equally dangerous to me as to Learmont and Britain, would fall into their hands. He rose and paced the room again for several minutes in silence, then taking from the table a small hand lamp, he lit it, and clutching it with a nervous grasp in his left hand, he muttered, Now, it is time. Ada, you will not see another sun rise. You must die. 'Tis self-preservation, which even divines tell us is the first great law of nature, that forces me to do this act. I do not want to kill thee. No, but I must do it. I cannot help the deed. Ada, you must die. He placed the lamp again upon the table, and approaching with a stealthy step a cupboard in the room, he took from it a double-edged poniard. With a trembling hand he placed the weapon conveniently within his vest, and then casting around him a hurried and scared glance, as if he expected to find some eyes fixed upon him, he walked to the door of the room. There he paused and divested himself of his shoes, after which, with a slow, stealthy movement, he began ascending the stairs to the chamber in which reposed, in innocence and peace, the unconscious Ada. Suddenly he paused and staggered against the wall as a new thought struck his mind. The hound, he gasped. I had forgotten the dog. Here seemed at once an insurmountable obstacle to the execution of his murderous intention, and for several minutes Jacob Gray sat down on the staircase in deep thought, while his face was distorted by contending passions of hate, fear, and rage. "Curses, curses on the dog," he muttered, as he ground his teeth together and clenched his hands in impotent malice. "To be foiled by a half-starved hound. I, Jacob Gray, with my life hanging as it were by a single thread, to be prevented from taking the secret means of preserving myself by this hateful dog. Curses. Curses? Aye, yes, yes. There is a chance, one chance, the poison that Learmont placed in my hands for the purpose of drugging Britain's wine cup. That, yes, that may rid me of the dog. I will try. Let me recollect. The animal sleeps by the door, sometimes on the mat on the outside, and sometimes within the chamber. We shall see the poison. Aye, the poison." Cautiously he descended the few steps he had gained, and going to a drawer in the table, which he had the key of, and which stood close to the blazing fire, in the room he had so recently left, he took from it the phial of poison which he, Learmont, had given to him. After a moment's thought, he repaired to the cupboard, and taking from it the remains of some meat upon which he had dined, he poured at least one half the contents of the small bottle of poison over it. "This deadly liquid," he said, "has a grateful smell. If I can induce the hound to fasten on this meat, his death is certain and quick, for Learmont is not a man to do this by halves. Poison from him I should assume to be deadly indeed. Aye, deadly indeed." Jacob Gray's hatred for the dog seemed to have got in some degree over his extreme nervousness, and it was with a firmer step now than he could command before that he cautiously again ascended the narrow staircase conducting to Ada's chamber. Still, however, in his heart, he quailed at the murder, the deliberate, cold-blooded murder of that innocent and beautiful girl, and he presented the ghastly appearance of a resuscitated corpse, rather than a human being who had not passed the portals of the grave. The feeling of honorable humanity was a stranger to the bosom of Jacob Gray. He did not shrink from the murder of the poor and persecuted Ada, because it was a murder. No, it was because he, Jacob Gray, had to do it, unaided and uncheered in the unholy deed by aught save his own shivering and alarmed imagination. Jacob Gray had no compunction for the deed. His only terror arose from the fact that he could not shift its consummation on to someone else's shoulders. He would gladly have held a light to guide the dagger of another assassin, but he did shrink from the personal danger and the personal consequences of doing it himself. He was one of those who would watch the door while the murder was doing, hold a vessel to catch the blood, anything but do the deed himself. His little accession of strength and confidence now only arose from the fact that, owing to the intervention of the circumstance of the dog, the murder was, as it were, put off for a little time. He must first dispose of the dog, then the murder itself, with all its damning train of fears and agonies, would take its former prominent place in his mind, and again would Jacob Gray tremble to his very heart's core. Stealthily, he moved his way up the staircase, his great object being to ascertain if the dog was within or without the chamber of Ada. His doubts were soon resolved, for suddenly a low growl from the faithful animal smote his ears. Jacob Gray gave a malignant smile as he said in a low whisper, "The dog is outside the door." The growl of the hound now deepened to a louder note, and just as that again was shaping itself to a short, angry bark, Jacob Gray threw up the piece of poisoned meat onto the landing on the top of the staircase. Folding his lamp then under the lapels of his coat, Jacob Gray sat down on the staircase, with a feeling of gratification on his mind, that in all human probability he was at length revenged on the poor animal, whose only crime had been too much affection and fidelity towards the hand that fed and caressed him, and the voice that spoke to him in kindly tones. All was as still as the grave after the meat had been thrown, and after several minutes of suspense, Jacob Gray began to feel anxious for some indication of the success of his scheme. Cautiously, he then ascended a step or two and paused. No sound met his ears. A few steps more were gained, then a few more, and finally, by stretching out his arm with the light, he could command a view of the landing place, but he looked in vain for the dog. The animal was nowhere to be seen. Jacob Gray now stood fairly upon the landing and peered carefully around him, with the hope of seeing the body of his foe, but such was not the case. The open door of the outer room which led to Ada's smaller sleeping chamber now caught his eyes, and at once afforded a clue to the retreat of the dog. With a soft footfall that could not have possibly disturbed the lightest sleeper, Gray entered that room and moving his hand slowly round him, so as to illuminate by turns all parts of the apartment, he saw, at length, the object of his search. Close up to the door leading to Ada's room was the hound quite dead. The faithful creature had evidently made an effort to awaken, its gentle and kind mistress, for its paws were clenched against the bottom of the door, where there was a crevice left. For a moment, Jacob Gray glanced at the fixed eyes of the dog, then he spurned it from the door with his foot as he muttered, "Humph! So far successful, and now for 4, the murder." He would have said, but in one moment, as if paralyzed by the touch of some enchanter's wand, all his old fears returned upon him, and now that there was no obstacle between him and the commission of the awful deed he meditated, he leaned against the wall for support. And the perspiration of fear rolled down his face in heavy drops, and gave his countenance an awful appearance of horror and death-like paleness. What, he stammered. What if she should scream? God of heaven, if she should scream. So terrified was he at the supposition that his victim might, in her death struggle, find breath to scream, that for a moment he gave up his purpose and retreated slowly backwards from the room. Suddenly now the silence that reigned without was broken by the various churches striking 12. Gray started as the sounds met his ear. 12, 12, he exclaimed. It should have been done ere this. Tomorrow, the tomorrow that she looks for is come. I thought not 'twas so late. It must be done. It must be done. Chapter 24, The Attempted Assassination. A surprise, Ada's surmises, the agony of Gray. The last faint echo from the slowest clock had died away upon the midnight air, when Jacob Gray started from his position of deep attention, and placing his small lamp on one of the window sills, he drew from his breast the knife with which he intended to take the life of the hapless Ada. She surely sleeps sound, he muttered through his clenched teeth, or all these clocks with their solemn and prolonged echoes must have awakened her. Yes, I hope she sleeps sound. I would not have a struggle. Oh, no, not for worlds. I can fancy her clinging to the knife and screaming, shrieking even as her father did when he had his death wound. That would be horrible. Oh, most horrible, and yet I must kill her. I must kill her. Did she not brave me to my face? Did she not tell me that she suspected me and my motives, and that no more would she keep herself immured for my sake? She did, and more than this, far more, she taunted me with. Yes, I am quite justified. She must die. The door which led into the inner chamber was in 2 compartments, and when Gray gently pushed against them, they both opened slightly, and the dim, sickly light of a lamp from the interior room, to his surprise, gleamed through the crevice, meeting the kindred ray of the one which Jacob Gray had placed so carefully out of the way of, as he thought, the eyes of the sleeping girl. He crept into the room and stood motionless for many minutes, regarding the sight that met his eyes. Seated by a small table, on which was the lamp dimly burning and near its expiration, was Ada, completely dressed, but fast asleep. Her face rested partially upon an open book, which she had evidently been reading before retiring to rest, when sleep must have come upon her unawares, and sealed her eyelids in forgetfulness. Her long hair fell in beautiful disorder upon the table, and the one eyelash that was visible hung upon her fair cheek wet with tears. She had been weeping, but whether from some vision that crossed her slumbers, or from lonesome and unhappy thoughts previous to dropping into that temporary oblivion of sorrow, could not be known. Jacob Gray stood like one spellbound by some horrible apparition, for to the wicked can there be a more horrible apparition than youth, beauty, and innocence? She sleeps, he gasped, but by some strange fatality has not retired to bed. My task is now 10 times more difficult. I know not what to do. The knife trembled in his grasp, and he shook vehemently. Then, As a low, murmuring sound escaped the lips of Ada, he sunk slowly down, first crouchingly, then on his knees, and lastly he groveled on the ground at her feet in mortal agony, lest she should awaken and see him there. With those starting eyes, those livid lips, and that knife, which he came to bury in her innocent and gentle heart, some fearful vision was passing over the imagination of the sleeping girl. Fancy was busy in the narrow chambers of the brain and pictured to her some scene of sorrow or terror. Deep sobs burst from the breast. Then she spoke, and her words thrilled through Jacob Gary like liquid fire. "Spare, oh, spare him," she said. "He is my father, my own father." "Spare him? Oh, spare, spare." She awoke not even in her agony of spirit, but wept bitterly. Then the tears decreased and sobs only were heard. The vision, like a thunderstorm, was passing away, low moans succeeded, and finally all was still again. It was, however, many minutes before Jacob Gray again rose from his crouching position of abject fear. But at length he did so, and with the glittering knife in his hand, he stood within a pace of his innocent victim. Then arose in his mind the awful question of where should he strike. And, like a vulture, he hovered for a time over his prey, with the fatal steel uplifted, doubting where he should make the sudden swoop. By an accidental parting of the silken curls that floated upon Ada's neck and shoulders, he saw a small portion of her breast. It was there then he determined to strike. He glanced at the blade of the knife, and he thought it long enough to reach even to her heart. Now, now. He groaned through his clenched teeth. Now. The steel was uplifted. Nay, it was upon the point of descending, when one heavy knock upon the outer door of the lone house echoed through the dreary pile, and arrested the arm of the murderer, while the blood rushed in terror like a gush of cold water to his heart. There was then an awful silent pause, when again that solemn heavy knock awakened the echoes of the empty house. Slowly, inch by inch, as if his arm worked by some machinery, Jacob Gray brought the knife by his side, and still bending over the unconscious Ada, he listened for a repetition of that knock, as if each melancholy blow was struck upon his own heart. Again it came, and then again more rapidly, and Jacob Gray trembled so violently that he was fain to lean upon the table at which Ada slept for support. That movement awakened Ada, and starting from her position of rest, she suddenly, with a cry of surprise, confronted the man who had sought her chamber with so fell and horrible a purpose. One glance at the knife which Jacob Gray held in his hand, and then a searching look at his face, told her all. She clasped her hands in terror as she exclaimed, You come to kill me." "No, no," stammered Gray, trying to smile and producing his usual painful distortion of features. No, I did not, no, Ada, I did not. That knife," said Ada, pointing to it as she spoke. "The knife," repeated Gray. "Hark, someone knocks, Ada, at our lonely home." "Those looks of terror," continued the young girl. "Those blanched cheeks, those trembling hands, all convince me that I have escaped death at your hands." "No, I say no," gasped Gray. "And my hound, too," added Ada. "My fond, faithful dog, where is he, Uncle Gray?" "Yes, the dog," cried Gray, eagerly catching at the hope of persuading her that it was solely to compass the destruction of the hound he had thus stolen to her room. "I admit I did seek the dog's life. You vexed me about the animal." The knocking at the door sounded now more loudly than before, and the knocker was evidently plied by an impatient hand. "Hark, hark!" cried Gray. "Ada, hear me. Whoever knocks without can be no friend of ours." "Indeed," said Ada. "'Tis true, I am the only friend you have in the wide world." "You mean, I suppose, since you have killed my poor dog," said Ada, pointing through the open doorway to the inanimate body of the animal. "The dog is dead," said Gray. "Uncle," replied Ada mildly but firmly, "now hear me. You have broken the compact. Let those who knock so loudly for admission enter, I will not avoid them. Were they 10 times my enemies, they could not be more cruel than thou art." "Ada, you know not what you say," cried Gray. "They cannot be friends, and they may be foes. 'Tis light enough for me to note them from a lower window. Yes, I will see, I will see. Remain thou here, Ada. Stir not, speak not." "I promise nothing," said Ada. "You shall no longer prescribe rules of conduct for me, Uncle Gray. I tell you I will promise nothing." Gray made an impatient gesture with his hands and quitted the room. He repaired to a window on the ground floor, in one corner of which he had made a clear spot for the express purpose of reconnoitering the doorway. And applying his eye now close to this, he could by the dim light trace the forms of two men upon his threshold. Too well were those forms engraven on his memory. It needed not a second glance to tell him that the savage Smith, Britton, and Squire Learmont were his unwelcome and most clamorous visitors. Now, indeed, the measure of Jacob Gray's agony appeared to be full. For a moment he completely surrendered himself to despair, and had Learmont then forced the door, he would scarcely have made an effort to escape the sword of the man of blood. "Ha! Ha!" he heard the smith say. "I like to knock thus. It alarms poor, clever, cunning Jacob. It shatters his nerves. Oh, oh, oh! Can you depend on the men you have placed at the back of the house to intercept his escape that way?" said Learmont. "Depend upon them," replied Britton. "Of course. They ain't paid and are quite sober, as you see. They are ready for any cutthroat business. Let's knock again. Oh, oh, how Jacob Gray must be shaking." The taunts of the smith seemed to act as a stimulant to the sickened energies of Gray. He roused himself and muttered, as he shook his clenched hand in the direction of the door, "Indeed, Master Britton, do not even yet make too sure of cunning Jacob Gray. He may yet prove too cunning for the sot, Britton. You think you have me so safely that you can afford to tantalize me by knocking, when a small effort of your united strength would burst yon frail door from its frailer hinges. We shall see. We shall see." He bounded up the staircase to the room in which he had left Ada. She was standing by the body of the dog with the lamp in her hand. "Ada, Ada," cried Gray, "we are lost, lost. We shall be murdered if you will not be guided by me." Ada only pointed to the door. Gray was thoroughly alarmed at her decisive manner, and another loud knock at the door at that moment did not tend to pacify his nervous tremors. "There are those at the door who come purposely to seek your life. Your life, most probably, Uncle Gray." "Ada, Ada," cried Gray. "Each minute, nay, each moment is precious. There is no escape, none, none." "You are alarmed, Uncle Gray," said Ada. The perspiration of fear, intense fear, was standing upon the brow of Gray as he felt that each fleeting moment might be his last. From exultation at the thought of still deceiving Britton and Learmont, he dropped to a state of the most trembling, abject terror. "God of heaven," he cried, you will not, cannot refuse to save me." "Our compact is broken," said Ada. "I do not believe that I have so much to fear from those who seek admittance here as from him who but a few minutes since stood over me as I slept." "No, no," shrieked Gray. "It was not I. It was you," said Ada. "I did not mean to kill you. The knife was in your hand, uncle. You had destroyed my faithful guard. You trembled. Your guilt shone forth with an unholy and hideous luster from your eyes. Uncle Gray, God can alone see into the hearts of men, but, as I hope for heaven and to meet there my dear father, whom I never knew, I do suspect you much, Uncle Gray. Mercy! Have mercy on me, Ada. Ask that of heaven. In your chamber you have clothing befitting your sex. For such an emergency as this I provided it. Go, oh, go at once, and you may escape as a girl from those who come here to murder a boy." Ada glanced at the trembling man, who, with clasped hands and trembling limbs, stood before her, and then with a firm voice she said, "No, no, I cannot." With a loud crash at this moment, the street door was burst from its hinges. Gray gave one frantic scream and threw himself at the feet of Ada. "Save, oh, save my life," he cried. "Have mercy on me, Ada. You shall do with me as you please. I will be your slave, will watch for you when you sleep, tend upon you, discover your wishes ever by a look. But oh, save me, save me. I cannot, dare not die." Ada shuddered at the wild, frantic passion of Gray. She struggled to free herself from his grasp, for he clung to her with a desperate clutch. "Mercy! Mercy!" he shrieked. In vain she retreated backwards from him. He crawled after her on his knees, shrieking, "Mercy! Mercy!" Now Ada had gained the door of her own room, and with loathing and horror she tried in vain to disengage herself from Gray. "They come! Ah, they come!" suddenly cried Gray, springing to his feet. "Now, Ada, hear the secret you pine to know." "The secret!" cried Ada. Yes, I am your father. These men will apprehend me for murder, but I am your father." For an instant Ada passed her hands upon her eyes, as if to shut out the hideous phantasma of a dreadful dream, and then, with a cry of exquisite anguish, she rushed through the folding doors and closed them immediately after her. That will succeed," gasped Gray, wiping from his brow the cold perspiration that hung there in bead-like drops. "The lie is effective. She may not believe it, but now she has not time to think. She will save me now." He rushed to the door of the room which led to the staircase, and in a moment locked it. Then he stood with his arms folded, and an awful demoniac smile played upon his pale and ghastly face, awaiting the issue of the next few minutes, which comprised to him the fearful question of life or death. Chapter 25. The Escape, Taunts, the Confession, Learmont's Rage and Discomfiture. But few moments remained to Jacob Gray for sad or exultant communion with his own thoughts. A heavy blow from without dashed the door open, and Learmont, with a drawn sword in his hand, closely followed by Britain, carrying a lighted link, entered the room. "Well met, Jacob Gray," cried Learmont. "Your cunning is now at fault. You are scarcely a match for Squire Learmont, who you thought you had so safely in your toils." "Ho! Ho!" sneered Britain, holding the torch close to the pale, agitated face of Gray. "So we have unearthed the fox at last. Cunning, clever Master Jacob Gray, amazingly artful Master Gray. You have triumphed but for a short time," added Learmont. "Your own cunning has been your destruction, Jacob Gray. Your life is not now worth 5 minutes' purchase." "Taunt on," said Gray. "I know not what you mean or what you want." "Well, you know," cried Learmont angrily. "You had a double hold upon my fears, Jacob Gray, but that double hold depended upon a slender foundation. So long as you could keep your hiding-place secret, you were safe, but no longer." I still do not understand you," said Gray, who was anxious to give Ada some time to complete the change he did not doubt she was making in her apparel. "Ha! Ha!" laughed Learmont. "It were 1,000 pities you should die in ignorance of what had been the result of your extreme cleverness, Jacob Gray. Suppose me, as I shall be now, possessed of the boy and the confession, which of course must be somewhere handy, else it is objectless." "Well, well," said Gray, trembling, "suppose all that." "Ho! Ho! Ho!" chuckled the smith. "Upon my soul, that's good, cunning Jacob, clever, artful, deep-designing Jacob. Why, supposing all that we mean to cut your throat." "We waste time," cried Learmont. "Where is the boy?" "Aye, the boy, the cherub, the boy," cried Britain. "He is not here," said Gray with as much boldness as he could assume. Learmont gave a smile of contempt as he said, "Indeed, he is not here, and yet Jacob Gray is here. That is very probable. Now I tell you he is here, and what is more, he cannot escape. The back of the house is guarded by persons who have orders to cut down whoever attempts to leave it that way. Britain and I came in at the front. We have well searched the lower rooms, so you see we have taken our measures almost as cleverly as Jacob Gray took his when he came to Learmont to whisper in his ear that the boy still lived." "Ho! Ho! Ho!" roared the smith, patting Gray on the back. "How feel you, Master Jacob? Does your blood dance merrily through your veins, or have you still some stroke of cunning unplayed off that shall put us yet to shame? By hell, if you have, Jacob Gray, I'll give you my head." "Agreed," said Gray. "Give me the light," cried Learmont. He snatched the link from the hand of Britain and made 2 strides towards the inner room. Gray with difficulty suppressed a scream of alarm, but before Learmont could lay hand on the lock, Ada flung the door open and walked composedly forth. She was attired in a plain but neat girl's dress. A small hooded cloak was clasped round her neck, and now that she was attired in the proper costume of her sex, she looked several years older, and the change in her general appearance was so great that even Jacob Gray would scarcely have recognized her. She showed no nervousness, no haste, no sign of trepidation as she stepped from the room, and her voice was soft and musical and quite calm as she paused and said, "Good evening, Mr. Gray. I have put all Harry's things in order." Then curtsying to Learmont, who stood almost directly in her way, she passed across the outer room and disappeared through the broken doorway. For several minutes not a word was spoken by either of the 3 men there assembled. Oh, what precious minutes they were to Jacob Gray! Learmont then, without a word, entered the inner room. In a few moments he returned with his face distorted by passion, and placing his sword's point against the throat of Gray, he said, "Where is the boy?" "Not here, on my soul, not here," cried Gray, trembling with fear that Learmont's passion might get the better of his prudence, and that by one thrust of his weapon he might shed his life blood. "Where is he? Where is he?" echoed Gray, to whom each moment gained for Ada thoroughly to escape was equal to a drop of blood to his heart. "Answer me," shrieked Learmont. "I repeat, the boy is not here." "One moment more I give you," added Learmont, "to declare to me where the boy is, or you die as sure as that I hate you from my soul." "Pause yet a moment, Squire Learmont," sneered Gray. "If my life has hitherto been valuable and my safety precious to you, they are doubly so now." "No, Jacob Gray," cried Learmont. "That tale will do no more. We have hunted you down. It is not probable that the cautious Jacob Gray has trusted the boy we seek with the secret of his birth." "You are right," said Gray, "I have not. And you are candid," sneered Learmont. "Ho, ho," laughed Britain. "Poor Jacob Gray has forgotten even to lie." "Exactly," snarled Gray, "because the truth will do as well." That is a piece of philosophy which the muddled brains of savage Britain would never have conceived. Britain made a furious rush at Gray, but the latter stepped behind Learmont, saying, "It is still the interest of Squire Learmont to protect Jacob Gray." "Hold, Britain," cried Learmont. "Stay your arm yet a moment. We will hear him." "You need not be alarmed, Squire," said Gray. "Our relative positions are still the same." "How mean you? Your retreat is discovered." "True, and the confession which has hitherto ensured your safety must be here and easily found, else it were valueless and would defeat its object." "Indeed," said Gray. "Now hear me. The boy is not here. The confession is in his hands." Learmont trembled as he slowly dropped the point of his sword and fixed his eyes upon Jacob Gray's countenance as if he would read his very soul. Go on," he said. "I repeat, the boy has the confession. He knows not what it is. It is sealed." "Well, go on." "But he has express instructions, which, be assured, he will fulfill to the letter, that if he and I do not meet at an appointed spot, by an appointed hour, he is to hasten to Sir Francis Hartleton and deliver the packet. You understand my position, Squire Learmont. And even your dull-pated Briton may now see the expediency of being careful of your dear friend, Jacob Gray. Fancy any delay being thrown in my way now, which should prevent me from meeting the boy. How disagreeable it would be to me to see hung, kind Briton, while I had my free pardon in my pocket for being evidence against you. Do you understand?" There was a most remarkable difference in the expression of the smith's countenance and that of Learmont's while Gray was speaking. The former became nearly purple with suppressed rage, while the squire turned of an ashy, ghastly paleness and seemed scarcely equal to the exertion of standing erect. "Gray, Jacob Gray," he gasped. You cannot mean that what, Squire?" said Gray. "Why do you hesitate? I will answer any question candidly." "Have you," continued Learmont, "indeed set all our lives in such a chance as your meeting a boy at an appointed hour in this great city?" "I have," answered Gray, "or rather I should say you have." "Yes, Squire Learmont, you thirst for my blood. You would hunt me to death could you do so with safety to yourself. Beware, I say, and give up the chance." Learmont attempted to sheath his sword, but his hand trembled so excessively that it was several moments before he could accomplish it. When, however, he had succeeded, he turned to Gray and said, "At what hour are you to meet the boy?" Gray smiled as he said, "Perhaps your next question, sir, may be where I am to meet him." I merely ask the hour." "Whatever the appointed hour may be," said Gray, "be assured I shall not meet him, let the consequences be what they may, until I am assured that you and this angry smith are not dogging my footsteps." "Let us go, Briton," said Learmont. "Jacob Gray," said Briton, striding up to him and grinding his words through his set teeth, "there will come a time for vengeance." "Exactly," said Gray calmly. "An hour will come when I shall have the pleasure, and I would pay dearly for it, of cutting your throat." "You shall pay dearly for it when you do," said Gray. "And, in the meantime, cunning, clever, extremely artful Master Briton, I bid you good morning." "Wretch!" cried Briton. "Oh, very cunning Briton," sneered Gray. "Amazingly clever, artful, deep Master Briton. Ha! 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 Now if I dared," cried Briton, half drawing a knife from his breast. "But you dare not," cried Gray. "You are too cunning, far too cunning, clever Briton. Ha! Ha! Away." "Away," said Learmont. "Come, Briton, we waste time." "Aye, and precious time, too," added Gray. "Only Master Briton is so extremely cunning and clever." "Come, come," cried Learmont, seizing Briton by the arm. "Nay, do not hurry away," sneered Gray. "Shall I offer you refreshments? 'Tis some distance to Westminster. Will you go by water, cunning Briton?" Briton's passion was too great for utterance, and he walked to the door, which he kicked open with a violence that split it from top to bottom. "You will like to hear, Squire Learmont," said Gray, "that all is right. I will do myself the honor of paying you a visit tomorrow." Learmont turned at the door and cast a glance at Gray that even he quailed under, and then followed Briton down the staircase. Chapter 26. The Morning. The body of the murdered man. The old inn. Jacob's reflections. When Learmont and the smith had left the house, and Jacob Gray felt that his great and inevitable danger was over, he sunk into a chair, and a fit of trembling came over him that he was many minutes in recovering from. "They are foiled this once," he muttered, "but they may not be again. 'Twas a rare chance, a most rare chance. I must leave her now. I am hunted like a wild animal from den to den. Oh, how they would have rejoiced in my destruction. This is a sad life to lead, and if, before they came, I had taken her life, I should even now be lying a stiffened corpse on these boards. Yet what can I do? She is my torment. She will be my destruction." He then rose and paced the room for some time with hasty and unequal steps. Suddenly pausing, he trembled again with the same awful intensity that he had done before, and in a hoarse, husky whisper said, "What if she come not back? She suspects me. It is time she were here again. Oh, if she should seek protection elsewhere, more danger, more danger. Into what a tangled web of horrors am I placed? Can I fly? What money have I? A large sum, but yet not enough. Oh, if Learmont would give me at once a sum of money which would suffice me in a foreign land, and trust my word to go, and if I could trust him to let me live to go. Ah, there it is. There it is. We cannot trust each other, not for a moment. No, not for a moment." Jacob Gray muttered these gloomy meditations in a low, anxious tone, and almost at every word he paused to endeavor to detect some token of the return of Ada. None, however, met his ears, and, after 2 hours of mental, agony of mind had thus passed over the head of Jacob Gray, he crept down the staircase, and stood at the door looking anxiously about him by the dim morning light that was beginning with its cold gray tints. To struggle through the darkness of the sky. "She does not come," he muttered, "she does not come. What shall I do, whither seek her? Yet I must endeavor to find her." He now turned his attention to the broken lock of the door, and after some time succeeded in closing it after him tolerably securely. Then searching in the road till he found a piece of chalk, he wrote on the door, "Wait, J.G." Should she return during my absence, he thought. She will recognize my writing and initials to wait my return. She is most probably near at hand, waiting for me to search for her. Casting again a cautious, scrutinizing glance around him, Jacob Gray walked slowly down the ruined street, peering into each doorway as he went, with the hope of seeing Ada. His search was unsuccessful. He could see no trace of Ada, and 1,000 feelings of alarm and suspicion began to crowd upon his mind. He paused irresolutely at the end of the street, uncertain which way he should shape his course. At last, with a sudden resolution, he walked in the direction of Westminster Bridge. As he neared Lambeth, he observed that the watermen who plied at the different stairs by the side of the river seemed particularly engrossed by some subject of importance, for they were congregated together in knots of 2, 3, and 4, discoursing earnestly and vehemently. He approached one and, touching his arm, said, "What is the matter, friend?" "Murder's the matter," replied the man. "Murder?" "Aye, murder. There has been a murder done in the Bishop's Walk." "In the Bishop's Walk?" "Yes, the body was found cold and stiff, the body of a waterman, but we will have justice." "What was his name?" said Gray. "Sheldon. He plied at the bridge stairs opposite." "I thank you, friend," said Gray, as he walked on muttering to himself. "Now I'd lay my life this murder is Britain's doing. Oh, if I could fix him with it, and yet there might be danger. At the gallows he might denounce me. Yes, he would. It must have been by means of this man somehow that my retreat was so quickly discovered, yet how I cannot divine." He now observed a small public house, at the door of which was a throng of persons, and pressing forward, he soon learned that there the body of the murdered man lay. Impelled by a curiosity that he could not resist, Gray entered the house, and calling for some liquor, commenced a conversation with the landlord, which somewhat altered his opinion concerning the murderer. "I saw Sheldon," said the host, "and intend to swear to it solemnly, pass my house at an unusual hour in company with a stranger. I was looking out to see the state of the night when I saw them pass on towards the Bishop's Walk." "What kind of man was he with?" said Gray. "A tall man, thin and dark." "Nay, as for his complexion I can say nothing, for in the dark, you know, all cats are gray." "True, but you could swear to the man being tall and thin, master landlord." "In faith I could, and your tall, thin men are just what I dislike. Bah, they seldom drink much." "Most true, I thank you." "'Tis a barbarous murder." "Would you like, sir, to see the corpse?" said the landlord in an undertone. "The corpse?" echoed Gray. "Aye, he was a fine fellow. You must know that Sir Francis Hartleton has been here, the magistrate." "Yes. He is here and there and everywhere. And no sooner did he hear of the body of a murdered man being found in the Bishop's Walk than he had a cast across the Thames from his own house in Abingdon Street." "Yes, yes," said Gray abstractedly. "He had the body brought here," continued the loquacious landlord. "And he says to me, 'Landlord, allow no one to see or touch the corpse or its clothing until you hear from me.' 'No, your worship,' says I, and I've kept my word for accepting neighbor Taplin, the corn factor, Mrs. Dibbs, next door, Anthony Freeman, the hosier, John Ferret, the bishop's steward, Matthew Briggs, who keeps the small wareshop at the corner, Matthew Holland, the saddler, Dame Tepetto, the old midwife, and just a few more friends. No one has crossed the threshold of the room the corpse lies in. That I could take my solemn oath of, sir, I assure you." No doubt," said Gray. I will, if it so please you, see the body." "Come along, then," said the landlord, placing his finger by the side of his nose and keeping up a succession of winks all the way up the staircase, till he came to the room door in which the body of the murdered waterman was lying. Jacob Gray entered after the landlord, and closed the door behind him. "Now, sir, you will see him," said the host. "Just let me move a shutter, and you will have a little more light. There, sir, there he lies. Ah, he was fond of his glass, that he was a fine fellow." A stream of light came from the partially unclosed shutter, and Gray saw the corpse of the man whom he had tempted to commit a murder upon Britain himself, lying cold and stark in the bloody embrace of death. The body lay upon a table, and the warmth of the house had caused the wound to bleed slightly again. The face was ghastly and pale, and the wide, open, staring eyes gave an awful appearance to the fixed, rigid countenance. "See there, now," cried the landlord. "You may note where he has been run through the breast. Don't you see the rent?" "I do," said Gray. "There are 2 such wounds." "Don't it strike you," remarked Gray, "that these are sword wounds?" "Of course it does." "Then who but a gentleman accredited to wear a weapon could have killed the man?" "That's true. I'll solemn swear to that," cried the landlord. "The tall, thin, dark man," added Gray, "must be some gentleman residing probably hereabout or directly across the bridge." "No doubt, I'll swear." "Most properly," added Gray. "Good day to you, sir. I may perchance look in again." "Come to the inquest, sir," said the landlord. "There you shall have it all out, I'll warrant. There you shall hear me solemnly swear everything." "Perchance I may," said Gray as he descended the staircase. "Will it be today?" "Tomorrow at noon, as I understand, sir." "Thank you, thank you." Gray left the house, and when he was some paces from the door, he muttered, "So, Master Learmont, I have another hold upon your kind generosity. That by some strange chance, which I cannot conjecture, this waterman found out my place of abode, and thus communicated it to you, Squire Learmont. I am convinced. Humph, he has got his wages." I could accuse you of a crime, good, kind, considerate, Learmont, that would not in the least compromise my own safety. We shall see, we shall see. I must now make my way homewards again. Surely by this time Ada has returned. She must be waiting. Home, home. And then, to think of another place in which to hide my head from my worst foe, and yet my only source of wealth. Chapter 27. Ada's Flight and Despair. Old Westminster Bridge at daybreak. The Smith. Mad Maud. When Ada, the beautiful and persecuted child of the dead, passed from the room in the garments befitting her sex, she thought her heart must burst with the suppressed feelings which were conjured up in its inmost recesses. One awful question occurred to her to be traced in letters of liquid fire upon her brain, and that was, "Is it true that Jacob Gray is my father?" His assertion of the fact had come upon her so entirely unawares that, as Gray had himself exultingly supposed, she had not time to think. But the doubt, the merest suspicion that it might true, was madness. Ada did not. She could not, even at the moment that Gray declared himself her father, believe his words. But still the doubt was raised, and although all reason, all probability, all experience gave the lie to the assertion, there was still the awful intrusive thought that it might be so. Upon the impulse of that small possibility, that in that moment of despair and agony of soul, Jacob Gray had spoken truly, Ada acted. She could not run the dreadful risk of sacrificing even a brutal and criminal father, and with a speed that in her state of mind was marvelous, she altered herself, in her girl's clothing, and, as we have seen for the time, saved Jacob Gray from death. As she descended the narrow, dilapidated staircase, she pressed her hands convulsively upon her heart to still its tumultuous beatings. Her position in life appeared to her to be all at once strangely altered. If and oh. That horrid if conveying as it did a possibility of the fact, if Jacob Gray was really her father. What was she now to do? How think of him? How address him? Could she ever bestow upon him the smallest fraction of that dear love which flows in so easy and natural a current from a child to its parent? Could she call him father? No, she felt that she could not. She examined her feelings to endeavor to detect some yearnings of natural love and duty, some of that undefined, mysterious instinct she had read of, as enabling the parent to single out the child the parent, from the great mass of humanity. But the search, the self-examination was in vain. Jacob Gray was to her but the cruel, vindictive tyrant, rioting in oppression and brutality when unresisted, and shrinking from her like a beaten hound when she dared to confront him and question his acts. "God of heaven," she said, when she had reached the street. There should be some similarity of thought, some community of feeling between a father and his child. Do I and Jacob Gray think alike in anything? Have we one feeling in common? No, not one. As the probabilities of his not being her father crowded upon her mind, now that the intense excitement of the minute was over, Ada became more happy and composed, and she slackened her pace. Seeing that she had already placed a considerable distance between herself and the house which had been to her a prison for so long a period. "I will not, cannot believe it," she said to herself. "That man is no father of mine. 'Twas a trick, a master stroke in the extremity of his fortunes to bend me to his wishes for some reasons which I know not, and cannot even hazard the wildest guess of. My father, Jacob Gray, my father? Oh, no, no, no. Rather never let me look upon a father's face than feel assured of such a horror as that. It cannot be. Oh, what would I not give to be assured of the lie? Had I worlds of riches in my grasp, I would unloose my hold and let them fly from me to be assured, past all doubt, past all hesitation, that Jacob Gray was to me neither father nor uncle. The dank fog that hung upon the Thames was now slowly clearing from before the face of heaven, and by the time Ada had reached Westminster Bridge, she could see through several breaks in the sky, glimpses of the starry host looking down upon the rapidly departing night. The excitement the young girl had gone through had hitherto supported her against the intense coldness of the raw air, but now she trembled in every limb, and as she stood upon the silent bridge, trying to pierce with her dark, lustrous eyes the heavy fog, and to catch a glimpse of the rushing stream below, she felt the cold to her very heart, and all the miseries of her homeless, friendless situation, rushing at once like a full tide upon her mind. She shrank into one of the little alcoves of the bridge, and sinking upon the rude wooden seat, she burst into tears and sobbed aloud in the deep anguish of her heart. Suddenly, then, she started to her feet as she heard a heavy footstep approaching. Her first impulse was to leave her place of refuge and walk quickly onwards, but a second thought caused her to shrink back, with the hope that the stranger would pass on, and she should escape his observation. Nearer and nearer, she heard the heavy measured tread approaching, and an undefinable sensation of fear crept over her as the sounds echoed from one side of the old bridge to the other. Now and then the person, whoever it was, would pause in his walk, and indistinct mutterings, as if he were communing with himself, reached the ears of Ada. As he came near, she could detect the words he used, and her ears were shocked by oaths of the most awful character, coupled with invectives and horrible imprecations against someone. Involuntarily, Ada shrank still closer within the alcove, and now the stranger paused nearly opposite to where she was concealed, and she could hear his words distinctly. "Curses on him," he muttered. "I swear, I, Andrew Britton, swear by all the furies of hell that I will have that man's blood. He shall bitterly rue his taunts, most bitterly. By heaven, I would like to tear his heart out. I could set his blood flowing like a torrent. I could exult in any agony inflicted upon him. Cunning Briton am I? Taunt on, every dog will have his day." There was now a dead silence for some moments, and Ada strove to recollect where and when she had heard that voice before. Can this be one of those from whose visits no, not my father, my uncle shrank from in so much terror? It surely is, or else I have heard his voice in some dream. Ha! He comes. Briton, for it was he, advanced a pace or two and leaned upon the parapet of the bridge, still muttering deep and awful curses. He was so close to Ada that she could have touched him with her small white hand, had she chosen, but she stilled the very beating of her heart as much as possible, in instinctive terror of that man. "It's all to do over again now," he said. "All over again, with the additional difficulty that he is upon his guard. Oh, could I but light on that boy! I'd wring his neck, and then, Jacob Gray, I would invent some method of burning you to death painfully, some method that would take long in doing this. I should see you writhe in your agony. By the fiends, there's comfort in the thought. Oh, that I had him here clinging to the parapet of this bridge, while I, Andrew Britton, was slowly, yes, very slowly, sawing his fingers till he loosed his hold and fell. Then he would strike against yon projection. Ha! That would be one pang. I should hear him shriek. What music! Then down he would go into the water, mingling his blood with it. I should see him rise again, and his heart would break in another shriek. Ha! I am better with the very thought. He a step, I will to the checkers, and drown care in a flagon." A strange, wild voice was now heard singing in a kind of rude chaunt. The tones were feeble and broken, but Ada, with a feeling of pleasure, recognized in them those of a woman. Her attention, however, was in a moment again turned to Britton, who all at once exclaimed, "What voice is that?" I know that voice, although I have not heard it for some time now." The voice became more distinct as the singer approached, and there was a wild earnestness in the manner in which the following words were spoken, which touched Ada to the heart. "The winter's wind is cold, but colder is my heart. I pray for death full oft, yet may not now depart. I have a work to do, the gentle child to save, alas, that its poor father should want a shroud and grave." Now I know her, cried Britton. "Damnation, it's Mad Maud. Shall I fly from her, or kill her?" Before he could decide upon a course of action, the poor creature was close to him. She laid her hand upon his arm. Found, she shrieked. Ha! Found at last. Andrew Britton, I have traveled many miles to find thee out." "Away, cursed hag," cried Britton. "I have sought you," continued the poor woman. "Oh, how I have sought you and Learmont too. You see I am mad, and so I know more than ordinary people. The day is coming, the day of vengeance, and I have come to London to see it. I have asked often for you, Andrew Britton, and now you are found. Devil! cried Britain. "Why do you haunt me?" "Haunt you. Yes, that is the word. I do haunt you. I will haunt you to the last." "Indeed. Perhaps you may meet with some accident." "No, no, I will tell you who I asked for you. You will not be surprised." "Who? Who dared you ask for me?" "There was a man hung last Monday." "Well, what is that to me? If there were 50 men hung, what is it to me, I say?" "Nothing, oh nothing, Andrew Britton, but I asked if he knew your hiding place." "Why ask him?" "Because the good and just cannot know you. You belong not to them. I asked the man who stood beneath the gibbet if he had been tempted to crime by Andrew Britton, the savage smith of Learmont. I asked the hangman if he knew you, and when he said he did not, I described you to him, that he might recognize you when his cold, clammy hands are about your neck." "Prating idiot," said Britton. "If you tempt me to the deed, I'll cast you over the bridge." "You dare not, Andrew Britton. You dare not," cried Maud. "Savage as you are, you dare not do that. Strange, too, as you boast yourself, you could not." "Indeed," answered Britton. "Now, by heaven, hold. Whatever you do, swear not by heaven, that heaven you will never see. What have you to do with heaven, that you should record your blustering oaths in its pure annals? Swear not by heaven, Andrew Britton, or you may provoke a vengeance that may be terrible even to you." "Tell me," said Britton, in an evidently assumed tone of mildness, "what brought you to London?" "A holier errand, Britton, than that which has brought you. God knows I came to save, but you came to destroy." "Save who?" "The child. The child? You speak in riddles, Maud. What child?" "I am mad," replied the woman. "I know I am mad, but I have not forgotten." No. "I cannot tell how long ago it is, but I saw the child of the dead brought forth by the bleeding man." "You rave," cried Britton. No, I had no clue to that young child. To wander in search of it was hopeless till I found that you, Andrew Britton, were on the move. So long as the sound of your hammer rose on the night air at Learmont, I stayed there. I hovered round your dwelling." "You played the spy upon me," cried Britton. I did, and wherefore should I not? I have followed you to this city. You came to seek the child, so have I. But you came quickly with gold to urge you on your way. I have been many weeks begging from door to door. I asked 2 things wherever I went. One was a morsel of broken bread, and the other was to place my face towards London. Now I am here. Here, Britton, I came to save the child." "Wretch," cried Britton, "if your madness may be feigned for all I know, swear to me that you will at once return to Learmont. Return." You shall not dog my steps. I know not what you mean. You rave, woman, you rave." "Do I rave? Well, perhaps 'tis true, but I saw the child." "Tell me one thing, Maud. Do you know who that child is?" There was a pause of a moment, and Ada's heart beat with tumultuous emotion as she thought that now she might hear by this strange accidental meeting the secret of her birth. "Yes," said Maud. "Yes, I know." "You are sure," said Britton. I know, repeated Maud. "Then, if there is a heaven above us or a hell beneath us," cried Britton, "you shall not leave this bridge alive." Hush, cried Mad Maud. "I have dreamt it often and believe it. You are to die before I do. It is so arranged, Andrew Britton." Ada looked out with trembling apprehension from her place of concealment, and she saw, by the rapidly increasing light of the coming day, the savage smith casting rapid glances around, as if to assure himself that no one was within sight of the deed of blood he was about to commit. For a moment, an awful apathy crept over the heart of Ada, and she felt as if she were condemned to crouch in that little alcove without power of voice or action, and see the murder committed. Mad Maud did not appear to have comprehended the last muttered threat of Britton, for she stood with her arms folded across her breast, murmuring in a low tone to herself, and apparently unheedful even of the presence of her enemy. Ada then saw the smith fumble a while in his breast, and then he drew forth a knife. She saw it glitter in the faint light. Yes, said Maud in a low tone. "I recollect all, or nearly all. How difficult it is to separate the dreams from the reality. The spirit of the dead man still haunts the place. Yes, that is real. He cries for his child, his little child, and there is a garb on his breast. Let me think. How has he lived so long after his murder? Oh, yes, I know now. It is by drinking the blood continually from his own wounds. Aye, that would preserve him. Britain made a step towards her. "The child," she cried suddenly. "You shall torment me no longer," he cried. "Ha!" shrieked Maud as she saw the knife uplifted. "You dare not, cannot do it." She shrank back, but Britain followed close upon her. Ada again saw the knife uplifted, and by a violent effort, like a person recovering from a nightmare, she screamed. The sound seemed to Britain so great a surprise that he staggered and dropped the knife from his trembling hand. Her own voice appeared to have broken the spell of horror that bound up the faculties of Ada. And now, by an impulse which lent her strength and courage, she rushed from the place of concealment, and, snatching the knife from the ground, she fled quickly along the bridge, crying, "Help! Help!" She had not proceeded many paces when she was caught in the arms of someone who cried, "Hiloa! Hiloa! What now, little one?" "Help! Murder on the bridge!" cried Ada. "Oh, haste! Haste! Save the woman!" It was the watchman going his rounds, and he hurried onwards, as fast as his chilled limbs would permit him, towards the spot indicated by Ada, who closely followed him. "He has killed her!" exclaimed Ada, as she saw Maud lying apparently lifeless on the stones. "Murder done!" cried the watchman. Ada cast an anxious glance around her, and she thought that at the further extremity of the bridge she caught sight of the flying figure of the man who she believed had done the deed. "There," she said, pointing in the direction. "Pursue him. There flies the murderer." The watchman immediately threw down the lantern and, with a great clattering of his iron-shod shoes, rushed across the bridge. "Alas! Alas!" cried Ada, clasping her hands. "What can all this mean? Who is this poor, mad creature, and who that fearful man? The mystery in which my birth, name, and fate is involved grows more and more inexplicable. Was it of me she talked so strangely and so wildly? Oh, if she could but breathe to me one word, to assure me that Jacob Gray was not my father, how richly would the terrors of this fearful night be repaid. Ada knelt by the body of Maud as she spoke and placed her hand over her heart, to endeavor to trace some sign of vitality. She lives, suddenly cried Ada, as she felt the regular beating of the organ of life. Perchance the villain has only struck her. He may not, after casting away his knife, have had the means of harming her very seriously. A deep groan now came from the lips of the insensible woman. "Speak, oh, speak!" cried Ada. Maud opened her eyes. They glared with the wild fire of insanity on Ada. "Do you know me?" said the girl. "Know you? Know you? Are you an angel or a devil?" "Alas!" cried Ada. "There is no hope." Maud passed her hand across her eyes for several moments, as if trying to clear the mist that beset her memory and mental faculties. Then she said, "Where is he? The man you were talking with?" "Yes, Britain, the savage smith of Learmont. He has fled." "Yes, yes, fled." "He was pursued by the dead man asking for his child." "What child?" said Ada, in a voice trembling with anxiety. "I saw its little arms cling round its father's murderer. I heard him shriek. I heard him say the hell of conscience had began its awful work within his guilty breast." The child, cried Ada. "What was its name?" "Oh, tell me if you can its name." "Its name," repeated Maud. "It was the child of the dead. It reminded me of my own. Listen. When I was young, for I was young once, and my hair hung in long silken rights from my brow, when my eyes danced in the pure light of heaven, and my heart mounted with joy, singing like the lark that carries its sweet notes even to the gates of heaven. Long, long ago I clasped to my breast such a dear child as that, so you see it reminded me of my own dear infant." "And you knew not its name?" said Ada. "Its name? No, I cannot tell you its name, but I will tell you a dream." "Answer me one question," said Ada. "The child I heard you say you came to London to save, was its name Gray?" Gray. Who is Gray?" "There is hope even," sighed Ada, "in the want of confirmation of a terrible doubt. If I am the child she raves so strangely of, she knows me not by that most hateful name." "Will you hear my dream?" said Maud, endeavoring to rise from the cold stones. Ada saw that blood was trickling from her head, but whether she had struck it in falling, or the man who had attempted her destruction had inflicted the wound, was doubtful. Ada, however, assisted her to her feet, and as she did so she heard the tread of the watchman as he returned slowly from his pursuit. "He's off," cried the man. "Hilloa! Ain't the woman dead?" "Dead?" shrieked Maud, suddenly confronting the watchman. "Is Andrew Britton dead?" "Who?" "Andrew Britton, the savage smith, because he is to die before me." "Ha! Ha! Yes, Andrew Britton will die before I do." With wild laughter she flew rather than ran across the bridge in the direction of Lambeth, and her voice echoed in the still morning air as she shrieked, "Andrew Britton, Andrew Britton, I am not dead. Not dead yet." The watchman stared after her in amazement, and Ada took the opportunity, while he was thus fully engaged, of walking quickly onwards until she had cleared the bridge and the solemn spires of Westminster Abbey came upon her sight. Chapter 28. Ada's Wanderings, the Pearl Necklace, a Kind Heart, the Park, a Joyous Meeting, the Arrangement. Cold and hunger now began to exercise a sensible influence upon the fragile frame of Ada. Her step became languid and slow, and she began to feel that her strength was fast deserting her. Her dislike to return to Jacob Grey was very great, and yet where else in that great city could she find a place whereon to lay her aching limbs? The sense of her own extreme destitution came vividly across her imagination, and had it not been for the curious gaze of the early passengers she met, she could have wept freely in her bitterness of heart. Listlessly she walked onwards, and thought, from its very intensity, became at last a positive pain. Money she had none, and, in fact, so secluded from the world had she been kept by the fears of Jacob Grey that she would not have known how to procure the means of supporting life, even had she possessed valuable property about her. A cold, glaring winter's sun shone forth from a clear sky, mocking the earth with an appearance of warmth, which made the sharp wind that whistled round the corners of the streets seem doubly keen and piercing. "Must I return to that dismal house?" thought Ada. "Must I again throw myself on the mercy of that man who calls himself my father?" She paused in doubt and irresolution, and no one who passed could fail to mark the air of deep dejection which sat upon the pale, anxious face of the young girl. It so chanced that she stopped opposite to the shop door of a jeweler and dealer in precious stones, in Parliament Street, and as she clung to the little wooden rail that guarded the window, she saw the keen, sparkling eyes of an old man fixed on her from within. His beard and general appearance proclaimed him a Jew, and scarcely had Ada shrank from his gaze and paused a step or two onwards, when she heard a voice behind her saying, "My dear, will you sell that necklace?" Ada turned quickly. The old man from the shop stood before her and repeated his question. "Will you sell that necklace?" "Necklace," said Ada. "Yes, the little necklace you have round your pretty little neck, my dear." Ada now recollected that among her female attire she had found the necklace, and hastily clasped it on when dressing to elude the search of Jacob Grey's furious visitors. "I am tired and hungry," said Ada. "Are you indeed? Bless me," cried the old man. "Walk into my shop." "You see I am an old man. Walk in, do walk in." Ada suffered herself to be led into the little shop, and unclasping the necklace, she said, "Will it fetch me a meal?" "A meal," said the jeweler, and his eyes sparkled as he took the necklace. "A meal. Why, it's real. No, I mean mock pearls, and valueless," said Ada. "No, no, not quite, my dear. Here is a new guinea, a bright new guinea." Ada took the coin and said languidly, "Alas, I am so strange here, I know not even how to dispose of this to procure me food." "Indeed," said the jeweler. "Do you know nobody? Have you no friends?" Can you," said Ada, and a radiant blush suffused her cheeks as she spoke, "can you tell me if you know where a Sir Satan lives?" "Does he know you had a necklace?" said the Jew. "No, I scarcely knew it myself." "Indeed," cried the jeweler, lifting up his eyes and hands. "My dear, I don't know the gentleman you mention." "I thank you," said Ada, rising. She left the shop, and looking back after she had gone a few paces, she could not derive how it was that the Jew was putting up his shutters with nervous haste. She little knew that her necklace was of Indian pearls, and worth a very large sum indeed. To her joy, after she had proceeded a few paces further, she saw that the second house, down a small turning to her left, was a little dairy, and immediately entering, she requested of the old woman who served a draught of milk. It was handed to her, and she drank it off with great pleasure and laid on the little counter her guinea. "Would you like the rest, miss?" said the old woman. "You do seem tired, to be sure." "I am tired," said Ada, "and would gladly rest myself if I am not in your way." "Dear heart, no," said the old woman. "Come in here, it's warmer than the shop. What weather we do have, to be sure." Ada accompanied the woman to the little parlor at the back of the shop, and the good dame placed before her some rolls and more milk, of which the wearied girl partook with more pleasure than she ever made breakfast with before. "You are too young to be out by yourself," said the dame, "and a great deal too pretty too." Ada shook her head as she said, "Do you know where resides a Mr. Satan?" "No," replied the woman. "This London is such an immense place that it's like looking for a needle in a bottle of hay to find anybody." "If I could find him," sighed Ada, "he would be my friend. Is there a gentleman named Sir Francis Hartleton?" "Indeed there is, and if you want him, he lives close at hand. He is a magistrate and as good a man as ever breathed." "Indeed," said Ada, "'tis very strange." "What's strange, my dear?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." "Can you show me to his house?" "Yes. If you come to the door, I can point it out for you, though he very likely to be at his office, and that's across the park." Ada accompanied the old woman to her outer door, and she pointed out to the refreshed and much revived girl a handsome house, as the residence of Sir Francis Hartleton. She again tendered her guinea, but the kind-hearted woman replied, Fo, my dear. You shan't change your guinea for a sup of milk." The tears gathered to Ada's eyes at this trifling act of kindness, and she grasped the hand of the good dame warmly as she said in a voice of emotion, "I am not used to kindness." "Not used to kindness? Ah, well, poor thing. If your friend, Sir Francis Hartleton, ain't in the way, come here again." "If I live," said Ada, "I will visit you again." She then, with a sweet smile, walked from the little dairy and slowly approached the house of Sir Francis Hartleton. She paused as she neared it, and many anxious doubts and fears crossed her mind concerning the result of an interview with the magistrate, to whom Jacob Gray's mysterious bundle of papers was addressed, and above all, rose like a spectre the still clinging horrible supposition that Jacob Gray might possibly be her father. She could not positively swear that he was not. In defiance of all probability, he might have spoken the truth. She stood by the portico of the magistrate's house, and her irresolution increased each moment that she strove to reason with her fears. "Dare I," she thought, "run this dreadful risk? Heaven knows what that paper may contain which Gray sets such store by. Some awful history of crime and suffering, perchance, which would bring him to a scaffold and proclaim me the child of a murderer. Can I make conditions with the magistrates? Can I say to him, I will direct you to a packet addressed to yourself, containing I know not what, which you can send a force, if necessary, to possess yourself of, but which you must act upon only so far as may be consistent with my feelings? Alas, no. I feel that such would not be acceded to, and I am tortured by doubts and anxieties, dreadful fears. Jacob Gray, what devil tempted you to raise so dreadful a supposition in my mind that you might be my father? And yet I do not, cannot believe you. No, but I doubt. There lies the agony. The fearful irresolution that cramped my very soul, cripples my exertions to be free, and makes me the unhappy, wretched thing I am. No, I cannot yet betray thee to death, Jacob Gray. Although you would have taken my life, even while I slept unsuspectingly beneath your roof, I cannot, dare not yet betray thee." Scarcely, in the confusion of other feelings, knowing whither she went, she passed the door of Sir Francis Hartleton's house, nor paused till she found herself in the bird-cage walk in St. James's Park. It was still very early, but the fine bracing morning had attracted many pedestrians to the park, and the various walks were beginning to assume a gay appearance, the fashionable hour of promenading being then much earlier than it is at present. Many an admiring glance was cast upon the beautiful Ada, as she slowly took her uncertain way beneath the tall ancient trees which have now given place to young saplings, the fall beauty of which the present generations will never enjoy. The cool air that blew across the wide expanse imparted a delicate bloom to her cheeks, that many a court beauty would have bartered a portion of her existence to obtain. The hat she wore but partially confined the long, dancing black ringlets that fell in nature's own freedom on her neck and shoulders. And, withal, there was a sweet pensiveness in her manner and the expressions of her face, which greatly charmed and interested all the gentlemen, and greatly vexed and discomposed all the ladies, who, with one accord, voted it to be affectation. How little they dreamt of the deep sorrow that was in the young girl's heart. She walked on till she reached the great mall, and then, feeling somewhat weary, she sat down on one of the wooden seats, and seeing nothing, hearing nothing, she gave herself up to her own thoughts, and tears trickled slowly from her eyes. As all her meditations tended to the one conclusion that she must starve or go back to the lone house and Jacob Gray, she was aroused from her reverie by someone repeatedly, in an affected drawl, pronouncing the word, delicious. Delicious. Oh, lickus. Immediately in front of where she sat. Ada looked up, and balancing himself before her, nearly on his toes, was an affectedly dressed person who was staring at her through an opera glass, and repeating the word delicious, as conveying his extreme admiration of her. When Ada looked up, he advanced with a smirk and a bow, and laying his hand on his embroidered waistcoat, said, in the same drawling, affected tone, "My charming little Hebe, what unearthly change, what glorious concatenation of sublime events have procured scent? James's Park the felicity of beholding you. My delicious charmer." "Sir," said Ada, annoyed by the tone of the remarks, the substance of which she scarcely heard or comprehended. "Charming simplicity," cried the beau, "permit me." He seated himself with these words by the side of Ada, and attempted, by an affected, apish manner, to take her hand. Ada shrunk from his touch, and rising with an innocent dignity that appalled for a moment the fine gentleman, she said, "I do not know you, sir," and walked onwards, leaving him the questionable credit of having turned her out of the seat. "Charming, charming," she heard him say after a few moments as he pursued her along the mall. Ada was excessively annoyed at this most disagreeable intrusion, and she quickened her pace in the hope of distancing the gallant. Such, however, was not the event, for he was nearly close to her when she arrived at the next seat, which was occupied but by one gentleman, who was reading a book. One stranger, thought Ada, may protect me from the insults of another, and she paused close to the seat on which was the gentleman reading. "'Pon honor," cried the beau who had followed her, "you walk most vulgarly fast. Ah, ah. Really now, a delicious little creature like you ought to glide, not walk, to glide, positively glide. Ah, ah, that would be delicious." The gentleman who was reading looked up, his eyes met Ada's. "Harry," he cried. "Albert." She replied, and bursting into tears, she clung convulsively to the arms of Albert Satan. Chapter 29. The young lovers, the gallant of 100 years since, hopes and fears, the dream of a true heart. It was several moments before Ada or Albert Satan could speak from excess of joyful emotion, and it was then the drawling, affected voice of the beau that recalled them to a consciousness of where they were, and that someone besides themselves was in the world. "'Pon honor, really, damn," cried Ada's persecutor. "This is extraordinary." "Sir," said Albert Satan. "Well, sir," said the beau, "I thought you spoke to me." "'Pon honor, no, I wouldn't condescend on any account. Oh, no, 'pon honor." "I have no desire for your conversation," said Albert, turning his back to him. "My dear, my charming, delicious damsel," sighs the beau, smiling at Ada. "Do you know, sir," said Albert, rising, "that it is a high crime to commit an assault in the park?" "Well, 'pon honor, what then?" "Only this, that if you will come outside the gates, I'll cane you within an inch of your life." A perfect savage, a wild beast, 'pon honor," said the beau, making a precipitate retreat. "Oh, Harry, dear, dear Harry," said Albert, "by what kind mercy of heaven are you here?" "Albert, do not call me Harry. My own girl, I know you by no other name. I am not surprised to see you in these becoming garments." You did not know that my playmate Harry was a beautiful girl," interrupted Albert. "No, I did not. My father it was who first breathed the suspicion that such was the fact. And now tell me some dear feminine name to call you by." "My name is Ada." "Ada? A charm is in the sound. My own dear, dear Ada, how came you here? Have you thought of me? Where is your uncle?" Are you happy, dear Ada? Are you glad to see me? Albert, said Ada, smiling through her tears, I will answer your last question first. I am glad to see you, so very glad that I could weep for joy. Nay, dear Ada, weep not. You shall never weep again if Albert Satan can save a tear from dimming your eyes. I know it, said Ada. You were ever kind to the poor persecuted Ada. I loved you, Ada. Oh, Albert, I have passed through such horrors since we met. Horrors, Ada. Yes, and even now I shudder to think of my situation. I am destitute, homeless, hopeless. No, Ada, said Albert. There you wrong yourself and my love. Destitute you cannot be while I have an arm to labor for you. Homeless you shall not be, for my father, who is an honorable gentleman, will love you as his adopted daughter. Can you then call yourself friendless, Ada? Albert, I am. What, Ada? What can you be but what I know you are, all truth, all innocence and virtue? Suppose, gasped Ada, looking beseechingly in Albert's face, as if her whole existence hung upon his reply. Suppose my name was a disgrace. A disgrace. Yes, suppose I had found a father whose hands were stained with blood. Oh, no, Ada. This is some chimera of your own overwrought fancy. Suppose it's true, Albert Satan. Dared you then call me your Ada? I dared. If I were the child of a what? A murderer. Albert took her hand gently and tenderly. Ada, he said, crime is not hereditary. You are sinless, spotless, and if I desert you because you may have the misfortune to be the child of one who is guilty, may God desert me in my utmost need. Albert, sobbed Ada. I do not believe it, but it is a remote possibility that Jacob Gray is my father. Nor do I believe it, said Albert. 'Tis against all nature, depend upon it, Ada, it is not true. But if it were? My Ada, was his only reply, accompanied by a smile that fell like sunlight on the young girl's innocent heart. You would not, even then, despise me, Albert? She said. Despise you? Oh, how can you associate that word with yourself? Despise you, Ada. If you knew the weary miles I have traversed in search of you, you would then feel how truly my happiness is wound up in yours. Not a street, court, or lane in the great city has been untrodden by me to look for you since your sudden departure from Mrs. Strangeways. My uncle hurried me from there to a more secret place of concealment. We have now for some time inhabited a dilapidated house in Lambeth, which you might pass 100 times, and never guess that aught human lodged within its crumbling walls. And still, you know not the cause of all this mystery. No, all is dark and mysterious as ever, Albert, except my name, my Christian name, and that in a moment of unguarded passion, Jacob Gray let slip from his lips. Oh, you know not what a pleasure it was to me in my desolation to find I had a right to a name. My poor Ada. Yes, Albert, I am your poor Ada, but rich in all true wealth, beauty, innocence, and dear virtue, such as no gold can buy. The kind words of those who love are so very grateful, sighed Ada, and they are so new to me. Tell me all that has happened to you since we last parted, said Albert. My own history is very shortly summed up. My father remained some few weeks longer at Mrs. Strangeways, and then having by dint of earnest applications and remonstrances, procured some portion of what was his due from the government. We have come close here by Buckingham House, and I am myself in the hope of procuring a situation as private secretary to a man, they say, of enormous wealth and great liberality. I joy in your prospects, said Ada. Alas, mine is a darker retrospect, a gloomier future. Nay, Ada, our happiness must go hand in hand, or farewell to it for Albert Satan. Ada sighed. You forget, Albert, that I am beset with difficulties. Strange mysteries are around me. Who and what I am, even, I know not. Although perhaps my ignorance is my greatest joy, while it is my constant source of anxiety. For I have hope now, which might by a knowledge of the truth be extinguished forever. Your hope shall become a bright certainty, said Albert fervently. And now tell me, Ada, of your present situation. You have more freedom, or you would not be in the great mall of St. James's Park. My freedom is but transitory, sighed Ada. How so? Last night there came with furious knocking at our house 2 men. My uncle said they came to take his life and mine, but that, not finding me, they would allow him to escape. 'Tis very strange. He urged me then to change my boyish clothing for these garments. I resisted his request. He implored me, begged of me to do so, saying that those who sought me knew me but as a boy, and would allow a girl to pass out unmolested. Still I refused, for he had taken the life of a poor dog that loved me, and my mind was sore against him. He kneeled to me, wept, and at the last moment declared himself my father and a murderer. Good heavens! Yes, the words fell like a thunderbolt on my heart. The men were at the door. There was not time to think. With frantic speed I did his bidding. And the plan succeeded? It did. With wondering looks they let me pass. I wandered I know not where. To some bridge I came at length, and there, as I lay crouching from the cold of the raw morning, one of the men passed over. One of those who sought Jacob Gray? Yes, the most violent. There, within my hearing, he had an altercation with a poor mad wanderer from whom I heard his name. His name, Ada? It may afford some clue. It may. She called him Andrew Britton. Andrew Britton, I will not forget. He attempted her murder. My screams, I believe, saved her life. And their discourse, Ada? What said they? Their speech was of some child to whom great wrong had been done years since. Oh, Albert, my heart told me it was of me they spoke. Could you learn nothing of the woman? Alas, no, her wits were gone. She wandered strangely in her speech. Madness had taken possession of her, and she, who seemed to know the mystery which envelopes me, could not shape her thoughts to tell me. Heaven, Ada, will work out your deliverance in its own good time from this tangled web of guilt and mystery that is cast around you. I still think, as I thought before, that the packet which Gray keeps so carefully concealed would unravel all, and perhaps destroy him. It might be so. Then, Albert, arises the terrible doubt that bad, wicked, cruel as he is, he may be the father of the wretched Ada. I cannot for one moment think so, said Albert, and yet I own the thought is terrible. If we err, Albert, oh, let us err safely. I cannot call down upon him the vengeance of the laws he has outraged. If some proposal could be made to him, by which he might be induced to tell the truth, upon an assurance of safety from the consequences, I might be saved the bitter pang of betraying my own father, guilty though he may be. You are right, Ada, said Albert. That is the best, the surest, and the most merciful course. My father will undertake to make such terms with Jacob Gray. He will be mild yet firm. That would be joy indeed, said Ada. It shall be done. Dear Ada, a happier future is brightening before you. The past will seem like an envious dream that has only robbed you of a few hours of sunshine and joy. Oh, would I could think so, said Ada. It must be so, cried Albert with a full face of animation. Come with me now to my father, and we will concert all necessary measures. I think, said Ada, that if this matter can be arranged with Gray as we wish, he must be taken completely by surprise, or all will be lost. If he have time to hide the papers or to concoct some deception, we shall gain nothing. That is true, Ada, but how can we do as you wish? Thus, replied Ada, I will show you the house, and expecting you and your father at a particular hour, I can direct you. Then there can be no time for Gray even to think of any but a straightforward course of action. But, said Albert, that involves your return to 2 Gray and— Oh, heed not that, Albert. A few short hours, blessed as they will be by the conviction that they are the last, will seem nothing in that house, where for so long I have been immured secretly during the light of day, and with no companion to cheer, my solitude but a poor dumb creature, that could but look its kindness and gratitude. And yet, Ada, my heart is very sad at the mere thought of your returning. And so would mine be, Albert, were it not with the assurance of so soon bidding adieu to those gloomy walls forever. I suppose it must be so, said Albert with a sigh. I will only just see you so far as to enable you to point out the exact place to me, and then depend upon my father and I being with you in another hour. But 1 hour, but one, dear Ada. That will be easily supported, said Ada with a grateful smile. Oh, let us go at once. They rose from the park seat, and the young lovers, arm in arm, walked down the great mall. Are you sure you know the way, Ada? Said Albert anxiously. If I saw the bridge again, I could find it, I know, although I might not discover the most direct route, Albert. thus affectionately and dreaming of future happiness which, alas, was still not close at hand, the young guileless beings pursued their course to the old house at Lambeth. Chapter 30. Jacob's return home, an unexpected visitor, the lonely watch. When Gray left the public house in which lay the body of the murdered waterman, he took a rapid route by the edge of the river to his own gloomy home, and very soon reached the cluster of condemned houses, in one of which he resided. Looking very cautiously around him, as was his invariable custom before gliding into his abode, to see if anyone was observing him, he took a key from his pocket and, opening the frail door, quickly entered the passage. Then, applying his eye to the window, through which he had reconnoitred Britain and Learmont, he took a long look up and down the street to see if he could detect the form of Ada lurking in any of the doorways, awaiting his return. "She is not here," he muttered. "Well, she knows nothing, can guess nothing, or what little she does know or guess she dares not utter to human ears, for she will be tormented by the supposition that I may be her father. Let her die in the streets, let her rot, so she trouble not me, and yet I wonder she has not returned. She must have lost her way." Gray then opened the door again and wiped off the words he had written, then, carefully closing it, he had ascended about halfway up the creaking staircase, when his ears were suddenly saluted by a noise that made him tremble and convulsively clutch the crazy banisters for support. The noise was of quite a new character to Jacob Gray, and he could not divine how or in what manner it could possibly be produced. It was not a walking, it was not a fighting or a struggling, a dancing, but it was a singular and wonderful admixture of them all. Then there would be a shuffling scramble across the floor, then a hop, step, and a jump, apparently, which would be followed by a continued bumping that threatened the existence of the crazy house, and shook it to the very foundation. The perspiration of intense fear broke out upon the aching forehead of Jacob Gray, and he sat down melancholy upon the stairs, to try to think what could be the cause of the singular uproar in his commonly so lonely dwelling. Suddenly the noise approached the stairhead, and it assumed the form of the pattering of naked feet, accompanied by the heavy tread of someone in clumsy shoes. Jacob Gray's superstitious fears, and they were tolerably numerous, got the better of his prudence, and he raised a cry of terror at the idea of something of an unearthly character having taken up its abode in his solitary dwelling. The moment he spoke, the sounds rapidly retreated from the stairhead, and for a few moments all was still as the grave. Jacob Gray listened attentively for a long time before he would venture up the staircase, and when he did so, it was step by step and with the utmost caution. When he reached the top, he stood for a time and listened attentively. Not a sound met his ears. Then he gathered courage and advanced to the door of the room from whence the noises had seemed to proceed. All was still, and Jacob Gray summoned his courage to turn the handle of the lock and peer into the apartment. "There is no one here," he muttered. "What could it have been? Imagination could not so deceive me." As he glanced round the room, to his surprise, he saw that several of the articles which it contained were displaced, and his apprehensions were still further increased by seeing on the floor several prints of feet, of a character he could not define, and was quite certain he had never seen before. Scarcely had he time to think upon these strange and startling appearances when a low growl met his ears, and immediately upon that a voice exclaimed, "There, now, you've done it! Oh, cuss you, Popsy!" Gray gave a jump to the door, and he could scarcely believe his eyes when a man's head appeared from beneath the sofa and confronted him with a mixed expression of effrontery and apprehension. "How came you here?" gasped Gray. "Popsy, come out," was the man's only reply to his interrogatory, and, to Gray's surprise, an immense shaggy bear made its appearance from the same place of concealment. "Who are you?" cried Jacob Gray. "Why don't you answer the gentleman, you brute?" Said the man, dealing the bear a heavy blow with his fist. "Affectionate ways is lost upon you, that they is." "How dare you come here?" cried Gray. "Don't ye hear?" screamed the man, still addressing the bear. "How dare ye come here? Spy, villain," cried Gray, drawing from his breast the same knife with which he would have stabbed Ada to the heart. "Hillo, hillo," cried the man. "Do you hear, my Popsy, what he calls ye?" The bear commenced a low growling and displayed a formidable row of blackened fangs at Jacob Gray. "Who and what are you?" shrieked Gray to the man. "Barbican Tibbs, the bear warden, but common people calls me Tipsy Tibbs and nothink else." "What in the name of hell brought you here?" cried Gray. "Oh, I'm confidential," replied the man, "and I don't mind telling you." "Quickly then, quickly." "Why, you see, they say as there isn't to be allowed more than 3 bear wardens in Westminster, and as I've only just come from Canterbury, I makes faces and a parsecutor." "Faces and a what?" "A parsecutor. That is, they parsecutes me, and I gives them a dodge through the streets, you see, and they, coming rather quick, I bolts down this here street, and the first thing I sees is wait, JG on your door." "Well, what then?" "Why, then Popsy and me, we gives the door a drive and we gets in, then we shuts it again, and we've waited here ever since." "And it was you who made the noise I heard just now, as I was ascending the stairs." "Very like, and it has quite alarmed poor Popsy and shattered his nerves by squeaking out in the passage. How long have you been here?" "A matter of half an hour." "What have you stolen?" Stole. "Yes, tell me, for there are some things I value and some I do not." "Popsy, does he hear what opinion he has of your morals?" Gray walked across the room, and opening a door that led to an inner apartment, he entered it and remained absent some minutes. During that absence, he took from a chest, the key of which he had about him, a large sum of money, being the bulk of what he had, from time to time, received of Learmont, and he stowed it carefully about his person. The greatest care, however, he bestowed upon a packet of papers that were at the bottom of the bag. These he placed carefully in his breast, and then returned to the room in which was the bear warden and his shaggy associate. "Hark you, friend," said Gray, "I am going to leave this house." "Good morning," said the bear warden. "You seem a deserving man." "Do I?" "Yes, I will give you the furniture you see about here if you will defend it against all comers, and should a young girl come here, will you detain her for me?" "Well, that's odd," said Tibbs, "but I don't know you, my master." "Nor will you. I will take my own time and opportunity of calling upon you." "Well," said the beat warden, "I don't mind obliging you, particularly as I haven't anything of my own. Is there anything worth having upstairs, old fellow?" "There is," said Gray, "and recollect one thing." "What's that?" "Should a man come of burly frame and bloated aspect, be assured he comes to take from you, if he can, all that I have given to you, be assured of that. The deuce he does. You will know him. He is rough of speech and coarse and bulky. Beware of him. But what shall I do with him?" "Kill him, slaughter him. Take his life how and when you will, or maim him. Do him some deadly harm, for, on my soul, I do not believe he has written any confession. Stay, I had forgotten." Gray hurried to the cupboard, and took from it the remainder of the poison he had given to Ada's dog. Then turning to the astonished bear warden, he said, "Remember, we shall meet again." He rapidly then descended the staircase, and was out of the house before the man could answer him. "Well, if ever I knew the like o' that," said the bear warden. "Popsy," the bear answered with a growl, "we're dropped into a furnished house and nothing to pay. The blessed world's a beginning to find out our merits, it is." Chapter 31, Ada's fate again against her, the threat. The new home. Jacob Gray was not acting with his usual caution when he left such directions to the bear warden. But the attempt which had been made upon his life by Learmont and the smith had filled him with rage, and he would, in the height of his passion, willingly run some risk to be revenged upon them. "There is an ancient uninhabited house," he muttered, "nigh to Battersea Fields, that I have several times noted. Its walls are crumbling with age. The bat screams around its tottering chimneys, I have marked it well. There am I now to take up my abode until I have wrung from Learmont a sum sufficient to induce me to leave England forever. And when I do, when I am safe in another land, then will I bring destruction upon him and Britain. They shall find that Jacob Gray has yet a sting to reach their hearts." As he spoke, he cast an habitual glance of caution up and down the street. Ere he emerged from the doorway of the house he was about to leave forever. Some distance from him, the flutter of a white garment caught his eye, and he retreated back into the shadow of the doorway, from where he peered forth, to note who it could be that was approaching that solitary and ill-omened district. Suddenly he clutched the doorpost for support, and a deadly paleness came over him. He saw Ada taking leave of Albert Satan at the corner of the street. He saw her hands clasped in affectionate pressure. Then, with a lingering step, Albert Satan turned away, looking, however, many times back again to smile another brief farewell to Ada. The deadly feelings of hatred that Gray entertained towards Albert Satan now all returned in their full force, and he muttered curses, deep and appalling, against both him and Ada. "That boy again," he growled between his clenched teeth. "How in the name of hell met she with him? In this large city what cursed fate has caused them to meet? I will have his life. Something tells me he will be a stumbling block in my way. I will take his life. Some means I will devise to safely put him in his grave. Yes, yes, smile on, young sir. You fancy now you have tracked Jacob Gray to his lair. You are mistaken. You have found a clue, but to lose it again. Ha, she comes. Now there is some deep-laid plot between them to surprise me, but I will foil it. I will foil it." Ada now rapidly approached the doorway, in the shadow of which Gray was concealed. There was a smile of joy upon her face. The pure light of happiness danced in her eyes, and her step was agile as a young fawn. "Another hour," she whispered to herself. "But another hour of misery, and life commences, as it were, anew for the poor forlorn Ada. My existence, as yet, presents me with nothing but dim shadows. The dear radiant sunshine of the life which heaven has bestowed upon me is now at hand. Gray must see his own interests and safety in making terms with Albert and his father. He will tell all. He will absolve me from the fancied ties of friendship, and I will forgive him for all he has made me suffer. If he be very guilty, in another land he may find security and repentance, nay, make his peace with heaven." Such were the glowing thoughts of the young girl, who was hastening to separate herself from those who loved her, while in her guileless heart she fondly imagined she was taking the surest means of securing her happiness. Jacob Gray saw her approaching. Eagerly he watched her steps, and when she paused at the door of the house, he shrunk back into the passage and allowed her to enter its gloomy portal. Then, stepping forward, he closed the door and said in a low tone, "Ada, is there anything in this house you value?" Ada started and glanced at Gray with surprise as she replied, "Why do you ask? You see I have returned." You could not desert your father," smiled Gray. Ada shrunk back as he laid his hand upon her shoulder, and he could not but note the shudder of dislike that came over her. "Listen to me," he said. "I will give you your choice of one or two alternatives. What mean you? You recollect the young man, Albert Satan?" A deep blush came over Ada's face as she said, "I do." "Well, he had a father, he has a father still," cried Ada. "Indeed," sneered Gray. "You know that." Ada looked confused. "Nay," continued Gray, "you need not blush. Think you Albert Satan loves you?" "Loves me?" echoed Ada. You have read enough to tell you the meaning of the term." Ada was silent. "Attend to my words," continued Gray. "I have another home besides this." "Another home?" "Yes, Ada. And in that other home there are domestics which would place you in so proud a station that Albert Satan would, in calling you his some few years hence, be acquiring a rank and fortune beyond his or your wildest dreams." Ada's eyes sparkled as Gray spoke, and she involuntarily moved a step towards him. The thought of enriching, perhaps ennobling, the poor dependent Albert Satan was delightful to her heart. "Oh," she cried, "if you can do this, I will forget all the past." "At my house," said Gray. "'Tis near at hand." "I will count the minutes till you return," said Ada. "Oh, go at once." "Yes, but not alone. You go with me, or I go not at all. Come, Ada, quick. We shall be back very soon. You are equipped for walking. We will go together." "No, I wish not to leave here," said Ada. "Not leave here? Has your love for this place suddenly grown so strong?" "I am weary," said Ada. "Then we part forever. Farewell, Ada. I go now to destroy, to burn those papers. Carry with you through life the doubts that now harass you. Why force me to accompany you?" Said Ada, "I am very weary. Decide, the distance is but short. The next half-hour fixes your fate for a life." "Half-hour," said Ada. "Will it consume but half an hour?" "Scarcely so much. A boat will take us where we are going in half the time." "Jacob Gray," said Ada solemnly. "Well, well," replied Gray, avoiding her eyes. "On your soul, are you speaking truly?" On my soul, you swear you are not deceiving me. I swear. We shall return here. We shall, assuredly. Then my task shall be to find out this young man, this Albert Satan. I will go, said Ada. Let us hasten but half an hour. Nay, not so long a time. Still Ada hesitated. You will know all then, remarked Gray. Who and what you are, you will know, but if you come not now, I leave you this instant forever. You'll never see me more. And in losing me, you lose all clue to the solution of mysteries that will torture you through life. I will go, said Ada. Within the hour we shall return. We shall. Come, Ada, come. The papers that were above in the chest, where are they? In my safe keeping, cried Gray. I am weary. Will you not wait until sunset? Not another moment. Then I will go. Gray took her by the arm, and they left the house together. 1,000 conflicting thoughts rushed through Ada's mind. The prominent one, however, was the pleasure it would give her to meet Albert Satan, no longer the child of mystery and perhaps of guilt, but the proud descendant of some pure and unsullied house. If she let Gray depart now, with him all chance of unraveling doubts and mysteries which, as he truly said, would torture her through life, would be lost. Albert and his father would come but to encumber themselves with a nameless, destitute girl that she could not bear, and although she doubted, yet she trusted Jacob Gray. Ada, when she made up her mind that she would accompany Gray, quite astonished him by the nervous haste which she showed in urging him along. And his naturally suspicious mind at once surmised that there was some especial reason in the mind of the young girl which induced her desire to return to the house they were leaving within the hour. She has betrayed me to yon boy, he thought. 'Tis more than likely that within the hour I should be a prisoner suing for mercy to him and my confessions in his hands. They soon reached the riverside, and Gray, addressing a waterman, said, Can you take us to Battersea quickly? Yes, master, said the man. The tide serves. Without another word, Gray handed Ada into the boat, and they were soon gliding swiftly along the Thames, towards the marshy fields of Battersea. As the time progressed, Ada's uneasiness became more and more apparent, and when the waterman tended them at a craggy flight of wooden steps that merely led to the open fields, a tremor came over her, and she began to repent trusting Jacob Gray. I see no house, she said. Whither are you leading me? There to your left, said Gray. Yon low building is the place of our destination. Let us be quick, said Ada. With a sneering smile, Jacob Gray led the way by the side of the scanty hedges till they reached the gloomy, desolate mansion he had long fixed upon as his next place of concealment, should his lone dwelling at Lambeth be discovered. Ada looked upon the damp, crumbling walls and shattered windows with a feeling of dread she could not conceal. What place is this? She falteringly asked. 'Tis an old deserted farmhouse, said Gray, in which a murder, they say, was committed. A murder? Yes, by a man named Forrest. It is called now Forrest House, and no one will willingly approach it. They stood now in the shadow of the deep, overhanging porch, and Jacob Gray for a moment gazed around him upon the wide expanse of marshy ground. A smile of triumph lit up his face with a demoniac expression. Ada, he said, you would have betrayed me. You may shriek now, no one will hear you. You may struggle, no one will aid you. This house is your prison, perhaps your tomb. Ada clasped her hands in terror and despair. Betrayed, betrayed! Oh, Albert! She cried and sunk in a state of insensibility on the doorstep of Forrest House. Chapter 32. Albert's disappointment. Tibbs, the bear warden. The search. A consultation. Within the hour he had named as being the extreme limit of his absence, Albert Satan and his father arrived at Gray's house at Lambeth. They knocked at first quietly, and finally loudly for admittance. Here, as they had predetermined, they burst upon the frail door, and, calling upon Ada, Albert flew from room to room of the dismal house. No voice responded to his, and he was about to give up the search in despair, when a low, rumbling sound met his ears from a room he had already visited, and which was immediately followed by a heavy crash of some fallen body. He and his father instantly rushed into the room, and there, amid the ruins, a table, several bottles, glasses, and lay Tibbs, the bear warden, who was evidently far gone in intoxication. The bear was licking its paws on the spot which would have been under the table had that article of furniture preserved its perpendicularity. But it now lay on one side, and it is to be surmised that Tipsy Tibbs had hidden under it upon hearing the sound of footsteps, and then upset it in his clumsy efforts to emerge from his temporary concealment. "Mr. Satan Albert looked with undisguised astonishment on the strange spectacle of a drunken man and a bear, where they expected to find a young girl and a cool, designing villain. "How are you?" said Tibbs. So you're come back, have you? Hurrah, hooray, that's my opinion." Albert stepped up to him and, shaking him roughly, cried in a loud voice, "Who are you?" Who am I? Why, everybody knows me. I'm Tipsy Tibbs, the bear warder. Tell me, have you seen a beautiful girl here?" "Speak at once. A W what?" "A young girl with black eyes, sparkling as diamonds, long dancing ringlets." "Phew," whistled Tibbs. "Don't I wish I had? Oh, the little charmer." "Wretch," cried Albert, "have you seen her?" Do you mean Mrs. Tibbs?" "Albert," said Mr. Satan, "we shall get no information from this man by angry questioning. Allow me to speak to him. Are you alone here, my friend?" "No, I ain't." "Who else inhabits this house?" "Popsy. Hurrah, let's have another bottle. Never get drunk. Don't make a beast of yourself, old gentleman." "How long have you been here?" "2 bottles. How long a time, I say, have you been here?" "Well, I say two bottles. The villain Gray has been more than a match for me, father," said Albert. "My poor Ada is not here." He sunk upon a chair and gave way to a violent burst of grief as he spoke, and Tibbs gazed upon him in speechless astonishment. "Albert," said his father, "this is childish of you. Let us thoroughly search this house. We may still find some clue to the object of our search." "True," said Albert, rising. "I will not despair. We may, perchance, light upon the mysterious packet of papers which Jacob Gray thinks so much of, and which were addressed to Sir Francis Hartleton." "Take another bottle," suggested Tibbs, making various ridiculous efforts to get on his feet, in all of which he signally failed. "Sot," said Albert, "I will force more intelligent answers from you yet before I leave this house." "Take another bottle," said Tibbs. "My dear, here's your health. You have a rare voice." "Bless you, you want to stay because I'm here. Don't let him persuade you, and his important papers." "What do you mean?" cried Albert. "Why, she's gone, to be sure. They didn't know I was listening on the stairs. Ho, 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 they're off, and the furniture's all mine." "Take another bottle." "From the ravings of this drunkard," said Mr. Satan, "we may gather what has happened, Albert. Jacob Gray, on some pretense, having his suspicions awakened, has induced Ada to leave this place with him." "I fear it is so, father," said Albert. "But here I vow to heaven that I will not know more rest than is needful to my health and strength till I have found where this bad man has hidden the fairest, best." "Control your feelings, Albert," said his father. "God knows how willingly I would have taken this persecuted young girl to my home and done a parent's duty by her, but heaven has decreed it otherwise." With a saddened and dejected air, Albert again searched the house. He found no vestige of Ada, save her male attire and the dead dog. An open book was upon the table of her room, that he placed next his heart, with the fond thought that she might have owned and prized it. "Let us leave this place," said his father, "and the more quickly the better. I will employ someone to watch the house for some days in case Gray should return. And in the meantime, we will ourselves make every inquiry and use our utmost endeavors to discover his retreat." With a heavy heart, Albert left the house. He lingered long at the door and in the street, and it was only his father's arguments that induced him at length to quit the spot. "Father," said Albert, "I will make an application to Sir Francis Hartleton." "You forget," replied Mr. Satan, "that Sir Francis Hartleton is a magistrate and has a public duty to perform, from which he is not the man to flinch. We wish to temporize with this man Gray, and not drive him to extremities. The more heartily Sir Francis might enter into this business, the more misery we might be laying up for the persecuted girl it is our wish to rescue. Recollect, Albert, there still lives the awful doubt that Jacob Gray may still be the father of Ada." "It is an awful doubt," said Albert. "We must not then embitter her existence. wicked as Gray may be, by executing upon him the full measure of justice until that doubt is solved. It would be coldly right to do so, I will grant. But we look more to Ada's happiness, Albert, than the vengeance of the law upon a guilty man. Albert grasped his father's hand as he replied, in a voice struggling with emotion, "Guide me, father, tell me what to do. Your words bring truth and conviction with them." "Then, Albert, if you succeed in getting the situation you have been endeavoring to obtain, as private secretary to this gentleman who is reported to be so rich and liberal, there may arise some opportunity of interesting him in the matter, and, through his means and influence, much might be done to unravel the whole mystery without endangering Gray, should he turn out to be Ada's father, of which, however, I have the strongest doubts." "Yes," cried Albert with renovated hope, "they tell me this gentleman, Squire Learmont, is rolling in wealth." "Aye, that is his name. He is comparatively unknown, I hear, in London, but if you become his secretary, he may take a pleasure, if he be a good man, in assisting you." "It shall be tried, father," said Albert. Learmont had been inquiring of several persons since his arrival in London for some young man as private secretary, and Albert Satan, who never in his wildest dreams imagined that the rich Squire Learmont, whose wealth was the theme of every tongue, could possibly be in any way connected with the fortunes of the poor, persecuted Ada, had applied for the situation, and met with a favorable, although evasive answer.